I'm afraid. Are you? Or are you excited? This is only stage fright, Dr. Rivers. Activation of the sympathetic nervous system in anticipation of a crucial performance. You chose this. You called to me, and I answered. And now we have to finish our work. Are you ready? Yes. Don't hesitate. It will be harder if you hesitate. Dr. Thomson Rivers stands in the abyss. The absence of light and sound has a weight all its own, separate from the gravity that, along with the sound of her blood and breath, are the only reminders that she has a body. She is standing on a catwalk, suspended in the center of a geodesic dome far below the city of San Sirocco. Its walls are several body lengths thick, and the sensors it houses are silent, giving off no telltale hum of electricity. Even the air is tasteless, scentless. She keeps one hand always on the guideline, the only way back to the door she entered through. This space is a cathedral of the mind, a monument to science. Her flawed human body vibrates with the deprivation of its senses, unable to perceive the immensity around her, and after 20 minutes, a red light beside the single door will switch on, to remind her to turn back. Without the light, some people never come out. Left to their own devices, it's entirely possible that they'd sit here until they starved. Thomson has never felt at risk of losing herself. Her thoughts remain coherent. The panic never comes for her, nor the dissolution, only a quiet, invigorating hum. Here, away from emails and funding requests and board meetings, in the heart of her research, she knows exactly who she is. There's data flowing through the chamber, invisible and constant. Test messages sent across the city, traveling along a network of chambers just like this one. Cut out all the noise, and the message comes through, fast and crisp and clear. Stronger than any cell signal, faster than any satellite, bouncing between technological mirrors that can only exist here, in the deep quiet. If it works, she's going to revolutionize the world. She's going to be lauded as the really genius that she is. And it does work. Just a little longer to prove out all the particulars. A few more months, maybe a year or two, and her name will enter history. Dr. Thomson Rivers, bringer of a new age. The air shifts, wobbling in her ears, her lungs. The change startles her. She turns and sees a sliver of light grow and expand. Not the callback light, but the glow of the entryway silhouetting a figure. The dome swallows all sound, even her footsteps as she retreats back toward the rest of the lab. Yvette Olson, one of her researchers, isn't looking at her, her attention fixed on the tablet she's holding. Her expression is grim. The door to the chamber shuts behind them. "Well?" Thomson asks, eyes adjusting once more to the light. "There's been an incident at the boundary," Yvette says. "We officially have a problem. A few more months, maybe a year or two, and her name will enter history. Unless everything falls apart first." The city is sinking. Thomson's voice rolls out across the conference room. She is pristine, her scarlet curls perfectly defined and gleaming down her back, her dress precisely tailored, her makeup impeccable. Her audience, made up of most of Marika Dynamics C-suite executives and many of the other R&D section heads, watches her carefully, rigid in their seats. Murmurs ripple through the room, but they're soft, respectful and cautious. She taps the clicker in her hand. Behind her, the dark screen comes to life, showing a wireframe model of the city. It stretches well above ground in the downtown core and plunges below the surface in a warren path of subway tunnels. Another tap. The map lights up at 3 different points along the tunnels. The first reports came from 3 different engineering teams monitoring the subway expansion project. Survey equipment at each site began showing a regular, consistent decrease in altitude. After ruling out sampling errors, mechanical defects, and algorithmic GPS drift, we went hunting. The altitude drops are minor, and there have been no fissures in the earth, no delays to the construction work underway. But while the subway project isn't officially hers, her research is the reason Marika Dynamics bought and privatized the crumbling network of infrastructure below the city. It's her the engineers come to because anything that impacts the subways impacts her. It's a lot easier to build unsanctioned labs that far down with a plausible reason to have teams working on subterranean maintenance and the desperate thankfulness of the city's government helping them not look too closely. So, if there's going to be a problem, she needs to be seen dealing with it. It's the only way she can ensure her research continues in the meantime. On the screen, the unremarkable green lines sketching out the city turn to orange in a jagged ring, tracing the rough outline of the consolidated metropolitan area. The image shifts down, but at this scale, it's not so much visible as subconsciously unsettling. By taking measurements at sites across the city, we have been able to determine that the subsidence is happening in nearly every neighborhood of San Sirocco. Not the suburbs, though. On a whim, they'd checked population density maps, and that had almost fit the pattern. But after months of looking, they've found no direct mathematical correlation with the boundary, nor any other explanation for the sudden stop. It's almost as if the subsidence simply ends beyond what Thomson thinks of as San Sirocco proper, ignoring every objectively measurable variable. Confirmation bias, she's sure. The geological traits the sites have in common are superficial at best, with nothing directly putting them at risk of subsidence. Only a handful are connected to the subway system. And over the last 2 months of observation, all have subsided at a rate of 27 millimeters per month, consistently. That gets a reaction. Several different low conversations spring up across the darkened room. At the far end of the conference table, MX Woodfield, dressed in her usual sharp black suit, watches Thomson. Not the screen behind her, not the burgeoning tumult around them both. The muscles between Thomson's shoulders tighten. There's going to be an unavoidable discussion after this about her withholding of this information. For all the freedom she's been granted working for Marika, there are limits. She's crossed one. Thomson does not wait out the chatter. If she tried, she might be standing there for hours. Instead, she lifts one pale hand, advances the presentation once more. She makes herself relax and ignore Woodfield. The wireframe begins to sink again, this time noticeably. Everybody in the room falls silent, staring. I don't think I have to tell you that this degree of subsidence is unprecedented. Its consistency across such a wide area is deeply concerning, and its independence from the ongoing construction efforts. Our best theory is that it's some formerly undiscovered geological process with no currently suspected cause, perhaps a microplate subduction event. Their best theory is also highly unlikely, and everybody in this room knows why it's a closed-door meeting. They have to rule out Marika Dynamics' involvement first, before anybody else can start asking questions. Basic damage control, the same instinct that made her start investigating after the first unsettling reports. Luckily, the precise nature of her team's experiments in the deep labs is strictly confidential.
Nobody in this room, aside from MX Woodfield, has any real reason to ask if the labs might be connected. Their physical construction was completed almost a year ago, well ahead of these issues, and their exact locations are proprietary. And they aren't connected. Probably. She pushes the thought aside, as she has repeatedly over the last several weeks. Red, blinking indicators come to life along the grid.
First 1, then 10, and then an eruption, elegant and terrible. Regardless of its origin, unless steps are taken to anticipate and mitigate its effects, we have to assume that we'll be seeing disruptions in everything from fiber optic and water lines to road integrity within the next 6 months. In fact, as of this morning, we have our first confirmed incident. This time, the response is an explosion. Voices no longer kept low. Tamsin glances at Max, Woodfield, then to Mr. Klein, the head of Marika Dynamics' Public Relations Department. Their reactions are going to influence whatever she does next most directly. Woodfield is, as usual, inscrutable. Klein is less so. His face has gone blotchy beneath his fashionable beard, and his hands grip his pen tightly. They must itch for his phone, but those were all collected at the door. There aren't any mentions of the subsidence on social media yet. She had her team check. And the last thing they need is for any inkling of this to leak before they have a plan. We've verified reports of a water main break in the Sunnyside neighborhood, at the edge of the subsidence zone, she says over the din. There's no visible sinkhole at this time, but we are confident the crack in the pipe was caused by strain due to the phenomenon. Now, that section of the water and sewage system is in a very poor state of repair. We don't think it's likely that there will be a repeat in the immediate future. But it's coming. Evelyn Herrera, the head of legal, sits forward, face grim. Who exactly is working on this? My team is intending to stay the course for as long as we're of help, given our access to subterranean facilities. However, we are not geologists. People quiet down. Marika Dynamics doesn't have any geologists. We will need additional capacity to both gather data and liaison with whatever experts we decide to pull in. Legal looks unhappy. Public relations looks apoplectic. Do we know if anything like this is happening elsewhere? Klein demands. Is San Francisco seeing the same sinking? Unknown at this time. We haven't reached out for obvious reasons. That earns a satisfied nod from legal. Tamsin knows how to keep containment. Nothing discussed here can leave this room, she says. Not without authorization and clearance from Miss Herrera's office. If you think your teams can help or you have questions, contact her or me. It's a power move and not a subtle one, but it's also reasonable. That buys her some leeway, even if Herrera shoots her a warning look for deputizing her without prior discussion. Tamsin ignores it. I want to see the raw data, one of the other RD heads says. Will that be made available? Of course, Tamsin says. The discussion devolves into further logistics after that, with everybody jockeying for position, feeling out just how screwed they are. Nobody looks more interested or excited than anyone else, which means nobody's going to play the hero in an attempt to get publication credit on their newly discovered disaster. This is what she likes about the private sector. People here focus on what needs to get done. They're cutthroat in a different way. 10 minutes before the scheduled end of the meeting, Max Woodfield stands, smooths out the line of her suit, and steps out of the room, gloved hand at one ear. No doubt reporting in to Mr. Thomas, Marika Dynamics' owner and Tamsin's official manager.
He doesn't do much managing, but he uses Woodfield as his eyes and ears. He's the reason she was hired, the reason she's been able to pursue her research as far as she has. He's the one who will ultimately decide if she can continue or not. His opinion is the only one that matters. She wishes he'd been here in person. She wishes she knew what Woodfield was telling him. Her chest buzzes with unresolved nerves. She boxes them up and tucks them away, focusing on the discussion instead. Finally, the only other person left in the room is her assistant, Kara Vigneault. Tamsin takes a seat at the conference table, shifting aside barely touched mugs of coffee. "That went well," Kara says. "As well as it could have," Tamsin concedes. She swallows the aspirin dry and watches the soft drift of color as the tea leaves give up their caffeine. "Klein's going to have a field day figuring out how to sell this to the city," Kara says, flipping the thermos once the tea has steeped enough. Off comes the top compartment with the spent leaves. What should I do when he comes asking for more details on the project? Assure him it's not related and still confidential. She's more worried about legal on that front, but they won't approach her directly. Woodfield's oversight ensures that, one of the many benefits of their arrangement. And offer me up as a public face if he needs it. It's not her first choice. She doesn't want to be on nightly news shows for anything but her communications technology. But out of the people on her team, she's highest ranked and best suited to walking the tightrope necessary to protect herself, and therefore Myrika Dynamics, from any scrutiny. She has the attractive face, the facility with lying, the ability to be political. At the very least, say I'll come to any meetings with the city. If they're lucky, if Klein is good, and he is, the city will be desperate for their help, the way they were desperate for Myrika Dynamics to buy the subway system from them and renovate it for the public good. But there's always the chance that, as a private company, Myrika will be shut out. But then again, if they get territorial, they'll never get their gosh together long enough to figure out what's actually going on. Leave it to San Sirocco to get so scared they hamstring themselves. Kara is typing on her tablet. Tamsin watches her for a moment, unscrewing the thermos and taking a sip of the tea. It goes down sour and too hot. By the time Kara looks up again, Tamsin has pushed it aside. She nods at the darkening sky. "Go home. I'll text you if I need anything. Nothing left here." 30 seconds later, Tamsin is blessedly alone. She lets her head fall against the leather seat back. Another few minutes, and then the elevators will be empty, and she can head home without smoothing any more ruffled feathers. Take out that box with her worries about Mr. Thomas and Woodfield once she's gotten herself a drink. Looking sidelong at her phone, she swipes over to her car service app. A text alert drops from the top of her screen. From Lachlan Woodfield, Perigee. 2 drinks. She was wrong. It's going to be a long night. Perigee is a slick little speakeasy tucked deep in the business district, a few miles from Myrika Dynamics campus. At this time of night, traffic is heavy, and walking might have been faster, but Tamsin takes advantage of the delay to apply fresh lipstick and gently tease her hair into something more appropriate for the venue. Appearances are important after all. A summons from Lachlan Woodfield holds as much weight as a court order, with much swifter censure if she takes it in contempt. She is not precisely a dog on a leash, but obedience is still her best option. A show of humility, followed by acting as she always does, like she deserves to be here, like she knows the rules. Her lips are curling ever so faintly, a predator's smile, as she passes into the air-conditioned cool of an 80-story high-rise. There are no signs, but Tamsin makes her way unerringly to the bank of elevators. She presses the button farthest to the left, which calls only one car. That car feeds all of the businesses in the tower, but it also is the only one that goes down. As the car begins its descent 5 flights into the earth, she reflects on the very real possibility that this office building will soon be having some startling foundation problems. Anybody else might have been too frightened to step in the car in the wake of that evening's announcements, but she knows there's time.
Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Her own labs aren't showing any stress yet, and they're nestled far deeper underground than this little gem. It's the sewer systems that are going to feel the pinch next, according to the projections, and that's still a few weeks off. The elevator comes to a stop. The bar is more Tamsin style than Laughlin's, and more Mr. Thomas than either. Deep teal wallpaper and gilded fixtures, a hammered copper bar, and a surfeit of glass and mood lighting. There's a brief moment where Tamsin half expects to see the CEO in the flesh, but when she spots Laughlin, she's alone. On balance, it's probably better that way. Laughlin Woodfield is a tall, broad woman with either a taste or a dress code requirement for tailored black suits and shiny leather brogues, which set off her dark, slicked-back hair and her gold-kissed skin to great effect. She's sitting in their usual booth, small and private, and she's still got her gloves on as she idly turns her rocks glass. Condensation beads on her leather-clad fingers. Her eyes have been on Tamsin since the elevator opened, as always. 2 drinks does not mean that Laughlin desires her company, of course, of Goethe. It means Tamsin has earned a dressing down for bypassing Laughlin and Mr. Thomas, springing the problem on them at the same time as everybody else. Whatever Mr. Thomas's opinion on the matter, his feedback is going to be more involved than, "Here's your funding, enjoy." She steels herself. 2 drinks, and whatever it is, will be over. The bar seating is full, as are most of the tables. Tamsin makes her way to their booth, not staring back at Laughlin, but not looking away either. This is always the most awkward part. It's a long walk. And then she's there, slipping into her seat and setting her purse off to one side of the table. "Miss Woodfield," Tamsin says, and the greeting loosens her limbs with an imagined hydraulic hiss. Their game is now once more in the active phase, and she knows how to play. They've worked together now for 8 years. At times, they go months between meetings. It depends on Tamsin's current mandate from Mr. Thomas, her general willingness to play by the rules set out for her, and likely the demands of whomever else Laughlin's been assigned to manage. Tamsin has never been able to figure out who those people might be. "Dr. Rivers," Laughlin replies, reaching across to take Tamsin's purse and set it in the curve of the bench seat between them both. It's courteous on the surface, but it's really a reminder of how easily Laughlin can cross her boundaries and how little Tamsin can do about it. Management is the best term she can think of for what Laughlin does, but it's management in the sense of a sheepdog to its flock, not business administration. Laughlin is, above all else, somebody who fixes problems by any means necessary. Tamsin is at risk, always, of becoming that problem. She has a great deal of freedom, a great deal of funding, and a great deal of access to proprietary corporate data. The job plays to her strengths. Back in her academic days, she bypassed the softer sciences to avoid having to comport or edit herself for internal ethical review boards. Not all of what she's asked to do, or wants to do, is strictly advisable or legal. And that means that, for all that she's a jewel in the crown of Minaric's research department, she's also a liability, and she's ambitious. The risk of her straying to a competitor or spilling secrets for a profit is high. Among other things, Laughlin is in her life to make sure she doesn't. It's a fair arrangement. "And what have you ordered me?" Tamsin asks, crossing her legs, the tip of her shoe very close to Laughlin's knee. They don't.
This is as much a power play as dragging Herrera into a gatekeeping role in the new emergency project. But Laughlin's answer will also say a great deal about the mood Mr. Thomas is in. "A Negroni," Laughlin says, leaning back against the booth, one arm along the top of the cushion. It's not the most aggressive maneuver. It's a drink Laughlin knows Tamsin likes, something Tamsin has ordered for herself in the past. But it is one that lends itself to slow sipping. A shorter leash to keep Tamsin's attention. "I apologize for what must have seemed like an end run around proper protocol," Tamsin says. "The room is designed to dampen sound, but it's still polite to keep things vague." She drops her gaze to the table for no more than a breath. "But in this case, I wanted to start the conversation with a path to a solution instead of an ambiguous problem." Laughlin takes a sip of her drink. "You certainly have everybody's attention. I'll be sending over a report of what we know to you in the morning. It will be a very different report than the one she's making available to the team," and Laughlin inclines her head in understanding. The waiter drops off Tamsin's drink along with a variety dish of olives. Tamsin considers but doesn't order the fig appetizer. She doesn't remember the last time she ate, but she doesn't want to encourage interruptions either. Besides, she likes olives. She eats 3. When they're alone again, Laughlin says, "We're concerned that by creating a larger investigatory body for the problem, we may run into containment issues. Either we expand the scope, or somebody else does it for us," Tamsin says. "This way, we guide the discussion. On the off chance there's a connection, we're already there on the ground." "Does that mean you haven't ruled out some causative link with your labs?" Laughlin's voice goes a degree colder. It's not an intimidation tactic as much as it is analytical. It still makes Tamsin uneasy. The report is going to cover this exact issue, and yet she still feels pointedly exposed, being asked directly. Tamsin eats another olive, then sits back and cradles her drink. "You can't prove a negative, Miss Woodfield." Laughlin taps 2 fingers against the table, then knocks back a good third of her drink. She sucks her teeth after, as if searching for patience in her enamel. "Please, Dr. Rivers," she says at last, "this is not a time to be your iconoclastic self. I need straight answers, as you get them, not a miraculous presentation once you have all the grit cleaned away." Tamsin glances to one of the windows made of a thick, transparent material that isn't entirely glass and can withstand the crush of earth against the walls. Recessed lights illuminate the dirt and rock beyond. "And you'll get them, in the report tomorrow, properly encrypted. Trust me that I'm doing the necessary work." A click as Laughlin sets down her glass. "I want to hear you say it." And that's new. That's galling. Tamsin bites back a snarl and takes a too large gulp of her own cocktail, then sets it on the table between them so hard it nearly cracks the glass. Calm. Focus. Laughlin is not the enemy. She isn't a friend either, but they ultimately need one another. In another life, they might even have wanted one another. The onset of the issue postdates the beginning of our experiments by a wide margin, she says quietly. All the drilling finished up a year ago. All the construction was completed 4 months after. For 8 months, they've been testing and calibrating and trying to work out exactly how the new technology functions and what else it can do. But the first few millimeters of loss were only measured 2.5 months ago. However, preliminary analysis does show a correlation between the beginning of our active testing cycles and the likely start of the subsidence. It's not a direct one-to-one, but it's statistically significant. She lets that hang in the air between them, sipping languidly at her Negroni once more. The lack of discernible underlying geologic process is concerning, but we also have no theories as to how data transfer might account for any of what we're seeing. While the timing overlaps, the locations don't, and there's no known mechanism. Her handler is entirely focused on her, making her feel trapped by the booth at her back.
It isn't easy to admit to fault, even knowing this is the safest person she can tell. There's a good chance we won't need to disclose the existence of the labs, Tamsin says. I would like to formally request that we continue to run our experiments. We're getting very close to the next phase of testing, and there is still a real possibility that the relationship we're seeing emerge is not causative. We may even be able to better monitor the problem from our vantage point. Lachlan's expression is grim as she spears an olive on a toothpick, pale wood contrasting sharply against her gloves. You have provisional permission to continue, on the condition that you report in on a regular basis. Full transparency, Dr. Rivers. Of course, that has always been the deal. Mr. Thomas receives an accurate accounting of her work, no matter the circumstances, and she doesn't have to scrounge for grant money. It's a fair enough trade, and he has yet to hold any failures or missteps against her. You'll be given every resource necessary. You will be given a leadership role in determining Marika Dynamics' response, as public or private as you'd prefer it to be. Inside, Tamsin thrills at that. Outside, she quirks one manicured brow. Surprising. The subway line's breaking will cost a lot of money, Dr. Rivers, and a lot of goodwill goes unspoken. Marika bought the crumbling money pit of San Sirocco's public transit system to allow Tamsin to do her research, but in doing so, they also positioned themselves as a company dedicated to the public good. If anybody connects Marika's actions to any of the impending disaster, it's not just Tamsin who will go down for it. They're going to walk this really tightrope together. Anything else? Tamsin asks, finishing her drink. One down. Lachlan mirrors her, then meets her gaze placidly. She gestures for the waiter. He arrives quickly. I'll have another old-fashioned, Lachlan says. For her second drink, she's being given a choice. It's a small concession, a show of approval, if not trust. Classic daiquiri, she says. Simple, comforting, entirely the opposite of Lachlan's choice, and quickly drinkable. The waiter leaves. If the two projects begin to conflict, Lachlan says, you are to immediately prioritize the subsidence. How crucial are the underground labs to the actual functioning of the project, beyond the research, day to day? Essential, Tamsin replies. The communications protocol requires the shielding provided by the node depth. It can't be replicated above ground now that you've had 8 months to test. We can't build something to spec? No. The labs take advantage of the quiet of the deep earth, the lack of particle interference, the vast and empty dense space. It goes beyond the shielding possible with feet of concrete, and it's the only way to have messages mirror instantaneously between rooms miles and miles apart, bypassing the limitations of satellites and fiber optic cables and cell towers. She refuses to give up on it, not when the invention of that technology will immortalize her name. Then you need to prepare an exit strategy, Lachlan says. The moment there is any indication that causation is likely, the whole project ends. Her chest tightens. Max, Woodfield, non-negotiable. She has the gall to look apologetic. Tamsin feels sick. Her daiquiri arrives. Is there anything else I need to know? Lachlan prompts when she doesn't reach for it. Tamsin doesn't flinch. She takes her glass, sips, sets it aside. No, she lies. You said I'll have the resources I need to cover all angles on this? Of course. Approval to work off-site? Lachlan's brows rise. Depends. How far off-site? Just from home, away from office politics, as needed. It's not her usual mode. She prefers to have an iron grip on her personnel as well as her experiments. But it's a reasonable request. Lachlan would need to have a very good reason to deny her. If you want my full attention, that's the best way to get it. A few days a week where I can focus on the data only. Consider it done. The nausea hasn't let up, but it gentles now. She can do this. She will do this. I'll figure out the causative factors. We're far from running out of options. She smiles and holds out her coupe, clinks it gently against Lachlan's glass.
I promise. Lachlan's knee shifts and brushes the spike of Tamsin's heel. Good. Tamsin leaves Perigee half an hour later and calls a ride home. The town car winds through San Sirocco. Traffic pulses around it in a steady flow, then trickles out block by block, turn by turn. The night is dark through the tinted windows, but she drinks in every detail just for the stimulation, the distraction. She can still hear Lachlan's voice echoing in the back of her skull, a counterpoint to the headache that's making its way back. Is there anything else I need to know? Lying to Lachlan is dangerous, and Tamsin doesn't enjoy doing it. She's a confident liar, but she has no real sense of the scope of Lachlan's oversight of her, and every lie is a gamble at a high-stakes table. It's easier to be honest, and in return, Lachlan has never punished her for that honesty. But sometimes, lying is necessary. The car begins to slow, then pulls to a smooth stop outside of Tamsin's house. She exits the car without a word to the driver, heels clicking on the manicured path, through the professionally landscaped garden, up to the smooth white facade of her house. She taps out the lock code on the front door, resisting the urge to look over her shoulder. It's entirely possible that Lachlan has a tracker on her phone. It's impossible for her to have access to Tamsin's home security system. Her cat, Penrose, is waiting for her just inside the door. He rubs up against her shins, oblivious to her anxiety. She exchanges her heels for house shoes, letting the routine of the night get beneath her skin and start to unwind the knots there. Organic raw food goes down on the floor for Penrose, and she dumps a pre-portioned cup of fruit and vegetables into the blender with probiotic yogurt and churns up her own dinner. 5 minutes to make, 5 minutes to swallow down. Pre-batched smoothies and meal kits and soy-based meal replacements are the lifeblood of the tech industry, convenient and delivered on subscription plan, and it all comes with a nice discount thanks to working for Marika. The strain from the day starts to fall off of her as it settles in her belly. She's home, away from the lab, the boardroom, Lachlan. How strange to yearn to be here so much, when for so long it's only been a place to sleep, a monument to her life's success that she hardly utilizes. And now she's bought herself an excuse to stay here a few days a week, unobserved, freely granted. Some of that time will have to be given over to the Subsidence project, of course. She'll have to put in the hours, emails, virtual meetings, and reports. But that will still leave her at least all of her commute time, and likely a few more hours besides, that she can carefully carve out. Her blood fizzes with the thought, popping, tugging at her veins, like the iron in it is calling to a magnet, urging her into the hallway. Because while the city is sinking, Tamsin's basement is sinking faster. Where every other site in San Sirocco measures a 3 mm per week decrease, the instruments Tamsin has set up in her own home indicate 3 centimeters. Just like all the other sites spread across the city, the rate of subsidence is even, and the area it affects seemingly precisely limited. Tamsin's basement is sinking, but not in a way that impacts the structural integrity of her home. It might be fairer to say that the walls of her basement are stretching, their measurements shifting, but their structure remaining consistent. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. She has not logged any of her research with her team. She keeps her observations on the encrypted partition of her personal computer.
Until she knows the cause, until she knows what makes her house so different, she doesn't want anybody else to know that her basement is now 15 centimeters deeper than it used to be. If anybody else ever learns of it, they might draw connections, start to wonder if maybe Tamsin is tied not just to the solution, but the cause. If Lachlan finds out, Tamsin's research will be shut down immediately. She'll be judged unfit to continue it. That cannot happen. She's installed 2 locks on her basement door. One is electronic, like the one on the front door, though it's disconnected from the house network, instead linked to a firewalled setup originating within the basement proper. The second is purely mechanical. Neither is easy to crack, and just one should have been enough to quell her nerves, but better to be thorough. Tamsin slips through the door and locks it behind her. The stairs are steeper than they once were, each tread now just a hair under a centimeter farther apart, and she takes them carefully. The brain doesn't do well with subtle changes. She'd tripped and nearly fallen last week, anticipating a step where one wasn't quite present anymore. The stairs have no banister, a concession to modern architectural style. If she adds a railing herself, will that distort too? Or is whatever is happening here limited to the architecture that existed at the start? An experiment for another day, perhaps. The basement lights used to be warm and soft, but 2 days after she first noticed the shift, when she became certain that her observations weren't just the result of an overstimulated, exhausted mind primed to see subsidence in everything, she switched them out to 5,000 lumen bulbs and added several standing lamps. There are no shadows left now, save for beneath the workstation she set up along the right-hand wall. Everything is laid bare as she documents. The measurements she takes along the stairs and each wall confirm the steady progression has continued in her absence. The floor remains level. There are no cracks, no fissures, no points of stress. This morning, her basement ended 2.585 meters below ground. Now it is 2.587. She photographs everything, all her markers and test points along the walls, and checks her instrumentation. The experiments her lab is carrying out at the subway sites are replicated here in miniature, to the extent she's been able to filch the equipment without anybody noticing. An older model seismograph shows no changes. Air composition tests show the same atmosphere, no trace of any perception-altering chemicals or off-gassing from stressed building materials. Her signal tests show no bleed-through from the node labs across the city. By the time she's done, it's after midnight. The light has not changed. She knows, distantly, that she's tired, but she lingers anyway. She looks at the white walls with their careful markers, at the stairs that will eventually grow difficult to climb, at the utilitarian furniture. Tamsin has never had strong feelings about her house before. All that's mattered is its privacy, its adherence to certain standards of quality and aesthetic pleasure, its ability to impress her few visitors, and to allow her to rest and recharge between stints in the lab. The basement itself went unused, useless. Now it's the most important thing in her life, outstripping even the deep darkness of the node labs. It's the greatest question of her career. If she can't unravel the cause of the subsidence, if she can't find a way to stop it, she's going to lose everything. She doesn't take advantage of the work-from-home allowance immediately. There's some additional setup to do on the tech side, for one thing, and for another, it looks better if there's no abrupt transition right after her bombshell announcement. Legal pulls her into a meeting first thing the next morning, and between them and PR, she barely has time to check her emails, let alone make the progress Lachlan is after. Still, she gets the confidential analysis off to Mr. Thomas and tries not to get nervy and irritable when she has to stay late that day and the next, putting out fires. On the third day, she bypasses the office and goes straight to one of the node labs. She hires a ride to a nondescript office building 2 miles north of the city center. She doesn't use the standard rideshare services, instead paying extra to ensure she always receives a higher class of car, of discretion, of service. The driver of this car opens the door for her, and she steps out, shouldering her purse, and turns left. She takes the nearby stairs down below the street. The subway stop is freshly renovated and in active use, recently reopened to the public. When the train pulls in, precisely on time, its brakes no longer screech and squeal. Passengers cross a clean and comfortable platform to board the climate-controlled car. The train pulls away again.
much better than a couple years ago. Then, the only passengers had been those who had no other choice, and the trains ran on a consistently inconsistent delay. Half the lines had been down at any given time. The whole system was a mess. Marika Dynamics' influence is undeniable. Yvette meets her at the unmarked maintenance door with a lab coat and hard hat ready. Tamsin gears up, then boards the cart waiting for them. The third node lab is nearly a mile straight down. The drive will take a little north of 15 minutes. 2 minutes in, her phone loses signal. There's no visible change to the passages, even though she knows that they've descended, in total, roughly 1,000 feet. Where her stairs are undeniably steep now, this incline feels just like she remembers it. "Does it bother you?" she asks at minute 5, somewhat to her own surprise. Yvette seems similarly startled. They accelerate just a little more, until she eases her foot back to where it was on the pedal. "Does what bother me?" "Being underground," Tamsin says. Yvette's hands shift on the wheel. "There are no signs of structural instability," she says. "That's not what I asked." She shouldn't have asked anything. Why did she ask? It doesn't bother her, even though it should. Maybe that's it. Maybe she's trying to recalibrate her own perceptions, remind herself of what a normal person would feel right now. Would feel walking into their basement to find it distorting, not knowing what the long-term impact will be. "I don't know," Yvette says, after a long, uncomfortable silence. She darts a wary glance at Tamsin. "I used to mind when we first started down here. Now it's the same as working on a basement floor, just with a longer commute. It's so familiar that it's hard to remember what's happening sometimes. I can't see it, you know?" Tamsin thinks of her basement, of the expanding steps, of nearly falling. She can't see it happening either, but she can feel it. "When I'm looking at the numbers, though, yeah, sometimes it bothers me." The lab consists of 2 main spaces. There is, of course, the node chamber itself. Its scale is hard to comprehend. Even when it was being built, it was only ever visible from the inside, and there was nothing to compare it to but itself. Now, with no construction lighting and added acoustic dampening, it could be the size of a closet or of an aircraft hangar. The rest of the lab, a much smaller proportion, is a series of workrooms, simple boxes filled with desks and computers, the latter hooked up to fiber optic shielded internet specially run down this deep during construction. The walls are studded with fake windows, glowing rectangles of daylight equivalent light, all soft focus as if seen through gauzy curtains. Nothing points to how deep they are. There are no portholes out into the sedimentary layers like at Perigo. There aren't many other amenities. Food is tightly controlled down here. The HVAC system can only handle so much, and pungent odors have a tendency to linger. The only exception to that is coffee, but Tamsin has brought her own.
Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. She takes her thermos into the conference room, where the lab staff are waiting for her, along with several other team members appearing by video chat. All conversation stops when she enters. Maybe half of the people there look right at her, the rest all finding something more interesting in their notes. "Right," she says, taking her seat. "Let's get started then." Yvette clears her throat. "Phase 2 is almost complete," she says. "Preliminary data analysis shows everything is in line with our last round of projections. We should be ready to move on to Phase 3 by the beginning of next month, barring anything unexpected." A pointed silence follows on that. Anything unexpected now ranges from computer crashes to city-wide disaster, or project cancellation. Nobody here knows what Lachlan told her the other day, but it's not hard to guess that their work is currently in the crosshairs. And Phase 3 is an escalation, a graduation from sending basic text chains to transmitting larger data packages. Images this time, at medium resolution. It feels riskier, like baiting a bear. Superstitious anxiety makes her want to slow this down, stall out Phase 3 until they have the subsidence sorted. But she can think of no mechanism that would make a few extra megabytes of data traveling through the Earth cause the subsidence to accelerate. If anything, it's binary. Either they transmit or they don't. Either the city keeps sinking or it stops. Has there been any change to our guidance? Asks one of the newer additions to the team. Do they want us to hit pause? No, Tamsin says. We are to continue on with our primary research in addition to the subsidence investigation. Rustling papers, shifting bodies. We're going to be pulling more hours for the foreseeable future, she confirms, but Marika Dynamics is pleased with our progress and with our attentiveness to the emerging issues. Speaking of, what are our latest measurements showing? The next 15 minutes are full of predictable updates. Depths are still falling across the city. Soil is stable. No signs of any changes outside of the city limits, and no actual damage to any parts of the subway system. Still no changes in the rate of descent, Satya Chowdhury, leader of the second Node Lab team, summarizes. And we've confirmed the chambers are still sinking as well. Confirmations roll out from the representatives of the other Node Labs on the video link. So, if there's an origin point, it's still lower than the nodes, Tamsin says. Or the surface is the origin point, Yvette says. Things descending from the surface instead of something below us giving way and causing a gap. Silence falls over the table at that. They all know it's impossible for something to sink when nothing below it is disappearing or compressing. Geology does not work that way. Physics does not work that way. Tamsin thinks about how only her basement has distorted. The ground floor of her house is as it always has been. She has proof of the impossible right below where she sleeps. Of course, there's a glaring hole in their methodology. Their measurements still reference depth only. Tamsin taps a few notes on her tablet, then looks up at the screen. Dr. Torrance, do you have anything to add from your recent testing? Isaac Torrance works in her central lab, on projects only partially connected to the node network. He's young, only 2 years out of his PhD, with clean-cut good looks and a confident speaking voice. He looks up to her like a mentor, eager to grab onto her coattails and ride them to fame and glory. The problem is he's clumsy about it, and his fingers are liable to leave stains. It was easy enough to suggest a new avenue of investigation to him, in order to plug the gap without raising any questions about where Tamsin had gotten the idea from. It also serves as a validation tool, a test of how important what's happening in her basement is to the rest of the mystery. We've moved a few crystalline growth matrices into some of the node labs and 2 RD labs that happen to be underground. Our hope was to identify microtremors based on growth disruption. We haven't seen any indication of seismic activity, but they are showing a distortion. This is it. Tamsin sits forward before she can stop herself. Please be more specific, Dr. Torrance. He looks uncomfortable in the face of Tamsin's pronounced curiosity. This is highly preliminary, he says. We only have 1 week of data. There could still be measurement errors. Dr. Torrance. Compared to surface and above control groups, the matrices are stretching, Dr. Rivers, like taffy, but with no discernible structural defects. They're simply measuring longer than they did previously. Just like her basement. Tamsin's exhale is tremulous. The link remains, growing more undeniable by the day. But now that the information is in the team's hands, they can start looking for a solution. Thank you, Dr. Torrance, she says. Please keep us apprised of any further developments. In the meantime, I want us to set up rapid sampling length measurements on various substrates in the node labs.
We'll want multiple reference points at each location in order to look for any signs of variation. Stretching makes no sense, says Dr. Chaudhary, particularly not without stability impacts. Are we certain? It's worth measuring, Tamsin says, interrupting her smoothly. But given its unprecedented nature, I do want this data and this testing initiative kept under lock and key. That way, if it proves to be an error, we don't end up with pie on our face. She offers up a smile, reassurance to a group growing even more anxious. Is there anything else? The meeting lasts another 10 minutes, more because of reluctance to go back into a world that seems newly incomprehensible than for any substantive reason. As they close out, she asks Dr. Torrance to remain a few minutes longer. Yvette casts her a curious look as she files out with the rest. When the door is firmly shut, Tamsin gets up and approaches where the camera stares down at her with an unobtrusive, unblinking eye. I'd like you to be at the meeting with the city on Thursday, she says. Dr. Torrance flushes. I appreciate your vote of confidence, Dr. Rivers. Your involvement will be beneficial to your career, she says. It will position you as part of the rising tide of researchers within Marika Dynamics. You have a strong handle on what we do know so far, and novel ideas of how to test what we're witnessing. That's what the city leadership needs to see right now. Her voice has grown warm and a little conspiratorial. She can see in real time the effect of her flattery. Torrance glances over his shoulder as if to make sure he's alone, then ducks his head with a small, pleased smile. It's almost irritating. It's certainly a sign of poor character that he's swallowing all of this so readily. You'll present the details of what we know already. You'll be the representative of the work we're doing. But, he says, smile sagging, without the growth matrix data, I don't have anything to present that's my own work, and as you pointed out, we can't share that yet. Which is why you're going to lie. Silence. You're going to tell them about the growth matrices. But instead of referring to stretching, I recommend you go with your initial seismic disruption hypothesis. Microtremors are much more palatable than impossible distortions. And, she says, because Torrance has his mouth open as if to speak instead of gawp, if we can get this problem contained and fixed promptly, the exact mechanism isn't going to matter to the people in charge. Do you understand me? It's petty, but Tamsin has learned over the years that pettiness is sometimes clever. Dr. Torrance isn't competition yet, but given another decade, he could be. He looks good in front of a camera. He's smart. He's willing to think outside the box. He's not prone to political maneuvering, but that's something that can be learned. Most importantly, he's ambitious.
He's not like Yvette Olsen or Satya Chaudhary, whose aspirations fit their roles. He's going to get root-bound someday, itching for expansion. He's not going to get it, here or at a competitor. Yes, Dr. Rivers, he says, I understand. Tamsin cuts the connection. After the meeting, Tamsin spends the remainder of her day in the lab. She pores over readouts, oversees the implementation of the new measuring apparatuses, and tries not to think too much about her basement. When she can no longer focus, when the words are swimming before her eyes and she can't write another email, she packs up her things. And then she stops off in the node chamber. They can only get good data when the chamber is entirely empty, but their tests run near continuously. A 20-minute stint of Tamsin visiting the chamber, appropriately flagged, gives them confounded data that can still be played with for side projects. She lets Yvette know she's going in, then makes her way through the series of doors between the habitable space of the lab and the yawning vault of the chamber. By the time she passes through the final door, she feels her breathing more than she hears it. Her fingers close around the guideline as she steps out into the dark, shoeless, flat-footed. It's such a contrast to the brilliant light of her basement, and yet there's some element that feels the same, essential. The isolation, maybe, or the questions that hang on every atomic particle in the air. Give me an answer, she entreats the dark. What are we missing? It's the same question she asks the basement. But where she means it to be desperate, she finds herself asking from the stance of a curious child. I don't understand, she wants to say. I can't see how it all fits together. Data flowing through the dark, mirrors upon mirrors. A room in her house, unremarkable, barely used. Is it happening anywhere else, or is it only her? How can she be the link? Her thoughts drift there, on the black, and she loses track of where her limbs are, of whether her eyes are open or closed. Her heartbeat is loud inside her skull. There must be something she's overlooking, some element of her work, some connection between home and node. Or maybe there's no connection to the node at all. Maybe all her covering her own ass is right. There's no mechanism at all, just bad luck and coincidence. Maybe it's not her fault. A red light turns on, outlining the catwalk and equipment in dim shadows. She startles, gripping the guideline tighter. She's never seen that light come on before, never had to be herded back to the world at large. It's been a long day. She turns back. Her answer will not be found in epiphanies. It will be found in the work that's gotten her this far already. Penrose greets her at the door. Tamsin spares a thought for the masses who seem to think only dogs care about the comings and goings of their owners. But she has always had a cat all her life, and every one of them has known her footsteps. Penrose hates the click of her heels, but is waiting all the same, sprawled across the hardwood as Tamsin steps out of her shoes and sets them aside. The night unfolds like every other night this week. Food, tended to and then forgotten. Some token resistance to going downstairs, an attempt at focusing on emails and alerts. And then, inevitably, she's unlocking the basement door and padding down the steps into the brilliant light. But tonight, something's different. She knows before she's halfway down. The steps are farther apart, but on their usual schedule. The markers on the walls have spread, and there is something different, something out of place. Her heart quickens as she descends the last few steps. Her hands clench into fists, helpless fists, fists that won't do her any good at all, but she needs to hold on to something. Across from her, on the other side of the single basement room that she has measured and inventoried and paced over and over again, is something that wasn't there last night or the night before. Across from her is a door. The door is 36 inches wide by 80 inches tall. It is made of a fine-grain wood painted white, and its hinges and knob look like standard brass. It is surrounded by a frame that is painted to match the trim in her basement. It is exactly like every other door in her house, entirely unremarkable, except for two things. It did not exist 12 hours ago, and it will not open. It's not locked. There's no keyhole, no sliver of mortise in the jamb, and the knob doesn't even have the telltale pinprick of a pop lock on the other side. When Tamsin tries to turn the knob, it moves smoothly, evenly. She can feel the subtle motion of a mechanism when she does it, but the door resolutely does not move, doesn't even waver in its frame. Tamsin doesn't sleep that night. She barely even leaves the basement, certain that each time she does, she'll return and the door will be gone. But it remains, every time, as if it's just a door, as if it's always been there. She documents everything. She photographs, measures, videos her attempts to open the door. She double-checks the stairs, the walls, their sinking has not accelerated.
The door is not emerging as if uncovered by the lowering floor, but stands whole and entire. There's no gap along the bottom, though, no movement of air from whatever is beyond it. Likewise, it sits in its frame exactly. There's no weather stripping, no obvious insulation, just precise manufacturing. Manufacturing? This wasn't made by anybody's hands or machines. She tries to check the seams, curious if the door and frame are actually all one piece, non-functional, only representative of a door, but gets nowhere. The gaps are too tight for any of the tools she has on hand. When she's exhausted every inventory she can think of, she sits down leadenly and simply stares. This is no longer an issue of degree. Her basement isn't just distorting faster than the rest of the city, isn't just flouting the laws of physics at an accelerated rate. A door appearing from nothing is impossible. A door appearing from nothing is inexplicable. There's no way she can slip experimental designs in front of members of her team to test what's happening here. She's not sure what would be worse, this being the only unprecedented door, or more of them starting to appear all over San Sirocco. Tamsin covers her face with her hands, groaning. There's one option and one option only. She needs to shut down the node experiments. It doesn't matter how much that galls her. The pain at losing her future, the undeniable recognition of her genius, the esteem and accolades and money. It's worth next to nothing if the debut of her work comes bundled with this horror seems like too great a word, but what else can she call it? This redefinition of not just a scientific understanding of the world, but the common, direct experience of it. There are careers to be built off of discovering a new seismic process. The same can't be said for triggering some B-movie-style door-based apocalypse. A derisive laugh slides out of her. Even putting it in those terms makes her feel like she's losing her mind. A door out of nowhere? Poor Tamsin Rivers, finally cracking under the pressure of her ambition. It's the simplest answer, really. How does she know she isn't just losing her mind? Put somebody under intense stress, exposed to sensory deprivation and new technologies, even if the door is real, even if all her measurements and records tonight are verifiable, it might just be that she's somehow forgotten the door always existed. She can check that, of course. She's sure she has photos somewhere from the inspection she had done before buying the place. But if she can't trust her own perceptions, if her brain is busy editing and recontextualizing everything she looks at, if the delusion of the appearance of a mysterious door, the harbinger of the fall of her career, is so deeply rooted, she needs outside verification, and she can't ever allow that.
Really, she whispers, then makes herself leave the basement. It's just before dawn, but she pours herself a measure of vodka anyway, curling up on her couch. The cushion is stiff beneath her, almost factory fresh, and she appreciates the rigidity, the inhospitable support. She refuses to even orient her body toward the hallway. The vodka goes down fast and searing, an analgesic against the unfamiliar panic making her heart race. Lachlan needs to know. She can't hide this. She shouldn't have from the beginning. In hindsight, the accelerated sinking of her basement wasn't that damning. It had felt pointed, a direct accusation against her, but that was just paranoid anthropomorphizing of a problem. The worst that could have happened was Lachlan pulling her from the project, shutting it down. She could have come back from that, with time. Now that distance is exactly what she needs. But she also needs an explanation that doesn't have Lachlan packing her up and carting her off. What happens when an asset like Tamsin Rivers, with all the dirt she knows and all the things she's done, is no longer useful? Is unreliable? Is certifiable? She wouldn't be the first person connected to Murica that quietly disappeared, never to be heard from again. That thought turns the burn of the vodka to an icy chill. Lachlan Woodfield is dangerous. It's not just the slick suits and the black gloves. There's something in the way she carries herself, a comfort in her own skin, an alertness. It's not gratuitous. She doesn't sit in on meetings to intimidate. But Tamsin is certain she has some sort of military background. She isn't management. She's there to fix problems. Still, part of the deal is that Tamsin is honest with Lachlan. There are other ways to make problems go away. And the smaller the problem is, the smaller the intervention necessary. She pours herself another drink and drains it just as quickly. Her gaze drops to her phone. When she reaches for it, her hand shakes, but she makes herself unlock it. She stares at the home screen, mouth unaccountably dry. She almost fills her glass a third time, but that would involve looking away, and she's certain that if she does, she won't go through with this. Likewise, if she navigates to her email and sends off a note saying she's working from home today. Lachlan has never seen her basement. Lachlan doesn't know there was never a door. Maybe she can just have her over, show her the documentation of the stretching, apologize for the withholding, but gosh, that won't look good either. Can she get away with saying she's only just noticed? Clean up everything first? Claim she never goes down there and had no idea, that she went down on a whim? The phone screen changes. Incoming call. Lachlan Woodfield. She nearly drops it. It's not even 6 in the morning. How does Lachlan know she's awake? She looks over to the windows, but the curtains are drawn. The lights are out. There's no way Lachlan could know, and no reason to call this early. An emergency? More doors? She doesn't want to answer. Could just claim she slept through it. That's what a normal person would be doing. But maybe Lachlan knows she's an early riser. Maybe not answering will earn more of Lachlan's attention, not less. She clutches her phone tightly, torn, terrified, hating being put in this position. Tamsin hits accept. "Good morning, Miss Woodfield," she says, the vodka burning low in her belly, damning. "Dr. Rivers," Lachlan says. She sounds exactly like she always does. "You're up early." It's impossible for Tamsin to tell if Lachlan is surprised to find her awake or is calling because she's awake. She tries to remind herself that Lachlan has never actually threatened her, isn't threatening her now either. Yet. Still, she lies reflexively. "My cat occasionally has opinions about appropriate working hours." She could have just said, "I've been working through the night." She's done it before, in the lab even. But then Lachlan might ask about what specific work, and Tamsin could say, "I've found something strange," and Lachlan could come over. It's the best option she has, but despite all her arguing with herself, the fact remains. She does not want Lachlan in her house. She can't make herself ask for it. The words scald her throat, and she grits her teeth. "The details for tomorrow's meeting with the city have been finalized," Lachlan says. "Mr. Thomas and Mr. Klein agreed that, for now, our best move is to not include any of our local competitors." "This could have been an email," Tamsin points out, then grimaces. The vodka and the lack of sleep have her tongue loosened. Just not in the right direction. Lachlan doesn't respond. It could have been an email, and the phone call only makes sense if Lachlan knew she was awake. How could she know? "I'd like you to reconsider your refusal to lead the meeting instead of Klein," Lachlan says finally. "You have the training and the confidence." She leaves unspoken, "You've never shied away from the chance to be in the spotlight." And she hasn't, but she knows how to sell it.
"I'd prefer not to be so directly associated with a crisis," Tamsin says simply. "Even in the role of hero, there's too much risk if anything goes the slightest bit wrong. It's more than that, of course. She can't handle getting up in front of that room, knowing that something is wrong with her, specifically. There's no way for anybody else to guess the truth, but it feels like a mark emblazoned on her forehead. The woman with the sinking basement. The woman with a door she can't remember and can't open. It's basic risk mitigation. If she can't get herself to tell Lachlan everything now, this is the least she can do. For her career, for her company. But you'll be in attendance? Of course. And I've asked Isaac Torrance to step in for the technical presentation. There's a soft sound that might be a laugh from the other end of the line. I see. A sacrificial lamb. That's entirely up to him, Tamsin says. She wishes she could smile. She wishes she couldn't feel the liquor stealing into her limbs, catching up with her all at once. Hell do what he needs to. Very well, I'll see you tomorrow then. A pause. Get some sleep, Dr. Rivers. Lachlan hangs up. Tamsin grabs the vodka bottle before she can think better of it and sloshes another, heavier pour into her glass. Tamsin tries to sleep off the vodka, restless and overheated. The sunlight that manages to get through the blinds keeps pulling her awake, hour after hour, until finally, around lunchtime, she gives up. She showers, dresses, and heads downstairs, with every intention of going into the office. First, though, she makes a large mug of coffee and goes over the night morning before, starting with the phone call. Lachlan clearly has some way of knowing her movements, but that could be as simple as knowing how Tamsin usually behaves and extrapolating. It could also be something considerably more sinister, but either way, Lachlan doesn't know about the door. Can't. She wouldn't be as calm as she is if she had any idea of what Tamsin was hiding. Setting that aside, what does Tamsin know? She has a project that appears to be, but still may not be, causing demonstrable, measurable change to the city that may or may not be destructive, but which will eventually become noticeable even to people who aren't looking for the distortions. She has a basement that is undergoing the same changes but faster, despite nothing connecting it to the project but the fact that her name is on the mortgage. And she has a door that appeared through some mechanism either supernatural or delusional. She knows herself. Hallucinating doors out of paranoid guilt doesn't fit her. What she needs is time and more data in order to understand. So why not just delay Phase 3? Just. It's not so hard functionally, but it hurts to type out the emails. Every word is torn from her fingertips. A delay is not abandonment. A delay is not defeat.
But it is acknowledgement that there is no other path forward but to redirect. She can't run everything in parallel. Just a little longer until her breakthrough. Just a little more grinding. She can do this. She ignores the weight of the basement tugging at her feet. After she sends off her decree, there's a whole host of other emails waiting for her that need immediate responses. She tries to set up shop in the upstairs room that was designed to be her home office, but finds it uncomfortable, poorly laid out, more style than substance. When she'd first moved in, she'd had the room decorated instead of just ordering copies of the furniture she uses in her lab, knowing she'd rarely use it. Pointless. Nobody has ever seen it, so why render it unusable? She settles in at the dining room table with her laptop instead and orders delivery for lunch, reviewing the final agenda for the next afternoon's meeting, putting out fires, and then getting sidetracked by the newest results from Torrance's experiments. By the time she registers the alert on her phone saying her meal's been delivered, it's been sitting on her doorstep for the past hour, and it's 3:30. She doesn't have an appetite, but she eats the sandwich anyway, distracted by the numbers she's running through her statistical program. They don't tell her anything new and should be easy to set aside, but they have a hold on her. They're tea leaves, but tea leaves she can have another set of eyes review to make sure what she's seeing and calculating and inferring is all reasonable. Reassurance, of a kind she normally wouldn't need, but now feels is crucial. Her only bulwark against the fear that any of this might all be in her head. At any rate, she can do it as well from home as from the lab, and it's already getting close to the end of the workday. No sense in dragging herself downtown only to come home in a few hours. Penrose, already confused by her morning nap, gets increasingly agitated as the afternoon wears on. He must be used to her absences and feel that his space is invaded. Or maybe it's the opposite, that he's delighted by her company but doesn't know how to handle it. Either way, he races through the dining room on more than one occasion and keeps bumping at her knees. When she gets up to use the bathroom in the hall, he follows, and on her way back to the dining room, he sits down in front of the basement door. She glances at it, then at him. "No," she tells him, nudging him away with her toe. "Not for you." He looks up at her, pupils wide, and refuses to move. She hasn't gone downstairs again, not since she fled in the small hours of the morning. She doesn't want to go back down. She knows last night happened. She checked her call log when she woke up, and Lackland's number was still there, beside 5:32 a.m. But if she doesn't look, she can keep thinking that the door has always been there, and she'd just been loopy from lack of sleep. Or that the door was never there at all, and she'd been half dreaming. Either one of those would be fine, really. There are measurements to collect, though. The way she's shut off the basement from the rest of her home network means she can't pull them without going downstairs. She can't even check her records from the days and weeks behind her, can't verify anything. She pushes Penrose farther from the door, keys in the code, unlocks the mechanical lock, and climbs down into the brilliant light. The door is still there. She does go to sleep at a reasonable time that night. It takes willpower and some Benadryl, but she's in bed by 11, out by midnight. When she wakes up, she bargains with herself over breakfast, a meal replacement shake. The meeting with the city isn't until 2, and traffic is at its worst right now. Yesterday, a shipment of digital survey markers had come in. She can set them up on the basement stair treads to better map their divergence in real time, then head into the office. It's a reasonable step to take, she tells herself, even as she's unlocking the basement door. When she looks at her phone next, it's past 12. There are 2 missed calls and a stack of pending emails. She's gone down the rabbit hole of articles on materials distortion under sonic stress on the off chance it might explain the stretching. The door, which she tried to open again a little bit ago, stands unchanged. She chalks up the missed calls and lack of alerts for her emails to poor cell service, although she couldn't say it's ever been an issue before. But she's never spent this much time in her basement before either. Except she gets Wi-Fi in the basement, and it should have pushed through. Well, she was busy. There isn't time to linger on her unease at the lapse in any case. She shuts down her workstation and abandons the basement, pausing only to lock it tight before hurrying upstairs. There's barely any time to dress. She swaps out her loungewear. Had she really gone down this morning without throwing real clothing on? For a black knit dress and sheer hose, and adds a small astrolabe pendant on a fine gold chain. Glancing in the mirror, all she sees is mess. Her curls are getting a little fuzzy on the margins, obviously in need of a keratin treatment, and she looks unpleasantly tired. Klein will not be happy, but it's nothing makeup can take the edge off. She'll have to do it in the car. She summons the ride service, then puts down an early dinner for Penrose, redolent of pureed chicken liver.
It makes her stomach flip, and she realizes she's forgotten lunch at the same time her phone pings that her car is out front. Really it. She grabs another shake from the fridge, shoving it into her purse. Phone, cosmetics, polished heels, that's everything she needs. Klein will have the rest. Tamsin stops with her hand on the doorknob. Really, she doesn't need to be there. She curses herself for having Kara volunteer her. She's not going to be the face of this, and it's going to be a gosh show. She's not even there to look pretty. She's there because she's territorial and a control freak, but she doesn't need to be. Not on this one. She doesn't need to watch in real time, as everybody gets their first taste of the disaster she's maybe causing. The app pings. She has 5 minutes to get in the car. Her chest buzzes with searing, desperate flies, all seeking to explode out from between her ribs. She needs to go in, at the very least. She can apologize her way out of the meeting, head to the lab instead. Lackland's going to know. Lackland's going to see her missing and is going to have questions. Lackland wanting her there is just a power play. She doesn't have to rise to the occasion. Tamsin stares at her hand, wills it to turn the knob. And then she's out in the early autumn heat, the midday sun warming her face, and she has the door locked and is climbing into the sleek town car. They slide into the pulse of the city, and after a moment, Tamsin can't remember why she hesitated. Tamsin sits near, but not at, the head of the conference table. Lackland is seated by the far end, as usual, and off to the side. Her suit is less severe than usual, and she's kept her hands, gloved as always, clasped in her lap, the better to not draw attention. She almost looks like she belongs. Tamsin is fairly certain that she's the only one in the room who can feel the relentless weight of Lackland's attention on her, the subtle, ongoing evaluation. Or maybe that's only Tamsin worrying. Maybe it's only the common variety of Lackland's observation. The rest of the table is filled by representatives of various city departments, their aides, and one professor from the local university. It's hard to judge who looks most horrified. Klein has been leading the presentation for the last 15 minutes. The room is deathly silent, save for his voice, measured and calm. She's almost relaxed when he reaches the end of his section of the presentation. "Esteemed guests, we have a problem," he says, voice still steady. "And Marika Dynamics is here to help."
Shocked silence follows, and Tamsin wonders if that's better or worse than an eruption of confused outrage. Klein did an admirable job of walking the line between alarmism and confident support, but he made sure to lean on the risks to infrastructure even harder than Tamsin did in her initial presentation. They're all awash in images of sewage line ruptures and gas main leaks. It was a smart choice to leave building collapses off the list. Next on the agenda is Dr. Torrance's orientation of their audience to the so far identified mechanics and proof of the situation. Klein had suggested they wait until their audience asked, but Tamsin recommended he take the lead. She watches Dr. Torrance fuss with his slideshow. Her lips curve. This is definitely worth getting out of the house for. The room doesn't want to know more about the sampling methods at the various measurement sites. Only half the audience is looking at him. The rest are making notes. On paper, Marika's lawyers had insisted on all laptops and cell phones being handed over before anybody entered the room. Again, nobody wants a panic after all. His intro patter is a modified, shortened version of her own on Monday. He's even using the same graphics, something Klein turned down and Tamsin didn't recommend. The green and orange lines are too stark and complex, and when he pages forward to his next slide, the change is jarring. Disruptions in the crystal growth matrices we use in our R&D labs indicate the presence of microtremors, Dr. Torrance is saying. His gaze flicks to the screen, where a figure demonstrates how the discontinuity translates to a more familiar and entirely fictitious seismographic readout. His jaw tenses and he shifts his weight. He is a passable liar, but not a confident one. It's clearly consuming all his attention. It distracts him from the growing tension in the room. These microtremors may be causing widespread settling in the soil across the city, allowing compaction that would take decades to occur in the normal course of events, he continues, looking back at his audience, pointedly avoiding the edge of the room Tamsin is in. Sweat is starting to break out along his hairline. Tamsin rolls one ankle idly and focuses on the deputy mayor, who is growing ever more visibly agitated. San Sirocco's budget has been floundering for years, and the mayor herself is absent, leaving her deputy trapped, watching an impending disaster with no way to get the news out. His knuckles are white where he grips his coffee mug, and as Tamsin watches, his expression shifts from irritation to a flash of panic to utter rageful disdain. "Nobody cares about your product development," he snaps finally, rising to his feet. Dr. Torrance's carefully rehearsed speech sputters out. He even takes a small step back. "Sorry, that is, the evidence. Oh, Torrance. If anybody at that table thinks about Dr. Torrance again, they'll only remember their irritation and his uncertainty. And if he tries to tell any of them what the growth matrices actually look like, they'll assume he's just scrabbling for attention." Whether or not Dr. Torrance ever figures out Tamsin knew exactly what was going to happen to him won't matter. How would he prove it? The little win is a bright spot in her day, and makes up, however briefly, for the strain of performing where Lachlan can still see her. "You've made your point," the deputy mayor continues, waving a hand. "Cede the floor and let somebody present solutions." "Mr. Wilkes," Klein says, "our recommendations are derived from the evidence Dr. Torrance is so thoroughly laying out for us." Wilkes's face remains flushed. "I don't need to know why. I need to know what and how much this is going to cost us." Marika Dynamics is committed to assisting San Sirocco in this unprecedented time. Tamsin cuts in. "She didn't mean to and probably shouldn't have." Klein throws her a quelling look. "But while Torrance's hobbling is satisfying, she doesn't want it to disrupt the rest of the meeting. Just as with our recent public transit initiative. I'm sure Mr. Klein would be happy to walk you through the resources we have to put at your disposal." "And your team has ruled out that same recent public transit initiative?" asks the head of the City Water Bureau. Her tone is polite. The implication of her words is clear. "With all of the expansions and renovations to the lines. This, at least, is something that they have a wealth of evidence disproving. The subsidence has been measured at enough sample sites to show no correlation between recent subway activity, or in fact subway presence, and the extent or existence of localized sinking," Tamsin replies, smile sharp on her face. "Of course, we have engaged an independent engineering firm to review not only our plans, but our implementation." Klein cuts in. "Just in case. This is too important a situation to let arrogance obfuscate reality. We have a number of avenues we will be pursuing in the coming weeks," Tamsin adds, "both to discover more about the cause of the subsidence and, in the meantime, to prevent the more disastrous effects. To that end, you can all expect further contact from our research teams and leadership in the coming days. It's another difficult line to walk between self-effacing simpering and demonstrating the confidence needed to keep this room under control. But nobody pushes. Maybe it's best she's here after all. Now, I can walk us through the basics, but I suspect we're all feeling shaken." A smattering of nervous laughter. Klein dips his head with a chagrined smile, and Tamsin settles back in her seat.
When Marika contracted with the local and state transportation departments to take over the municipal transit system, she continues, we did it to give back to this city that has so graciously made itself a home for us. It was always designed to be a charitable offering. The PR bump had been unprecedented, even when the local newspaper found out about the strong tax advantages and kickbacks from the city that Marika Dynamics got in return for its selfless bailout. This is no different. We're here to do the right thing. This is an opportunity for all of us. And though the risks are great, we stand ready to protect and improve the great city of San Sirocco. There's no applause. Tamsin doesn't expect any. But she can feel the tension beginning to ratchet down as measured, less panicked conversations spring up along the length of the table. Good. Her intervention succeeded then. As I'm sure you can all understand, Klein says before it becomes too loud, we would ask that news of our findings is not spread immediately. Marika Dynamics will work with city officials and the geology department of the University of San Sirocco to develop informative, clear, and, most importantly, non-alarmist messaging for us all to use going forward. Nods all around. NDAs have already been signed, of course. Eventually, it will leak or somebody else will independently notice the sinking, but everything indicates they still have at least 2 weeks before then, possibly more. It will have to be enough. Tamsin makes it home a little after 10. To Tamsin's relief, Lachlan had left the conference room without a word and hadn't sent any drinks invitations, but Torrance had needed some amount of coddling, and Klein had been nearly vibrating with nervous energy. She took them both out to dinner as a thank you for handling the majority of the meeting. That way, they'd remember her with relief and not their frustration at how she'd put the both of them in the line of fire. She picked the restaurant from the usual set that she uses for this sort of thing and never visits otherwise. The conversation had been intolerable, but the food and drinks had been good. Klein had spent a good deal of time comforting Torrance, which was fascinating to watch because Klein had at least as good a sense of how much that had torpedoed his local career as Tamsin did.
Tamsin had offered platitudes occasionally, and warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Tamsin had offered platitudes occasionally and made her way through 3 glasses of wine before she realized she needed to pace herself. Lachlan texted just after their entrees arrived. A simple, "Mr. Thomas thanks you for your involvement." No acknowledgement of the Phase 3 delay. In fact, any mention of the delay has been conspicuously absent since yesterday morning, but Lachlan must know. It's on Tamsin's mind the entire ride back to her house and is still bothering her as she wobbles out of her heels in the foyer. She's just tipsy enough to think asking Lachlan directly might be a good idea. She's not sure if she's worried that Lachlan can see through the delay, or, worse, that she wants the approval that comes with performing correctly for her handler. The latter option sobers her up a bit. It's humiliating, particularly because it's actually possible. No, she's not going to text Lachlan. Penrose sits halfway up the stairs, regarding her with his tail lashing slowly across the carpet. Bedtime, huh? He blinks slowly. For all the variance in her schedule, all the late nights in the lab, fundraising dinners, working weekends, they still have this nightly ritual. Penrose all but herds her to bed when he's decided she needs to sleep. He's often right, too. So she follows him upstairs, strips down, wipes off her makeup, curls up in the dark. Penrose nestles down in the crook behind her knees, and Tamsin is asleep within minutes. Around her, the house is silent. It's nearing 3 when Penrose leaves the bed. Tamsin shifts, wakes just a hair, the way she always does,
and finds herself gazing at the bedroom door. It's open just the way she left it. The hallway beyond is black. Her mind is soft-edged and quiet as her legs slip from beneath the covers. She stands and walks, naked, out into the void. The bedroom has an ensuite, but she ignores that door and goes to the guest bath down the hall. She thinks she hears Penrose digging in his litter box, but the room is empty when she gets there. She relieves herself and rubs at her face, not sure why she's awake, not sure if she even really is. But when Tamsin dreams, she dreams of her old university campus. She dreams of wide open plains. Her mind relitigates old challenges, reaches back for old versions of herself. She never dreams of her house. She looks in the mirror and doesn't recognize herself. Red hair, blue eyes, the faint beginnings of crow's feet, all things that should be familiar, but are utterly alien. She reaches out and half expects to not touch glass at all, only air, or water, or thick syrup. But the surface of the mirror is cold and smooth, just as it has always been. Is it a window, then? But her reflection touches the glass just where she touches it. She never played those sleepover games as a child, never chanted Bloody Mary into a nighttime mirror and scared herself. But she's only human. She's always carried a healthy fear of gazing into bathroom mirrors at night, if only because of the off chance of something else lurking behind her. And yet now, here, she looks. She measures, she inspects, she waits for something to happen, remembering reading about strange face illusion in college. In a darkened room, faced with a mirror, the brain malfunctions. Even waking, the brain sees its walking cradle melt, distort, rotate, or else be replaced entirely. It no longer recognizes itself. Nothing changes. It's only the familiar, unfamiliar lines of her own face staring back at her. Maybe that means she's dreaming after all. That would explain the tug at her sternum, firmer now, almost painful. She rubs at her chest, steps away from the bathroom sink, and stumbles back toward her bedroom. But there are stairs below her feet. She doesn't want to go downstairs, does she? But oh, she does, she does. The longing filling her like a wellspring, soaking into her brain and heart and lungs, pulling her down. If this is a dream, surely there's no harm. And if it's not, she could check her instruments, see if the walls of her basement have grown another millimeter, look for cracks up along the ceiling that she'll never find. But the house is dark. It is massive. Her ribs hurt and her head hurt, and this is foolish. She needs to wake up. She cannot make it back to her bed, but she can crawl beneath the living room coffee table. She can shelter there, put her hands over her ears, press her forehead to the rug. If she closes her eyes, if she falls asleep in the dream, maybe she'll wake up. She closes her eyes. She goes to sleep. She is awake. The room is so bright, nearly without feature, and at first she can't understand where she is, what she's looking at. It's frigid water thrown over her, making her gasp and pull in on herself, chest heaving. But bit by bit she understands. She is standing in her basement, naked in the piercing, cold light of too many lamps. Her hands ache. Her fingers are wrapped around the knob of the door. She jerks away, as if burned, and falls back 2 panicked steps, 3. She's running upstairs before she can stop herself. It's less upsetting once the sun is up and she's on her way into the lab. With a little distance, it's easier to contextualize. It's not the first time she's sleepwalked, although it's been decades. Add in the stress of the last few weeks and the wine, and it's not all that strange. Undoing the locks, though? Getting the key? Remembering the code? And is it really all that different from waking up thinking of theorems, jumbled and half-imagined? Yes, but what exactly can she do about it? She's heading down into the subway station that leads to Node Lab 1 when her phone buzzes with a message. From Lachlan. Phase 3, postponed. Did you find something? Finally, some acknowledgement, though she's unsure why Lachlan has waited 2 days to comment. Had she really just not noticed? It's both frustrating and a bit of a relief. Lachlan can't be watching her as closely as she'd feared in the wake of that early morning phone call. A commuter shoulder checks Tamsin as she pauses on the stairs, and she glares after them before descending to the platform proper. She has just enough signal to reply. From Tamsin. Abundance of caution. She gets no response, but she also shoves her phone into her purse and passes through the maintenance door, then down into the tunnels. She doesn't need the distraction. Unfortunately, her day is all distractions. Management issues, emails from the mayor's office, clients sending her half a dozen pieces of messaging to review and give feedback on. She handles all of it with a simmering baseline of annoyance. And then, even when she has time to review the reports from each Node Lab on the last week's rounds, she finds her thoughts tugged back to the subsidence data. When she starts passing through that, she drifts into wondering about her basement. She didn't get this far by being flighty, and she goes and shuts her office door in case it's the intermittent chatter in the workrooms beyond that is keeping her from settling in. Then she turns off her email. She has enough of a data set to work from. She doesn't need new information urgently. There's nothing unexpected once she's run what's become their standard statistical assay on the new numbers. It's a very consistent mystery, their sinking city. Nothing seems to impact it. Not local geology, not density of human construction. It's almost as if it's a measurement error, some skewing of a sensor. But each site is sampled with their own tools, monitored for calibration issues. But she can't let the thought go, sitting forward in her seat, scrolling through the data again. Maybe measurement error is the wrong way to characterize it. Observational effect seems closer. Though they aren't observing the whole of the city at once, it's not a one-to-one cause and effect.
But maybe observing does produce the result observed. Maybe if nothing had been measuring depth at the construction sites, not only would they have not noticed for months or years, maybe there would have been nothing to notice. If she hadn't been going down to her basement, maybe the door would never have appeared. And if the door is real and appeared exactly as she believes it did, then maybe she's looking at this all wrong. Maybe she should be looking for an opportunity instead. Science isn't only what can already be explained or even imagined. Every so often, something comes along and shakes up all their foundations. Her communications work is proof of that. The subsidence is a real phenomenon. The door, likewise. There has to be an explanation. If she can find that, then it tames the beast. It's not proof of her instability or her unsuitability to lead this project. It's another breakthrough discovery. Of course, she'd need to consider how to publicize it very carefully. She doesn't need to be looked at the same way Stanton Friedman was when he transitioned from his nuclear work to joining the fringe lecture circuit on UFOs. And she doesn't want to make her basement, her home, a circus. But if she can figure out how and why the door appeared, maybe she can replicate it elsewhere. And if it can be replicated, then it can be dissected, and it can be useful. Maybe the node research being slowed down won't matter so much after all. Maybe she's approaching an even larger discovery. There's no evidence that the appearance of the door has accelerated any of the subsidence, either in her basement or in the city at large. She checked. The floor didn't suddenly drop to make room for the door. Its depth has continued its precise descent. But the door exists, all the same. Rivers? Tamsin flinches, then looks up and behind her to where Jordan Cherry, lead researcher at this lab, is peering into her office with a concerned expression. Sorry, Tamsin says, then wonders why she apologized. She never apologizes. Was running down a train of thought. You were saying?
Cherry hesitates before speaking, and Tamsin wonders how long they've been standing there, trying to get her attention. "A few of us are going out for dinner," they say. "Would you like to come with us?" At least they sound like themselves, not concerned. The question is bad enough, grating and intrusive. It probably started out as the usual attempt to get her engagement and approval, but now it feels entirely like pity. Somebody must have noticed that she didn't break for lunch, again. "No," she says, and glances at her monitor. It's asleep. But Cherry said dinner, not happy hour, not drinks, so it's late enough. "I'm going to wrap up here. Is there anything needing approval?" "No, Dr. Rivers." Cherry looks relieved at her lack of interest, and Tamsin tries not to overthink it. They can all just chalk this up to the strange times they're living in. Cherry's turned back to the hallway when Tamsin, gathering up her purse and waking up her computer to lock it properly, says, "I'll be working remotely for the next several days." They glance back, brow furrowed. "If there's an emergency, will you be available to come in?" "Of course," she says. They nod and leave her to join the rest of the lab. She can hear voices in the distance. They all sound happy. Her house feels different when she returns that evening. There's an anticipatory hush in the air, replacing its usual empty stillness. It's her own hyperfocus, she knows, but it still makes the skin between her shoulders prickle and crawl as she locks the front door behind her and goes through the ritual of shedding shoes, putting down food for Penrose, feeding herself. She doesn't even try to resist the siren call of the basement door. As soon as she's swallowed the last mouthful of tonight's hurried meal, she's keying in the code and heading down the steps. The impossible door waits for her, not looming as it had seemed to this morning, but complacent and unawares. In moving from threat to opportunity, it's become something akin to prey. Tamsin does make herself start with her usual daily inventory of the space. It's far easier to focus on than anything at work that day, and feels like changing into loungewear, a full-body relief she didn't even know she was craving. She takes her measurements and writes out some of her new theory of observational effect, along with a few other stray thoughts. On the screen, it looks laughably impossible, but she doesn't let that discourage her this time. She can't afford to artificially narrow her thinking. Her instruments and the limitations of a human brain will already provide more than enough challenge. It's nearly midnight when she finishes up and turns, at last, to the door. There are so many things she wants to do that she isn't entirely certain where to start. Her head aches distantly, and she knows she's exhausted. Last night's sleep wasn't restful, and if she starts now, she may make some error or miss something crucial. Still, she's reluctant as she goes up to bed for the night. It's a small miracle her sleep is unbroken once she is finally able to drift off. In the morning, she showers, dresses, even eats a full breakfast before going downstairs. The chaos of the last few days clearly hasn't been doing her any favors, making her scared and irritable, prone to missing things and jumping to conclusions. And the antidote is order, not avoidance. Maybe resuming her old cardio routine, going for evening runs to clear her mind when she can fit them in. She sets an alarm to remind herself to eat lunch. She'll work this like she's on deadline. In a sense, it's even true. Figuring out how the door fits into everything might be crucial, but she'll have to slot the work in around everything else. Better to maximize the time she has right now. She gets to work. She starts by remeasuring the door. Only once that's done does she look at her original notes to compare. There have been no distortions to the door itself. It's staying firmly anchored to the floor at exactly the proportions it arrived in, while the wall above it stretches to keep up with the general sinking. She adds a few markers around the frame, curious if the wall will continue distorting evenly along its length as it has been, or if the presence of the door will create a zone of stability. Does the wall change along the sides of the frame, or only above it? From there, she repeats her attempts to open the door. Everything is the same there, too. The knob turns, she can hear a mechanism at work, and yet she can't push the door open with any amount of force. There are still no gaps for her to feel air move through, or to slip something between door and floor or jam. But when she puts her ear to the wood, she can hear something. It's not recognizable, is barely perceptible, and reminds her, more than anything else, of the absence of sound in the node chambers. Of course, that absence can only be experienced from the inside, not from the other side of a door. Her fingers itch to open it. She writes up her findings in exhaustive detail. Then she pads upstairs in search of her toolbox. It's stuffed in a disused closet, and the only reason it's free of dust is because Tamsin hires a cleaner once a month to, with supervision, go over the entirety of the house. She has a set of fine detail tools upstairs in her office that she uses occasionally on pieces of misbehaving tech, but she's not a particularly handy or crafty person, generally speaking, and she knows when to hire out home repairs. Back downstairs, she eyes the hinges with their entirely average screws. This isn't something she can hire out. She hesitates before getting out the screwdriver, though. If she removes the hinges and the door does open, what then? Is she prepared to see what's on the other side of the door? Or is she rushing ahead foolishly? There are other things to do.
Hardness and materials tests to confirm her conclusions about the door's composition, passing a camera through to the other side through a gap or small hole. Well, one screw does not an open door make. She fits the screwdriver to the lowest one and turns. It doesn't move. She wiggles the screwdriver one way, then the other, to no avail. The other screw on the hinge is the same. They certainly look like screws, and there's even a fine gap between screw head and plate, but they are fixed entirely in place. The one securing the knob, likewise. Her frustration grows, and the screwdriver slips, gouging into the wood beside the knob. And then, a moment later, there's no mark, no line in the paint. Tamsin frowns and scrapes the screwdriver against the door again. It bites in, peels, and she sees the mark. And then she blinks, and it's gone again. She scrambles to her feet. She stares at the door. Everything in her screams to get an axe, a hammer, something, and bust through the wood to the other side in some undeniable, incontrovertible way. The door is only wood. She can see it. She felt it. But she stands frozen. No, she needs to document this. She needs to proceed carefully. The alarm on her phone goes off. She needs to eat something. That afternoon, she trains a camera on the surface of the door. She gathers a variety of implements: a knife, the screwdriver, a drill, a hammer. Unexpected property first discovered via accidental application of a screwdriver to the door, she says, replicating it. She half expects, now that the camera is rolling, for the mark to persist. But as before, even after she scrapes up a thin curl of paint, the door appears untouched. She sets the screwdriver down and takes up the knife instead. Test 1, she says, cutting force. The knife bites into the paint, catches on the wood, and doesn't want to move. She draws it down, steadily, watching the line it produces. She pulls the knife away. The mark is gone. The drill is the same, with the added discovery that regardless of which bit she uses, the drill never seems to pierce through to the other side, nor meet any resistance. The hammer splinters the wood, dents the knob, and yet when she sets the hammer down again, the door is still the same as it ever was. She stops the camera. She replays the footage up in her living room, where the walls have not changed since she bought the place. Again, she half expects the camera to reflect a different reality than her eyes witnessed, for it to show a door growing battered and scarred where all she could see was white paint. But there, captured in data, is the door, marked, and then untouched, over and over again.
When she loads the files onto her laptop and tries to slow the footage down, she thinks she sees a flicker of something, movement of some kind, following each injury she does to the wood. But there are too many gaps between frames. A better camera, then. And not just that, she's reaching the limits of what the equipment she has on hand can do. She has too many questions she needs answers to. They multiply relentlessly the longer she looks, tearing her in too many directions at once, leaving her hungry. One of the labs has a scanning electron microscope specifically designed for in situ mechanical testing. Requisitioning it may raise questions, but without it, she's going to hit a wall. If nobody's using it, perhaps she can just have it sent to her central lab, and from there, borrow it. She writes the requisition order and sends it in to Kara to route. On Sunday, Tamsin makes herself log in to her work laptop. There are emails for her, of course, and new data packages. She doesn't care about any of them, and they can all wait until Monday. But Tamsin almost always logs a few hours on weekends, and technically she's responsible for any emergency. Tamsin is fairly certain Lachlan can view her work email, and possibly her private one, at will. And between that and the log Tamsin's ID badge creates whenever she goes to one of the research sites, Lachlan can derive a great deal about Tamsin's work habits. It usually doesn't matter. Tamsin works because she wants to work. But Lachlan's constant presence this last week hovers in the back of her brain, and Tamsin tries to log time. There's not enough to do down in the basement. There's more than enough to do up here. She's back downstairs before the morning is out, more alarms set to keep her on task. Lachlan doesn't call. Tamsin is used to working long hours underground. She's familiar with the way the lack of windows and the constant light levels can distort her sense of time. Everything is brightly lit and unchanging, and no matter how long she stares at the door or the stairs, she can't perceive the sinking herself. It's not worth trying. It'll be a day or more before she can go fetch the equipment she needs, which leaves her with little to do after her usual measurements are collected. But as she looks at the door and the marks she's made around it, she decides to expand on the method. First, she draws on the door itself, a few short lines. They remain, even after she looks away. On the other 3 walls, she carefully measures out squares, then fills them with dense, regular patterns, the better to test how evenly the distortion spreads. Her art supplies are limited, a few Sharpies that soon run dry, and pens that gouge into the wall. She strokes her thumb over the gouge, tongue between her teeth, curious as to what it will do. When she takes her thumb away, the gouge is gone, just like at the door. There's no way of knowing if the walls were resilient like this before the door appeared. She could kick herself for not testing them. But that is the nature of an evolving phenomenon. Her own knowledge of it can only grow as it develops, and there will always be things she misses. That frustration drives her upstairs once more. The auto-feeder she uses to make sure Penrose gets the bulk of his meals on schedule ran hours ago. Her alarms never went off, or maybe she dismissed them. The cat avoids her as she puts down his supplementary wet food now, tops up his water bowl. She goes to sleep, dissatisfied. On Monday, she wakes feeling like she hasn't slept at all. She drags herself out of bed and to the bathroom, where her reflection gazes back at her with deeper bags under its eyes than she's seen since 3 years ago. The last time she was the primary author on a grant proposal, when one of Myrica Dynamics' other projects needed the validation and cachet of external support, not just Myrica's dark money funding. Her whole body seems to protest as she strips and climbs into the shower, and the hot water is a relief. She tips her head back, reaches for the shampoo. But when she goes to lather up her hair, she hisses in pain and jerks her hands away. Her fingertips, beneath the suds, are red and raw. One of her manicured nails is torn. She stares and tries to think of when she might have scalded or scraped her hands, and comes up empty. They were fine when she went to sleep. They are not fine now. She rubs shampoo into her hair with the palms of her hands only and rushes through the rest of her shower. The soft cotton of her towel is too much, and she grits her teeth as she dries off. She can't properly finger comb or twist her curls and has to settle for detangling, and even that is torture. By the time she's dressed, her eyes burn with tears and her jaw aches from how hard she's clenching it. She takes 2 ibuprofen and heads downstairs. The timed feeder has already filled Penrose's kibble bowl, but he meets her in the hallway anyway, golden eyes fixed on her, ready for his morning serving of wet food. She walks past him, and after a moment, he follows. "Breakfast can wait," Tamsin says. "Just a few minutes, buddy." The door to the basement is properly closed and locked. When she'd woken up in the basement Friday, it had been hanging open. Her sleepwalking brain hadn't thought to close it behind her. It's not worth trying.
Her stomach churns, and she wonders if she should be feeling relief. She's not sure what she's feeling. Her fingers ache as she types in the code, as she turns the key. Penrose gives a frustrated little meow, then pads off. Tamsin makes her careful way downstairs. The door is still there, with its ink marks from the night before intact. There is a faint darkening along one edge, just above the knob. Tamsin approaches, slowly, on an angled path that takes her to her workstation first. Her heartbeat grows loud in her ears. She grabs the camera, then continues her oblique path, as if walking straight up to it would be dangerous. The thought is ridiculous. She just sleepwalked again. An issue for a doctor, not Shet. She's close enough to see her blood clearly now, a rust-brown stain, uneven and stark against the white paint. Her fingers throb. She lifts the camera and takes photo after photo. She doesn't stop, staring at the screen as each shot shows the same thing, over and over again. It's only the faint tap of Penrose's paws on the stairs that makes her turn away at last. "Nobody. Upstairs," she says, and she sounds breathless. Is breathless. Her face is hot and her throat is tight, as if she's been hyperventilating. Tamsin swallows it all down, staring after Penrose's retreating tail as he obediently leaves the room behind. She's been in the house for too long. That's it. That's all. She needs to go upstairs, feed the cat, go into work. Monday. It's Monday. She hasn't left the house in over 50 hours. It's not healthy. Penrose rubs up against her ankle. She jumps, cursing. Hadn't he been up in the hall not 15 seconds ago? She certainly hadn't seen him come down again. It must have been a shadow up top. "I said upstairs," she says, dumping the camera back on her desk and heading for the stairs at last. Penrose follows, tawny coat rippling in the bright lights. The farther the town car travels from Tamsin's house, the larger the city feels. San Sirocco is smaller than San Francisco and was founded more recently, with more room for modern urban planning. Even in bad traffic, it takes less than an hour and a half to traverse. The roads are well maintained, the buildings familiar. She's lived here for close on 2 decades. She knows this city. It feels bigger than it used to. The canyons between the downtown skyscrapers are deep and dark, and she is small, out of scale, cowering. It takes effort not to hunch her shoulders, draw up her knees. Her pulse kicks up without her consent. The cocoon of the car doesn't provide enough of a barrier. It's a kind of mental lag. The team calls it lab fever. They've all experienced it, especially those working in the node labs. The mind gets used to its surroundings.
Right now, her anxiety is a consequence of staying in her house, in her basement, for too long. A neurological reflex from not looking farther away than 20 meters. It's happened before, after long weeks under deadline. During grad school, when she sometimes didn't leave the lab, even to sleep while an experiment was running. It will go away. She just needs to exercise some mental hygiene. Getting out of the house is the first step. Looking at faraway items is the second. She fixes her attention on her phone instead. She gave the door her entire weekend, barring her half-hearted attempt to log time for Lachlan's sake on Sunday morning. Nobody else took the weekend off. There's a host of reports to review, fires to put out. She types out emails, catches up on the news. No mention of the subsidence yet. No breathless stories about cracked foundations or rising groundwater. But of course there aren't. The extent of the sinking is not that bad yet, nowhere but at her house, and even there's no crisis. No alarms raised by anonymous sources, no outwardly well-meaning slips by the city. A weekend is only that, 2 days, and under 2 millimeters of change. The door didn't give her the breakthroughs she wanted, but it will. She just has to keep working at it when she can afford to. The car passes out the other side of the city core. There may be 10 minutes from Myrika Dynamics campus, and the lower profile of the buildings shows too much sky. She's trying to ignore how her breathing is too fast, too thin, when her phone rings. Lachlan's name glows on the screen. She answers, voice as calm as she can make it. Max Woodfield. Dr. Rivers, are you on your way into the office? Yes, I'll be there in a few minutes. Good. There's a note of approval in her voice. It's the sort of approval reserved for children. I was beginning to worry. It's not like you to take a weekend off. Lachlan calling attention to it is a threat and a demand, and a reminder that even with permission to work from home, there are appearances to maintain. A few emails on Sunday morning don't count. Tamsin flicks through an arsenal of lies. I decided isolation would improve my perspective, she says finally, though no more than 2 seconds have passed in silence. My work, by necessity, takes place partially within my own skull. And did your theory pan out? Tamsin thinks of the door in her basement and feels a tug between her ribs, as if being pulled back to it. It's still in progress. Does Mr. Thomas have any new concerns? No. Then you shouldn't either. If that will be all? The other end of the line is silent, except for a faint whisper that might be Lachlan's breathing. It feels strangely intimate, like Lachlan is just beside her. It can't be long before Lachlan speaks again, but it feels like a small eternity. Take care, Dr. Rivers. I would hate to have to get used to your replacement. Tamsin's hand goes slack on the phone for just a moment, because that should sound like a threat. It doesn't. It just sounds like concern. She swallows. Stop worrying, she says, more tersely than she means to, and hangs up. Tamsin stands in the lobby of the main Myrika complex, looking at the bank of elevator doors. Her lab is near the top of the building, on the 16th floor. Climbing up the stairs would be ridiculous, particularly in the heels she's wearing, but she's seriously considering it. The elevator boxes are glass on one side, giving a view out across the campus and to the city beyond as they rise. The promise of that view makes her uneasy, and something about going up that fast, that high. More hangover from the weekend. She stabs the call button, boards the elevator, and scans her badge. The elevator's mechanism is smooth. Just like with the subsidence, she can't feel the change in action.
She keeps her gaze fixed on the climbing floor numbers, back to the window. The elevator lets out onto a short entry hall. The lab is the only thing on this level, and the receiving area is only there for privacy. It's familiar enough to help ratchet down the tension thrumming through her body, and when she catches her reflection in the gleaming material of the main door, it looks right. Her makeup is flawless, and her braid hides how frizzy her hair looks, how dull. Even her broken fingernail has been filed down enough to look fine at a glance. The raw tips of her fingers are powdered over and not quite so sensitive, now that she's appropriately medicated. She enters the lab, thinking everything might be okay after all. Kara, her assistant, is waiting for her. Her expression isn't a frown, but might as well be. "Good morning, Dr. Rivers. Can I get you a coffee?" She hesitates a moment, then adds quietly, "Or something else. You look pale." Pale. A pale creature crawling up out of a hole. "Coffee will be fine," she says, ignoring the rest. Kara leaves. Broad windows span the wall, and Tamsin catches a glimpse of the city. The space below is too big, too hungry, too open. She flinches away. Not so okay after all. Not yet. "Got lab fever?" Isaac Torrance asks. Tamsin hides a grimace. He's right, but it's infuriating coming from his mouth.
At any rate, it's part of why she arranged for the central lab to have views like this, to counteract how much they're all prone to burying themselves. It will fix itself if she can just get through her day. Torrance is looking at her closely now. "Spent all weekend in the node labs," Tamsin says, not sure why she's lying, even as she does it. "Try working underground during an unprecedented seismological event and see how you feel." "I think I'd feel relieved to see the sky again," he says. Gosh, he doesn't even have the decency to sound judgmental or suspicious, just concerned. Everybody so concerned, as if they can see that something is wrong with her. Lachlan didn't even need to see her, she could hear it. Dr. Rivers with an attack of nerves. A lab tech, Octavian Valdez, her mind supplies after a moment's lag, says cheerfully, "Another unprecedented seismological event for the records." Tamsin looks at him incredulously. Torrance pales somewhat, and she catches a flash of movement, him motioning for Valdez to shut up. Valdez immediately looks embarrassed. "Sorry," he says. "I didn't mean." "It's fine," she says. It's not. She goes into her office. It has more windows, but she pulls the blinds down and then it's mostly okay. No glass into the rest of the lab. Everything the way she prefers it. And a lab coat tailored to her is waiting. Armor for the day. She's just pulled it on when somebody knocks on the door. "Come in," she says, expecting Kara, but it's Torrance. He moves to close the door behind him. "Leave it open," she says. Whatever he wants to talk about, she wants it to be over quickly. He has her coffee. She tamps down the brief flare of anger at Karen, not irritation, outright anger, for allowing that, and accepts the thermos. It's made perfectly, at least, so Kara only outsourced the delivery. "I wanted to apologize for Valdez," Torrance says, voice pitched not to carry through the cracked door. "Everybody's dealing with the stress differently, but that's no excuse for what he said." Her anger leaps to Torrance, lightning to a rod. She sits down in her chair, crossing her legs, expression blank. "I can handle a poorly thought-out joke, Dr. Torrance," she says. She wants to add, "Stop groveling, it doesn't become you." But this doesn't feel like groveling. Or rather, not just groveling. He's using the situation to set himself up to be positively regarded after this whole mess is over. The colleague who provided the support nobody else would give to his superior during a trying time.
But she knows what pure self-interest looks like. She's even played this role before, years ago. And this isn't it. He actually cares. The concern is real, and she hates him for it, more strongly than she was bothered by Kara or unsettled by Lachlan. It's in every inch of him as he shifts his weight uneasily. Setting the joke aside, he says, I wanted to offer to take on more work. I may not be well suited for the government interfacing role they're asking of you, but you know my qualifications. I can handle some of the top-level analysis for you, take a few things off your plate. She almost wishes this was a blatant grab for credit, an embarrassingly transparent coup. It's not. Is this because she coddled him at that dinner on Thursday? Does he think they're friends now? I am managing perfectly fine, she says. No thank you for your concern. No, I appreciate the offer. He looks at her. With all due respect, he says, I don't think you are. You've been out of the office repeatedly. You've seemed distracted. Your latest report had several errors. Tamsin's face heats at the damning litany. Under the circumstances, I don't think you should be doing this alone. And, you're fired, she snaps. Torrance's brow crumples. What? Get really out of my lab, she enunciates every word carefully. Dr. Rivers. She stands, holding eye contact. He shuts up, panic and confusion flitting over his face, then twisting into a front. Anger. Good, she thinks. Good. I lied for you, he whispers. They didn't care about your lie. I could go to the city. I could tell them exactly what you told me. Tell them about how you had us falsify the data, hide the distortions. His voice is shaking. He's not really going to do that, at least not immediately. And more importantly, he still doesn't get it. He doesn't understand that the lie doesn't matter, that it never mattered. But part of her mind is shrieking now, telling her to walk this back. This isn't the long game. She'd meant for him to keep trusting her, to let her continue to hamstring his career until there was no way for him to wiggle out of it. Him storming off in a crisis, she's probably done enough, but maybe not. There's no walking this back, though. She smiles. It is not kind. Research evolves, Torrance, and preliminary results are sometimes adjusted to manage expectations, with the understanding that they'll be firmed up, corrected, in time. Of course, you can do what you want. I'd just suggest you keep in mind how much you'll need a favorable reference from Myrica on your job hunt. Torrance stares at her for another tense few seconds, then spins on his heel and flees. She follows him as far as the door to her office and watches, coffee in hand, as he bypasses his desk entirely except to grab his phone and shed his lab coat. The front door closes silently after him. Have Dr. Torrance's desk cleaned out by lunchtime, she says to Kara, who's staring after him. It's like lancing a boil, she thinks, rolling her shoulders, feeling herself settle back into her skin. A momentary flare, and then relief, and the possibility of healing. She ignores the small voice that whispers that she's made a mistake, that she shouldn't have exploded. She's better than that, but it was necessary. Her colleagues know to defer to her, to stay out of her way. She's never resorted to raised voices and direct derision, not to this level. But then again, she's never been under this much pressure. Yes, Dr. Rivers, Kara says. She's not worried anymore. She looks plastic instead. Maybe this will serve as a reminder to everybody to not overly involve themselves in her life. Have we received any updates? Tamsin asks. Valdez blows out a shaky exhale. Just a write-up from the university team. I've added it to the server. What's the upshot? That they have no idea what they're looking at either. Tamsin sips from her coffee, then nods. Well, we expected that, she says, and Valdez smiles weakly. He's a good man, all things considered. Good at getting on with the work, at least. Much better at it than Torrance. Progress on intervention tests? Valdez pulls up images and statistics onto a screen, and Tamsin settles in. The day drags on with no real solutions ventured. Just before noon, Kara takes Torrance's things down to the lobby for him. When she returns, she's juggling several boxes, the equipment Tamsin requisitioned. Kara takes it all into one of the currently unused conference rooms and bustles in and out over the next few hours, grabbing the last items. By mid-afternoon, it's all there, packed neatly for her. Kara lets her know it's ready and doesn't ask any questions. Tamsin goes to look over the bulk of it, considering. It'll be conspicuous if she leaves with all of it. She'll want a handcart. Better to take it a bit at a time. But the thought of coming into her office, towering over the city, with her lab on eggshells around her, day after day, makes her skin crawl. She gets the handcart. That night, Tamsin tries to take her time with dinner. She pulls out a meal kit. Kale and squash salad with pickled cherries. The pre-cut squash needs to be roasted, the cherries soaked in vinegar and sugar. The instructions are simple and direct, and her fingertips barely ache anymore. But as she works, the strain of the day refuses to shed off of her. She leans against the counter, hands on the edge, head down between her shoulders, while the squash cooks. Too much. Today was too much. 2 weeks ago, it would have been normal. She's out of control, unrecognizable to herself.
She blew it with Torrance today, and even before that, everything had been wrong. The sleepwalking was bad enough, but she has to be honest with herself. What happened in the car was just shy of agoraphobia, diagnosable, pathological. She can blame it on hyperfocus and being below ground all she wants, but that doesn't make it okay. She needs to get herself together. She needs to focus on the world outside, on a city she has no real attachment to beyond familiarity, on a job that feels ill-fitting for the first time in years. Still, ill-fitting or not, she's given up so much for this life. Some of it has been easy. Few relationships, no family, no hobbies. But she's made sacrifices too, bypassed other opportunities, left academia behind, burned bridges to get to where she is. She chose this life. The door's important, the basement is important, but if she can't balance it all, they have to drop off first. Lachlan's voice echoes through her. Take care. Tamsin's fingers tighten on the counter. The timer dings. She finishes the salad and takes it to her barely used dining room. She eats each bite mechanically. Penrose hops up onto the table and she doesn't have the energy to shoo him away. He settles down close enough to her plate that he could touch a paw to it, then rolls halfway onto his side and gazes at her. She frowns at him, reaching out and running a hand over his sleek head. He purrs. Tamsin rubs a knuckle over his chin, and he pushes into it. He doesn't nip, doesn't roll away to his other side. Penrose is an affectionate cat, but not like this. "Are you feeling okay?" she asks, stroking along his belly. He goes limp with pleasure. He doesn't squirm closer or get up to reposition himself. It feels ridiculous to take him to a vet for being calm and friendly, but after 5 years of cohabitating, Tamsin knows something is wrong. Her appetite deadened. She dumps the rest of her salad. She thinks about getting a shower, packing up for the night, getting some rest. She goes down to the basement instead. There's equipment to set up, after all, work to be done. She can't do anything about Penrose right now, and rest doesn't produce results. In the morning, she'll schedule an appointment for Penrose and go into the lab. For now, she'll start with hardness tests. They're inconclusive. No, scratch that. The tests conclusively show that the door is made of wood, entirely average wood. They're only inconclusive about how the wood can heal itself and why she never sees it in progress.
That only increases the hunger inside of her, the frustration that the door refuses to behave as she knows it should, the need to find an explanation. She turns to the new camera, fussing with the settings, training it on the door. Her first few attempts at scraping the door for the camera to capture are clumsy, her wrist dropping too low and obscuring the image, or the gouge she's using not cutting deep enough. But finally, she gets a clear shot. She slows it down, the way she couldn't with the old camera, and watches the material of the door flow. It fills the channel left behind, smoothing over any damage, as if it's a fluid that can ignore the tug of gravity. And when Tamsin repositions the camera so that it can see her as well, a tricky angle where the gouges and one of her eyes are all visible at once, she can see that the flow only happens the moment she blinks. It knows when she's watching. Observational effect. She recoils from the camera and the door as if burned. She paces, but she doesn't climb the steps. She just walks back and forth, chewing at her thumbnail. Her skin protests. Her fingertips begin to throb again. Eventually, she moves the camera far enough back to fit the whole door in the frame. She sets it up to run all night alongside the original rig. It doesn't matter, her hindbrain whispers. The door doesn't seem to care if the camera is on it, only if her eyes are on it. And even if she could stay up all night, it can change in the space of a blink. All the same, Tamsin drops into a chair and stares. She stares until her eyes burn, until her head swims. And then she covers her face with her hands and tries not to laugh. Tries harder not to cry. She must be dozing when she hears the turning of a doorknob. The sound is unreal, distant, and too close all at once, and Tamsin sits up straight, blinking rapidly, lips parted. Fear rises in fits and starts, and she twists in her seat, looking up at the stairs. But the door up there is static. Not even the shudder of Penrose leaning against it, or the slight movement that accompanies the HVAC system coming to life, shifting air pressure in the hall. A latch gives. Hinges sigh. Tamsin turns to the far end of the basement. She sees herself, stepping through the door. You're dreaming, she tells herself. If she looks away, she'll see the notes she's written on the walls are gibberish. It's a repeat of the dream of her bathroom, of staring at herself in the mirror. It's just the same, the strange feeling of looking at a reflection that isn't a reflection. But there's so much light, nearly blinding, no dim shadows and obscured landmarks to warp her perception. There's only herself, red hair gleaming in the lamplight, frizzed at the edges by a long day, in the same dress, the same heels, the same necklace. Slowly, Tamsin rises to her feet. They're of a height, her reflection and her, but they don't move in sync except to stare at one another. Her body feels heavy, numb, anesthetized. There's no room in her for a reaction to the impossible. Look behind it, a distant part of her mind whispers, and with great effort Tamsin tears her gaze away and tries to catch a glimpse of what exists through the door. Her reflection closes it behind her before Tamsin can make out anything in the shadows. The writing on the walls is legible, coherent. Her reflection smiles, a soft and gentle thing. "Hello," it says. Tamsin does not scream, but only because her throat has closed tight. Her breath is a thin, high whine, and she reaches out one trembling hand. The impossible thing in front of her looks down at that hand, head tilted, lips slightly parted. There's something almost childlike in its expression, curious and sweet. Tamsin's eyes flick across every feature, finding nothing she does not recognize, and yet nothing that feels right either. "Wake up," she demands of herself. "Wake up." She closes her eyes, wills herself to sleep and wake again. Warm, slender fingers close around her wrist. The scream leaves Tamsin's throat, and she jerks away, eyes wide now, stumbling back, then falling. The thing blinks down at her, shocked. "Did I frighten you?" it asks, and it's her voice, but not the one she hears when she speaks. It's the one out of recordings, her voice as others hear it. But she has never sounded so gentle. "I'm fine," Tamsin says, but her chest hurts and her breath is hard to catch and keep. She is shaking all through her body, and she's awake. She knows she's awake. Tamsin makes herself stand, clutching at the work table for balance. An avalanche of questions jockey for position in her mind, on her tongue. The one that falls out is, "Who are you?" What, she wants to correct. What are you? The thing opens its mouth, then hesitates. It looks down at its own hands, runs them over the tail of its braid, draped over one shoulder. It takes in his clothing, its pale skin, its body. It looks back at her. "I don't know," it says. "Aren't I you?" Tamsin swallows around the tight lump in her throat. She edges around the thing toward the stairs. "No," she says. "No, you're not." "Oh," it says. She reaches the stairs. "Wait here," Tamsin says. "Okay." It smiles again, and it looks so easy. Tamsin climbs the stairs backward, unwilling to take her eyes off of it, until, at last, she's through the door. The thing doesn't move to follow her. It sits down on the floor, cross-legged. It waits.
She shuts the door tight, activating every lock with furious, trembling hands. Lachlan Woodfield's name glows in the midnight dark. Tamsin sits at her dining room table, alone. She stares down at her phone, hands clawing against her scalp. Her braid hangs half undone, hair tangling under her clenching fingertips. She's shaking again, has been shaking since she got out of the basement, and hasn't stopped once. There's a sweating gin and tonic at her elbow. She hasn't taken a single sip. It was stupid locking the thing downstairs. Her laptop is down there. All her equipment is down there. The very door is down there, and who knows what else might come through it. Can the thing open it at will? It must be able to. Anything else? What? Doesn't make sense? None of this makes sense. Maybe when she unlocks the basement, the thing will be gone, left, or never existed at all. The unhinged imaginings of an overwrought mind. It didn't work with the door, but she wants to believe now, needs to. But if it's still there, she needs a plan. Lachlan would come if she called. She can see it clearly. Lachlan on her doorstep, black gloves in place, as always. Lachlan, gun in hand, ready as Tamsin unlocks the basement. Or maybe she'd use a knife. A gunshot would wake the neighbors, and Lachlan is nothing if not mindful about appearances. About management. Lachlan can fix this. Marika Dynamics will spread that thing wearing her face out in a lab somewhere, and she'll be right there with them, cutting into its flesh. She doesn't have the medical training, but she'd insist. She needs to know what's inside, needs to see that it's nothing like her, that it can't be real. Blade parts flesh, reveals undifferentiated tissue inside. No sign of liver, of heart, of lungs. Not like cutting into herself at all, really, as long as they get the right answer. Maybe they won't. Maybe the thing bleeds when sliced up. Maybe it has a brain. No, that's not the right option, the safe option. Calling Lachlan means revealing all that she's been hiding and would put her into an even more precarious position. It would put that spotlight incontrovertibly on her. Who's to say she wouldn't end up on a table right next to that thing? She can't call Lachlan. But she doesn't know what to do instead. Aren't I you? Tamsin gathers her hair up into a simple, pragmatic bun and takes a deep breath.
First things first, she supposes. She has to herself, at the very least, that the thing in the basement isn't her. Before Tamsin ventures back down into the basement, she fortifies herself with strong coffee. She gathers a few items: a tablet she hasn't used in a few years, her phone, fresh clothing. She eyes one of the meal replacement shakes in her fridge, wondering if the subject will need to eat, then closes the door. Better for it to make its needs known than for Tamsin to assume them. Otherwise, she might skew her data and come away with the wrong conclusions. She pauses at the door. Her stomach twists. If it does need to eat, and she just keeps the door closed for a few days, that thing will starve, will transmute into a harmless, inanimate corpse. Easier to manage, to hide. But that doesn't get her answers. She needs to go down there, and she needs to know what she's dealing with. She keys in the code, flips the lock. The thing waits for her in the center of the room. It sits right where Tamsin left it, though in a different position, as if it gotten uncomfortable. And when it sees Tamsin, a smile blooms across its familiar, unfamiliar features. Tamsin wants to run. She closes the door instead, listens for the lock engaging. "You came back," it says. Tamsin shudders. That voice. It's almost unbearable, so similar to her own, but from the wrong vantage. She makes her way down the stairs, taking each step with care. She really needs to add the safety railing soon. The bundle of supplies goes on the work table, save for her phone, which she has recording audio in her pocket. She goes to the cameras and reorients the first, simpler one, to be trained on the thing wearing her face. She never turns her back on it. Tamsin keeps the camera between them, but though it would be far easier to watch through the display, she looks directly at the not her. It looks back, sitting with its legs straight out in front of it on the cold floor. Childlike, she thinks again. So far from her own mannerisms that it turns her stomach. "Do you have a name?" Tamsin asks. She expects confusion again. It's not so far away from "Who are you?" But this time the thing doesn't hesitate. "Dr. Tamsin Rivers," it says. Tamsin flinches. It tilts its head, brows drawing together. Did I say something wrong? Tamsin looks at the laptop, but it's exactly where she left it. Is her name written anywhere else? She doesn't think it is. Her head hurts. When you look away, does it change again, like the door? Her eyes snap back to the thing. It still looks like her. It's still sitting on the floor, in her clothes, with the wrong expression. "How do you know that name?" she demands. "How do you yours?" Her anger demands that she shut this down, that she maintain firm boundaries, but she won't get useful answers that way. This thing either doesn't understand the question or is trying to explain. "I was taught it a long time ago, by my parents," she says. The memory of carefully printing her name on large, lined paper surfaces in her mind, unseen for decades thanks to the lack of children in her orbit. Tamsin wets her lips. "Did somebody teach you that name?" The thing is uncertain again. It frowns, then makes to stand. "I don't remember," it says. "Maybe?" "It's not your name," Tamsin snaps before she can stop herself, before she even registers that the burning resistance that sparks up in her is jealousy. This isn't objective. She needs to note what she's been told, listen to the thing's logic, not argue. She knows that, but she doesn't stop talking. However you know it, it's not yours. That name belongs to her. The thing's frown deepens. It wraps its arms around its chest. It's such a strange, vulnerable motion, another crumb of horror. "Then what is my name?" it asks, and its blue eyes are wide as it looks to her. For guidance? Tamsin's hands form tight fists at her side. She doesn't want this responsibility. She wants, more than anything, to send this thing away, forget it ever existed. But it is here, and just like the basement, just like the door, she can't walk away. It's getting more and more imperative that she keep her attention right here, right now. That she figure out why this is happening to her. What name fits an unnerving doppelganger? It's tempting to give it a meaningless name, something that simply isn't Tamsin, something more in line with Jane Doe. But naming a thing describes it, and the thing before her, captured by the camera, has a few undeniably salient characteristics. Prime, she decides finally, written out Tamsin in mathematical or chemical notation. It means a copy, she says, and watches the thing's face for a response. She sees only curiosity, no opposition, no argument. A copy, but transformed somehow, or rotated, or located at a different place along a molecule. The how isn't clear yet, but it will be. And it reinforces the fact that Tamsin herself is the original pattern. Tamsin 0. Prime, the thing repeats. Its limbs relax, anxiety replaced by a visible calm. I like it. Thank you. Upground, it's morning. In the basement, the light remains unchanging. So far, over the last several hours of study, Tamsin has found no structural difference between them. They are precisely the same height. Their hair is the same texture, the same length, the same shade of red, showing an identical recent lack of attention. Their irises are the same color, and Tamsin suspects, fears, that if she were to take photos, the patterning would be exactly the same as well.
Prime changed into its new set of clothes with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Prime changed into its new set of clothes without protest or any hint of shame, stripping without hesitation around 2 a.m. The yoga pants and an older sweater are things that Tamsin rarely wears. It's a token attempt to make them look distinct. It works enough to ease the nausea in her gut, makes it easier to look at Prime as she slides the tablet over to it. Prime looks at it with the same curiosity it seems to have for everything. "Can you read what it says?" Tamsin asks when Prime makes no move to touch anything. "California Psychological Inventory," Prime replies with no hesitation. "What is it?" "A series of questions to help me understand you," Tamsin says. She reaches over, though the closer her hand gets to Prime, the more she has to fight a growing tremor. Read each question, then all the answer choices. Pick the one you think sounds most like you. She taps an option to demonstrate. When you're finished with each page, touch the next button. Does that make sense? Prime nods. It takes the tablet, finally, and pulls it close. Its posture is wholly unlike Tamsin's, cradling the object carefully, tapping with the slightest brush of fingers. "I don't understand what some of these questions are asking," Prime ventures after a moment. "Go with your gut," Tamsin replies. "Anything else might bias the thing across from her." It frowns, then begins tapping at the screen again. On her laptop, Tamsin fills out the same personality test. She answers questions between long periods of watching Prime. Prime finishes first, and Tamsin moves it on to the next test in the series. When Tamsin completes her own, she pulls up Prime's results. They do not match. Unsurprisingly, Tamsin scores much more strongly in dominance, independence, and intellectual efficiency. Prime, by contrast, scores high in flexibility and tolerance. They are closest together in self-acceptance, of all things, followed closely by self-control. And Prime easily outstrips her in empathy, which unsettles her. Prime has made no reference to other people. How can it be empathetic if it exists in isolation? Prime, she says, not a question, and Prime's head comes up immediately. Yes? What's on the other side of the door? Prime frowns. That door? It asks, gesturing to the stairs. I don't know. I haven't gone through it. But you have. Tamsin's lips thin in irritation. No, she says, the door you arrived through, that door. She jerks her chin at it, positioned behind Prime, right where Tamsin can keep an eye on it. The camera is set behind her shoulder, capturing them all together. Prime looks surprised, twisting in its seat to look. I don't remember, it says after a long moment. With a glance back at Tamsin, it rises to its bare feet and approaches the door, wringing its hands together. Tamsin observes, pulse loud in her ears. Prime comes at it from an angle, much as Tamsin has done before, as if wary and untrusting. When it reaches out a hand toward the knob, that hand shakes. Prime hesitates, looks back once more. Do you want me to open it? It asks. Yes. She wants to say yes. The cameras are rolling, and Prime has already opened the door once, even if it was from the other side. But she's not ready, not prepared if another Prime should step out, not equipped for whatever new questions lie beyond that door. There are already too many moving parts to keep track of. No, she says reluctantly. No, not right now. Anxiety visibly leaches from Prime's shoulders. It lingers another moment at the door, then returns to the table and sits down across from Tamsin. It reaches for the tablet, then looks to her for guidance. Tamsin exhales slowly, then nods. Keep going, she says. We have a lot of tests to get through. Prime bends its head back to the personality inventories and other cognitive tests. Tamsin puts in an order for a baby monitor, nanny cams, some hardware, and another electronic lock system for same-day delivery. By the time the supplies arrive, Tamsin has confirmed a number of things about her doppelganger. Its reading level is equivalent to her own and is limited to languages that Tamsin knows and to her ability level in each. It has a working understanding of calculus and linear algebra, again equivalent to her own. Theoretical physics as well, or at least the amount they've covered. Tamsin has, so far, stayed away from the specifics that underpin the node experiments. That feels too intimate to test, too risky. They differ on most measures of personality. They weigh the same, have the same measurements. Prime's face and thumbprint can both unlock her phone. When she goes upstairs to feed herself and retrieve the boxes stacked on her doorstep, she takes her phone and encrypted laptop with her, just to be safe. She locks both locks behind her. She also spends a long time staring into her fridge. Prime has yet to ask for food or water, but it looks distinctly uncomfortable now. The constant light can't be helping either if it has the same need for sleep Tamsin does. And if it has a digestive system at all, well, all the more reason to keep working. She takes the boxes upstairs to her bedroom. The windows in the ensuite are the hardest to secure. They take well over half an hour, which is ridiculous given how small they are, but Tamsin is not willing to take chances. The baby monitor she puts into the ceiling vent, and she toggles off the zone climate control for the room. She empties all the drawers, removes everything from the bathroom and her bedroom. Not just potential weapons, anything and everything that is not bolted to the walls, save for the bed. She takes the sheets and pillows too. All of her things go into the guest bedroom, the guest bathroom. She hasn't been in either room in maybe an entire year, save for perhaps her dreamlike wanderings, leaving it up to her monthly cleaning service to air out the linens.
The dresser has room for most of her clothing, but the closet is small and everything feels cramped and wrong. It's not going to be comfortable, but she wants Prime's space to be as self-contained as possible, which means the main bedroom and the ensuite bath. Penrose watches from on top of the dresser, unnerved and fidgety. This is the easiest answer to any number of logistical problems, and has the added benefit of separating Prime from the door in the basement. But she knows what it looks like. It looks like seeding ground. It looks like building a prison cell. The cameras are easily secreted into the windowsills and other nooks and crannies, and the lock installs easily in the door. She sets it up to work only from the hall. And then, when she's certain that the room is ready, she goes down to the basement. "Come here," she says from halfway down the stairs. Prime is reading over the notes penned onto the wall. "Stretching isn't sinking," Prime says. "It's swaying on its feet." "I know," Tamsin says, impatient. "Prime, come here. If the basement were sinking, the house would be too. The floor is sinking, the rest isn't. Prime." Prime, at last, leaves the writing and approaches the stairs. Its eyes are bright, almost fevered. It peers up at Tamsin. It mounts the first step. "Do you know why it's happening?" "No," Tamsin says. Her mouth is dry. "Do you?" Prime frowns at her, then shakes its head. "It doesn't make sense," it says, and climbs another step. A third. On the fourth, it stumbles, feet catching on the too tall riser. For half a second, Tamsin sees her own image falling, snapping its neck on impact. Her chest lurches as if she's the one about to die. She catches Prime and hauls it close. It's the most physical contact they've had, and Tamsin recoils immediately. The copy of her body is too warm, too vulnerable, and she hates it with a burning passion. She grabs Prime by the wrist and leads it up the remaining stairs, with harsh tugs whenever Prime hesitates. She really needs to install that railing.
Prime tries to stop at the threshold into the house proper, staring and blinking against the dimmer interior, but Tamsin leads it down the hall to the next flight of steps. From the kitchen, Penrose watches them, tail flicking. "Where are we going?" Prime asks, stumbling behind Tamsin. "To your new room," Tamsin says. "It will be more comfortable." Prime's quiet after that until Tamsin ushers it into the bedroom. It's still unsettling, seeing the space so bare, seeing herself as an outside observer in a familiar area, and she wonders if she's making a mistake, if she's losing her mind after all. But Prime is looking around in wonder, and when it turns to Tamsin, there is joy on its face. "For me?" it asks. Tamsin nods. "And the bathroom is through that door." Prime glances over. Its face goes still for a moment, then the joy becomes shocked desperation. It trembles. "Go ahead," Tamsin says. It makes for the bathroom. Tamsin locks the door and heads back downstairs. With Prime's containment squared away, Tamsin turns her attention back to the question of figuring out what Prime is. All appearances indicate that the thing is human, but its provenance makes that seem, in a word, unlikely. She has yet to do a detailed physical examination beyond size and shape. That will require more physical contact between them, which she's dreading. She doesn't want first-hand knowledge of how their skin feels the same, how their breathing might sync up, or their heart rates. Not to mention, she lacks even basic first aid training. And she doesn't have the supplies. The latter can be remedied, at least. Some of what she's after she'll order from a medical supply store, but the rest is going to take a little time and a lot of administrative know-how. She ignores all the unread emails in her inbox and instead opens a new one, addresses it to her assistant. "Kara, need you to track down a few pieces of equipment ASAP. See if you can borrow them from other departments, but keep my name out of it for now. Project related. confidential. Compound microscope, 100x capability, slides, etc. Ability to capture images, video required. Robot sample arm with table mount. An older model is fine. I think RD should still have a few decommissioned models from the demos 2 years ago. Ultrasound machine, portable. TR. Email sent. She sits at her dining room table, closing her eyes. She's been up since yesterday morning, and it's almost 4 in the afternoon. Her head aches, her sense of balance softly tilts when she closes her eyes. Her ribs are sore. She needs sleep. She needs to log some hours on the subsidence question. She needs a lot of things she isn't going to get. But she can at least clean herself up a little. The guest bathroom is lacking compared to what she's used to, the shower head not quite as nice, the towels stiffer from lack of use, and everything is still jumbled, the chaos of the recently moved. But the water is hot enough to be blissful, and she's tired enough to not care about the rest. She's fresh out of the guest shower when her phone rings. Tucking a towel tightly around her chest, she scoops up the phone. Her mood sours when she sees Kara's name, but she hits accept call. "I hope you're calling to tell me when to pick everything up," she says by way of greeting. "I've got everything but the ultrasound squared away, Dr. Rivers," Kara confirms quickly. "But I needed more information on that one and thought you wouldn't want me to pry via email. What output do you need?" "Imaging," Tamsin says. "So one of the machines they use to test welding integrity, that won't work?" "No, I need—" She cuts off, closing her eyes a moment. When she opens them again, her reflection gazes back at her, mocking. "You need a medical one, and that's going to raise too many questions." But her chances of getting one on her own are minuscule. It's an easier ask than a human-grade X-ray machine at least. And maybe what Kara's offering will work, if she gets creative. Still, the learning curve on a medical ultrasound is going to be steep enough. Figuring out how to translate a paper readout of fracture depth on a model that isn't designed to process living tissue— "Dr. Rivers?" Tamsin shakes herself. "I need one with a visual display, like they use in medical offices. Is that going to be a problem?" Kara doesn't respond at first. Tamsin hopes it's because she's running some kind of search. "How is any of this related to the project?" she asks. Shame ripples below Tamsin's skin, followed by a white-hot anger not so dissimilar from what she'd felt when she fired Torrance. But she needs to control that. She can't lash out at everybody who questions her. "That isn't your concern," Tamsin says. Her voice sounds almost calm. "I can keep your name out of it, but if I associate it to the project, it will raise questions. Mix Woodfield has been by twice in the last week. I'm investigating a novel line of inquiry." Tamsin rubs at her temple. The last thing she needs is Lachlan having proof she's doing something non-standard. Her absence today will do enough damage. I don't know that it's going to pan out. I would prefer that Mix Woodfield not be aware until there is something to make her aware of. "You said you have everything else squared away?" "On personal favors, Dr. Rivers." "Good. Keep it that way. Don't log it anywhere." It occurs to her that she should reassure Kara that if anybody catches on and complains, Tamsin will shield her. She doesn't. She can't if it comes to that. The research has to come first. "Of course, Dr. Rivers. I'll let you know in the morning when you can come pick them up. Bring them to my house is on the tip of her tongue." She stops herself just in time. No, better that she go in to pick them up, just like she did everything else. Too many questions otherwise. She decides against bringing Prime any food, but does bring a water bottle when she returns. Dehydration is a relentless killer, and it may take longer than a few days for Prime to decide to ask or conceive of asking for a drink. After all, it only seemed to occur to Prime that it needed to use the restroom when it encountered the concept. Or maybe she's imagining that, assigning more meaning than Prime's behavior warrants. At any rate, there's water in the bathroom and no way to control Prime's access to it.
Prime very well may already have had some on its own, spoiling any conceivable experimental results. Therefore, Tamsin will provide water, but no food. She doesn't knock, just deactivates the lock and lets herself into the cell. Prime is curled up in the center of the mattress, sound asleep. It doesn't stir as Tamsin sets out her other supplies: nitrile gloves, a thermometer, a blood pressure cuff, a cup of ice, a cup of steaming water, and a long, sharp pin. All supplies she had on hand already. It doesn't stir as Tamsin draws closer, peering down at her copy. Prime sleeps soundly, still dressed in the clothing Tamsin offered, with no tension pinching its brows. If it dreams, they are quiet dreams, soft dreams. The sight makes Tamsin long for the guest bed. She should be sleeping too. Her head swims a little. It wouldn't hurt, would it, to just take everything and go away, wait a few hours, put her head down, forget everything for just a little bit? Prime makes a soft noise, then opens its startlingly blue eyes. Tamsin stares down at its relaxed body language, its trusting gaze. Nausea rises in her throat. Does she look like that? No, she never looks that guileless. Prime stares up at her. It doesn't react as if startled to find Tamsin watching it sleep. Something about that calm blankness makes Tamsin furious, and she goes over to get the first of her tools. "Sit on the edge of the mattress," Tamsin says. Prime, as always, obeys. "Why?" Tamsin scowls as she tugs on a pair of gloves, then scoops up the thermometer. She makes herself approach the bed, refuses to let herself shy away or hesitate. "Open your mouth. I'm going to put this under your tongue." No resistance to that either.
Nor to the blood pressure cuff, after the readings are normal and in the range of Tamsin's own. Primes are both a little lower, but it's only just woken up. Every test points to Prime being human, but that still feels wrong. It feels threatening. Tamsin puts the emotion aside to study later, once she's gotten a chance to rest. She busies herself instead with the cups. The one has stopped steaming, but the water inside is still painfully hot. The other's ice has begun to melt, but still burns to the touch. She crouches in front of Prime, and Prime looks down at her. "Close your eyes and give me your right hand." Its gaze tracks past her, down to where the cups rest. It opens its mouth, perhaps to ask a question. Then it looks back at Tamsin and closes its eyes. Holds out its hand. Tamsin takes Prime firmly by the wrist and with her other hand picks up the first cup. She presses Prime's fingers to the ice inside. It makes a shocked noise, hand twitching. "Cold," it says, without being prompted. "Ice?" "Yes." Tamsin swaps out the cup, submerges Prime's cold reddened fingers into the hot water. This time, Prime's entire body jerks. Hot! Tamsin makes a mental note that Prime not only immediately recognized and named the sensations, but has the same response as most humans would. She only slowly releases Prime's hand, though, and when Prime pulls it free, the skin is flushed and scalded. Of course it feels discomfort, she thinks, but is that truly a given? Does it actually feel discomfort, or is it only play-acting out the response Tamsin expects? More observational effect at work? Unclear. But she can't very well set up a double-blind experiment, even without an internal review board to justify the ethics of this too. And there's one last test she wants to perform, one last piece of data she needs for now. She gets up, dumps the cups out in the bathroom sink, and then she retrieves the needle, hiding it in the curve of her palm. Prime is wary as Tamsin returns to the bed, as she sits beside it. "Give me your hand again, left this time." Prime hesitates. It's learning, perhaps, not to trust so readily. She wonders why it ever trusted Tamsin at all. Tamsin wouldn't have. "Your hand," Tamsin repeats, making her voice softer this time. Prime finally offers up its left hand. Tamsin takes it gently. She slips the needle from where she secreted it away, a subtle movement that Prime doesn't seem to catch. The needle touches the soft underside of Prime's wrist. "Stay still, Prime," Tamsin warns as Prime stiffens beside her. She pushes the needle harder into Prime's skin. It dimples, and Prime tries to shift away despite the warning, but Tamsin's grip on its arm tightens. "That hurts," Prime says, voice wavering. "Can you describe the pain?" Tamsin asks, glancing up at Prime's face. Its brows are drawn tight together, its lips pursed. It's anticipating more pain, clearly, and trying to figure out what Tamsin means to do. But still, it cooperates. "Sharp?" it ventures. "Small, but growing." Tamsin pushes harder. The needle breaks the skin. Prime yelps and tries to pull away again. Tamsin bares her teeth, but loosens her fingers. The pin comes free, and blood wells to the surface. Red. Entirely average red blood. Tamsin lifts the pin, considering the smeared metal. What she wouldn't give to run tests on Prime's blood, but she has no ready access to a discreet enough phlebotomy lab. It's too far outside her research area, and if the results come back unusual, it will be difficult to shut down any potentially resulting inquiry. She sets aside the pin. Prime has retreated across the room, cradling its arm to its chest, eyeing Tamsin warily. Tamsin feels nauseated again, more strongly this time, and can't determine if it's because she can't stand seeing the pathetic echo of herself that is Prime, or because she made Prime cringe away and cower. "I didn't like that," Prime says. "Why did you do that?" "To understand you a little better," Tamsin says, standing. She leaves Prime huddled in the corner. From Lackland Drift, 8 p.m. 2 drinks. Tamsin swears and tosses her phone on the kitchen counter. She doesn't have the time for this, or the stamina. She still hasn't slept. And moreover, she has no desire to leave the house. Drift is a glitzy rooftop bar, expensive, and the perfect place to be seen. All things Tamsin is usually more than happy to partake in, but not now. She doesn't want to see and be seen. She doesn't want to feel the wind in her hair and see the entire city stretched out below her. And Lackland telling her to go to Drift means there's a problem. A problem like her disappearing from the lab again, she's sure. She thinks she told Kara she'd be working from home today, but it's distinctly possible she never actually did. It's fine, though. She'll get her makeup on, give Penrose his dinner, head out. She's done more than a few social events she's hated every second of. 2 drinks will make for a 3-hour trip out, give or take, and she'll be back home before midnight. It will be fine. Except she can't leave Prime alone, not even in the cell she's built for it. The nanny cams and baby monitor feed to her phone, but if something happens, if Prime tries something, there will be no way for her to get home fast enough. If anything brings suspicion to her house, or if Prime gets out, Tamsin is really in trouble. And even if nothing happens, Lackland will be able to tell her attention is elsewhere. Her phone pings again. She grabs it. From Lackland. "Dr. Rivers, please confirm." That's new. Lackland is worried. And Lackland doesn't trust her anymore? She double-checks that the first text is recent, that she didn't miss it in the shake-up of Prime's appearance, but only 5 minutes have elapsed between the two. She chews at her lip, staring down at her phone. She can't leave, and she can't put Lackland off. From Tamsin. "Can't make it to Drift. Come over." Tamsin stares at herself in the guest room mirror. She's made herself a little more presentable, changed into a long-sleeved, jade-colored sweater and black slacks, not something she'd wear out, but something that conveys respect for Lackland making the trip. Her hair is officially a disaster zone, but she doesn't have the time for a proper detangle and condition, so she's thrown it back into a frizzed chignon. She considers covering up the dark circles under her eyes as well, but decides to leave them visible. Illness and exhaustion are better excuses than anything else she can come up with. She's stalling, though.
There's only half an hour before Lachlan arrives, and there's one last thing to do. She goes to the locked bedroom door. Keys in the code. Knocks, this time, before entering. Prime is awake. It eyes Tamsin with the wariness that it had when Tamsin left it huddled in the corner. It's moved back to the bed, but it's sitting with its knees clutched to its chest. The wrist with the pinprick is exposed, as if Prime has been looking at it. She regrets that pinprick. It was poorly done, and more importantly, poorly timed. She needs Prime to listen to her now, to continue to obey her. "I'm having a guest over," Tamsin says. "You may be able to hear us talking. Can I trust you to be quiet until my guest has left?" Prime cants its head to one side. "Why?" "Because she thinks I live alone," Tamsin says, wondering if she's making a mistake. But regardless of how Prime feels about her, she trusts it to follow a request more than she trusts Prime to intuit a need to be quiet or to restrain its curiosity absent any direction. It will confuse and upset her if she hears another person in the house. She may become angry. When she's angry, she causes pain. An exaggeration, but only in that Tamsin has never been on the receiving end of that particular brand of fury. Prime rubs at its wrist. "I'll be quiet," it says. "Good." She hesitates, then adds, "Thank you." Prime's expression brightens somewhat. Tamsin's discomfort twists and grows.
It tucks a stray bit of hair behind one ear, and that gesture, more than any other, is upsettingly familiar, alienating. Tamsin has the oddest feeling that she's looking at herself, and that the she who is doing the looking is not her, is more akin to a camera with nerves than a person. "Can I have something to eat?" Prime asks. "I'm hungry." "No." The answer is reflexive, but doesn't leave her mouth. She's gotten the answer she was after by withholding food. Prime can get hungry and knows what eating is without needing to be shown. Prime bleeds red. Prime is alive, and Tamsin therefore has a responsibility, doesn't she? She wouldn't gain anything by starving the thing. And the thought of her own reflection dwindling to skin and bones, it doesn't matter. None of it matters. All that does matter is that Lachlan is coming, and the more Tamsin pacifies Prime, the more likely it is that Prime will stay quiet. "Yes, of course," Tamsin says. "I'll be right back." She locks the door behind her and, in a distracted haze, descends to the kitchen. She needs to eat too. She hasn't, not since lunch. She could cook something for the both of them, see if Prime has the same likes and dislikes she does. But a glass at the oven clock says there's no time for that. Maybe in the morning. For now, she grabs 2 meal replacement bottles and takes them both upstairs. Prime has uncurled from the bed and is looking out the window from between the slats of the blinds when Tamsin re-enters the room. "Come away from there," Tamsin snaps. Prime pulls away as if stung. "Did I do something wrong? Somebody might see you. Come here, I brought food." She holds out one of the bottles, and Prime edges closer. It looks at the meal, then up at Tamsin. "This is food?" it asks. "It's nutritionally complete," Tamsin says. She gestures with the bottle, and Prime takes it. Then she makes a show of shaking her own, opening the cap. She takes a sip. It's functional. It tastes vaguely like chocolate. It's fine. Prime shakes its bottle, opens it in the same fashion, brings it to its nose. "I don't think I like this," it says. "It's what we're having. It'll make you feel better." Tamsin takes a larger swig, then heads for the door. "I'll see you in the morning. Remember, be quiet tonight." "All right," Prime says. Tamsin leaves it, taking a hesitant sip of its dinner, locking the door behind her. It's 7:55 by the time she's finished her own. Lachlan isn't far. Her heart kicks up in her chest. She feels lightheaded, but that might only be the lack of sleep. She slams a caffeine shot just in case, then goes to her liquor cabinet to fetch a nice bottle of bourbon and a few other ingredients. It's the only way she can think to prepare.
Lachlan Woodfield has been in her house once before. She is not, in any way, the bodyguard of the CEO of America. But when Mr. Thomas came by for a dinner a little over 2 years ago to discuss the final timeline for the Node Lab construction, Lachlan had attended as his shadow. That night had been a small affair, with only a few other guests, and though all the cooking had been done by caterers earlier in the day, Tamsin had been the one to serve everything. A flawless performance, the appearance of domestic mastery. Every detail had been planned within the finest tolerance. Every minute had gone according to that plan. It was the only way she'd gotten through the night. She isn't a natural hostess. And Tamsin doesn't have a plan now. The knock comes at 1 minute after 8. Tamsin freezes where she's setting out a bowl of furikake rice crackers. She's got the lighting on its preset entertaining profile. The caffeine is bubbling along her nerves. She's as put together as she's going to be. She goes to get the door. Lachlan wears one of her usual suits, though Tamsin doesn't recognize the subtle black-on-black pattern. It might be new. Her hair is slicked back, and her hands are, as always, gloved. She is broad and steady, and for a moment Tamsin wonders what it would be like to fall into her. If Lachlan would bother to catch her, or just watch her stumble. "You look unwell, Dr. Rivers," Lachlan says, and she sounds more irritated than concerned. "Come in," Tamsin says. Lachlan follows her to the living room and takes a seat on the couch, leaving Tamsin with the chair across from her, the coffee table in between them. Tamsin measures a bit of sugar into each glasses, drips bitters on top from a small dark bottle, pours them both 2 fingers of whiskey, and adds 1 thin slice of dried blood orange to each drink. Ice comes from the nearby ice dish. Old fashions are almost always Lachlan's drink of choice. She's glad she still has the ingredients on hand from that first dinner. Mr. Woodfield knows exactly what Tamsin is doing, playing to her preferences in an attempt to charm her, and takes the glass anyway. "You fired Isaac Torrance," Lachlan says without preamble. She punctuates it with a sip from her glass before setting it aside. Acceptably made, then. Tamsin sits back and crosses her legs. "I did. And then did not log any follow-up paperwork. I wasn't aware there was a deadline on that." "Don't really mess with me, Dr. Rivers." Lachlan's voice is steady and cool. She leans forward, elbows braced on her splayed knees, gloved hands folded. "You know exactly how closely you're being watched. You know how much pressure you're under. And you know the risks of cutting a member of your team loose after humiliating him publicly and then ignoring the follow-up work to ensure he doesn't retaliate." Her palms press together. Her gloves creak. "Please tell me why I just covered for you again?" Tamsin bristles. Lachlan's right. She shouldn't have fired Torrance in the first place, and she should have made very sure her ass was covered by the correct paperwork after. That she didn't is embarrassing, but she papers over the feeling, lifting her chin. He's not going to cause trouble. Even if he went to the mayor and explained about the distortion, he'll sound insane. Or he'll just be telling her something she's going to find out in a week or 2 when the water and sewage department starts reporting their pipes visibly distending. She rubs at the short stump of her ruined nail. "I also didn't ask you to step in. Is that because you just assumed I'd do it, or because you stopped caring about consequences?" Tamsin bites the tip of her tongue, then takes a drink. "Neither," she says. Her throat feels raw as she says it. Her ribs feel raw. Everything feels oversensitive, and she thinks of Prime's fingers in the scalding water. "I wasn't thinking." Lachlan tips her chin up, as if to say, obviously. "Not thinking for the same reason you weren't in the lab today and haven't been answering emails? Not thinking for the same reason you look like—" a gesture with her glass, at Tamsin's entirety. "Not thinking for the same reason you invited me here? Dr. Rivers, you don't entertain at home, and you certainly don't invite me to your house." In fact, a week ago, Tamsin had been desperately trying to avoid exactly this scenario. "I haven't been sleeping well," she confesses, and somehow the confession makes her straighten up, not recoil away. It's easier than being evasive, and it is something she can defend. It is, for once, not a lie. She can give little pieces of herself and still hold on to the whole. Lachlan takes the scrap she's been offered, sitting back against the couch cushions. "Do you want me to get you a prescription for some sleep aids?" "Not the problem," Tamsin says. Her glass is getting low. Lachlan's too. 2 drinks. The work is engaging, but in a way that makes it hard to put away when the day is done. And now is not the time to enforce a better work-life balance. Tamsin inclines her head. "I don't think my presence in the labs is helpful at the moment. I can do the majority of my work from here, where I have fewer interruptions and am less at risk of—" She tilts the glass, watches the slice of blood orange twirl lazily in the remaining bourbon.
Reacting without forethought to lower priority personnel issues. Lachlan's mouth quirks up on one side. She finishes her drink, setting the glass between them. The tension, cracking and whipping between them, shifts in tenor, gains an added layer of amusement, of familiarity. They click into place, play-acting the right sort of danger, of opposition. Lachlan's unyielding resolve is an old friend of sorts. It provides her something to orient from. She can do this. Lachlan sets her glass aside, and Tamsin moves to refresh her drink. For a moment, they are almost close enough to touch. "When we poached you from the ivory tower," Lachlan says, voice low and just the slightest bit rough, hazel eyes fixed on Tamsin's hands. "You seemed too good to be true. The glittering prodigy, aiming for the top of the theoretical physics hierarchy, but willing to be wooed by industry for a better paycheck and louder PR trumpeting your successes. Too many talents, no preoccupation with academic admiration, no family to distract you, presence and social skills not only serviceable but enviable, and an incredible ability to be both brilliant and able to stay on task. I suppose it was only time until we found a project that would turn even you into a rude little recluse." Tamsin laughs, adding sugar and bitters to the glass. "Careful," she says, reaching for the bourbon. "You're starting to sound fond." Lachlan doesn't reply, but her gaze remains on Tamsin, warm and heavy. The room feels a little closer. The lowered lighting is intimate, and for a moment they are the only 2 people in the world. Tamsin pours the bourbon and holds out Lachlan's glass. Lachlan takes it, and their fingers do not touch. "I meant what I said the other day," Lachlan says finally, after she takes a long and thoughtful draw from the glass. "Adjusting to your replacement is not high on my list of desires. But whatever is going on in your head needs to find its way into meetings, memos, something. Stop clearing your calendar. Start putting in appearances. When I said you could work remotely, this is not what I meant." Another swallow. Tamsin barely sips at her own. Her heart is pounding again, and she doesn't think it's the caffeine or the lack of sleep. Lachlan has destabilized her as quickly as she'd found her footing again. Tamsin sets her glass down, and Lachlan reaches out, touches gloved fingers lightly against the back of her hand. Tamsin looks up, and Lachlan is now gazing directly at her. "Don't make me tell you again," she says, and the intimacy of it is barbed now, sharpened to a cutting edge. Fondness will not stop Lachlan from fixing a problem. Tamsin's throat bobs. Understood. Lachlan doesn't smile. She just throws back the rest of her drink and sets it aside. Her hand only leaves Tamsin when she stands and twitches her jacket and trousers back into line. Tamsin rises and walks her to the door. "Thank you," she says, as Lachlan steps out onto the front stoop, "for agreeing to come here." Lachlan doesn't respond, gaze flicking across Tamsin once more, as if taking a final measure, looking for a final fracture point.
And then her attention goes a little behind Tamsin. Tamsin tries not to tense, tries to convince herself that she would have heard if Prime had gotten out. It's just the two of them. "I didn't realize you'd gotten a second cat," Lachlan says finally, looking down at Tamsin once more. "Good night, Dr. Rivers." The world is very quiet. Lachlan Woodfield turns on her heel and slides her hands into her pockets, striding away toward where her car is parked. Tamsin grips the edge of the door tightly, then makes herself close it at a reasonable pace. She looks behind her. Penrose sits in the hall a few feet away. And Penrose also sits on the stairs. It takes half an hour to get both Penroses contained. They are both sleek and fast and recalcitrant. The first one she catches purrs as she hauls him over to his carrier, and she thinks he might not be the original. But the second seems just as alien. By the time she's locking the other cage, a live trap she got when there was a stray coming around her backyard a year ago, she's laughing. It's unhinged, choked, and helpless, and she can barely breathe through it. Her eyes are burning, her head is swimming, she wants to throw up. She staggers up to her feet. The used glasses are still on the living room table, with their blood-orange rinds reossifying along the bottoms. The lights are still on low. It doesn't matter. Tamsin grabs the handles of each carrier, and from inside, both cats protest as they're hoisted up into the air, their tiny prisons tilting wildly as Tamsin mounts the stairs. Down the hall, to the locked door, the keypad, and then the door is open, and Tamsin has the focus so that she doesn't throw either cat into the room. She sets each one down with as much care as she can manage. Prime is standing in between Tamsin and the bed, and goes to its knees, peering into the carriers. "What the really is happening?" Tamsin demands, unsure of what else to say. "You'll have to be more specific," Prime replies, glancing up at her. "There's only supposed to be one cat." One of the Penroses lets out a low moan of irritation. The other rustles in his carrier. "And there is only supposed to be one of you," Prime says slowly. Tamsin can see Prime's mind working, and she hates it. The entire world has finally spun out of her control, and her only chance of setting it back to rights is to think, but she can't even do that. Only her double can, this thing that shouldn't exist, this thing that must be a direct threat to her. She grabs hold of one of Prime's wrists. Prime flinches. "Come with me," she says. Prime doesn't fight, but it is tense as it stands and follows her, stumbling, out of the bedroom. It casts wary glances back over its shoulder. "Shouldn't we let them out?" "After." "After what?" Tamsin doesn't respond, navigating down the stairs and to the basement door. "Close your eyes," she demands, and Prime only stares in response, shoulders hunched forward, body language the same as a dog who has learned it will be kicked. She makes herself gentle, breathing slower, just for a moment. "Please." "Please" feels false on her tongue, but Prime closes its eyes. Tamsin keys in the code and unlocks the basement. "You can look now," she says, before tugging Prime down the stairs. The basement is exactly as they left it that morning. It's been barely more than 12 hours, and the light down here remains unchanging. Prime is rigid beneath her hand, following only because it's being dragged. That reluctance nearly makes Tamsin's mouth water with the need to understand, to crack Prime open. What is it afraid is going to happen? Tamsin comes to a stop in front of the cameras and jerks her chin toward the door. "Open it," she says. Prime shakes its head, its refusal much more marked this time than when it first appeared. It flexes the hand Tamsin is keeping captive. The wrist is the one Tamsin drew blood from. She can feel the tiny pinprick scab. "Do you think that's a good idea?" Prime asks. Its voice trembles. It isn't. Tamsin can think of so many ways it could go wrong. But there are 2 Penroses and 2 hers. And if Prime came out of this door, so did the duplicate cat. She wants to toss them both back through to where they came from, then bolt the door shut, fill in the whole basement, erase the entire mess from existence. I think that at this point, she says, it's essential. Prime doesn't move. Tamsin tears her gaze from the door, where it's come to rest as if magnetized, and whatever Prime sees on her face, it makes it flinch again, drawing back to the farthest extent their arms allow. Tamsin hangs on tight and waits. She can threaten and cajole and force, but Prime is obedient in all things. It doesn't take long. Okay, it says. Okay, I'll do it. She waits until Prime eases closer again, the line of his shoulders slackening as it takes a few steps in the direction of the door.
Only then does she let go, watching Prime, arms crossing over her chest as much to intimidate Prime as to soothe herself. Her heart pounds as Prime moves across the room. Its hand reaches out. It trembles as before. A few yards separate Prime and the door, and then a few feet, and then a few inches. Prime falters. It's almost like watching magnets repelling one another. Prime's hand swings to one side, and then Prime is turning too, to face Tamsin again. This is dangerous, it says. You don't know what's on the other side, do you? Tamsin asks. Prime looks distraught. You know I don't. Tamsin hums low in her throat and approaches, herding Prime closer to the door. I know you told me you don't. That doesn't mean you told me the truth. Do you know what's on the other side, Prime? Prime takes a step back, and another. But then its posture firms up unexpectedly. No, it says, and glances, as if helpless to resist, back at the door once again. It's impossible to tell if Prime is frustrated or scared. It looks like both at once. But the fear is fascinating. The fear is learned, but not from Tamsin. Prime didn't want to open the door that morning, and it certainly doesn't want to open it now. Why? Echoes loud on loop through her skull, and her hunger for an answer grows teeth. If you don't know, Tamsin says, you should open it and find out. Prime has no argument against that. Please, Prime whispers. Tamsin ignores it and takes Prime by the shoulder, pushing it around to face the door. Give me a reason, backed by evidence, why you shouldn't do this. I don't know. The only thing that should be beyond that door is dirt, Tamsin pushes. Are you afraid of dirt? I don't know. Open the door, Prime. Beneath her touch, Prime has gone from trembling to all-out shaking. Tamsin thinks she'll have to grab its hand, put it on the knob herself. But Prime is obedient. Prime reaches out, even as its chest heaves with repressed sobs, and grasps the knob. Prime's fingers tense and clutch. Its wrist moves. The knob rotates. The door does not open. Pull, Tamsin says, low and fervent. I am, Prime whispers, and Tamsin can feel the flex of muscles in its shoulder, the resistance of the door. Pull harder then, she demands. It takes everything she has not to place her hand over Prime's and help. Prime's shoulders tense, its body trembles, and she leans away from the door. The door doesn't open, despite all of Prime's weight desperately trying to retreat from it. Tamsin lets go of Prime. It's not going to open, Tamsin concedes, reaching out and touching the seam where the door meets the doorframe. Her fingers pass over her own dried blood. Prime lets go with a cry and retreats haphazardly from the door. Its hip collides with the desk, and then its shoulders hit the back wall, and it sinks down to the ground, hyperventilating, clutching its hand to its chest as if it's been scalded again.
Tamsin turns away from the door entirely. "I'm sorry," Prime is gasping. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, please, please." Tamsin approaches, hands up. "It's all right, Prime," she says, words unfamiliar in her mouth, clumsy. She doesn't mean them, but it's not the sort of lie she's practiced with. "It's okay." Prime begins to cry. Tamsin goes to her knees before she can think better of it, resting one hand on Prime's ankle. Prime twitches. Seeing herself cower after the sensory experiments that afternoon was strange. Seeing herself break down is so much worse. She waits for the disgust to rise up and overpower the guilt the way it has before. Disgust at seeing a mockery of herself display this much vulnerability, this much weakness. But this time, all she can think is, this is wrong. The door won't open. Prime is trapped here. Gosh. "Come on, let's get you to bed," she says, as coaxingly as she can. "No more experiments today." Prime is reluctant, but it obeys. Tamsin stays up into the early hours of the morning, watching Prime sleep via the cameras installed in the main bedroom. Prime moves occasionally, but never leaves the bed, never seems to open its eyes. It's the picture of repose, and Tamsin has to resist the urge to go to it, touch it, measure it again and again. She wants, no, need, to find where it ends and she begins. Needs to divine if what she's done to it is wrong, fundamentally. It shouldn't feel wrong, it should feel necessary. And yet the shame hasn't left her. It curls around the base of her throat, digging into the notch of her collarbone. Prime cowering, Prime weeping, Prime cornered. The images repeat again and again. Maybe that's why, when morning comes and she drags herself out of bed, she goes and unlocks the bedroom door. She doesn't open it, but leaves the keypad unarmed. She stares at it for a long time, giving herself the opportunity to change her mind. This isn't permanent, though. This is an experiment. What will Prime do if it can move around the house? What will it choose for itself? There's no indication that Prime is awake, so Tamsin goes and showers. Her head is pounding, and her hair is still a tangled mess. She makes herself take the time to fix it, but it'll take a fresh keratin treatment to get it up to snuff again. Luckily, her standing appointment is only a week or so away. When she at last dresses and exits the bathroom, both Penroses sit in the hallway. Prime has let them out then. She stares at them, considering recaging them, as soft sounds coming from downstairs filter into her awareness. The air is warm with the scent of cooking. It smells like shrimp. Tamsin leaves the cats and makes her way down and into the kitchen, regret warring with curiosity. Prime stands at the stove, and yes, there are shrimp frying in the pan in front of it. To the right, a larger pot bubbles away. The liquid inside is a brilliant red. Prime shouldn't know how to work the stove, let alone cook a meal, even if the meal resembles no breakfast Tamsin has ever seen. It certainly shouldn't have stumbled onto prepare food as its first action upon finding its prison door unlocked. Why isn't it exploring? Why isn't it sitting and waiting to see if Tamsin is testing it again? "Good morning," Prime says. Its voice does have an edge to it, a wariness, but it's no worse than an awkward morning after, which Tamsin supposes this is. It slides the cooked shrimp onto a plate. This should be done soon. "What are you doing?" Tamsin asks. Prime visibly relaxes when there's no note of censure in Tamsin's voice. "Cooking," Prime replies. It doesn't simper or ask if that's okay. Interesting, after its pleading the night before. The cooking itself could serve as an attempt at appeasement, of course, proving utility to try to avoid another unpleasant test, or in some misguided attempt to head off another traumatic attempt at the door. Or maybe it's simpler than that. that Prime recognized its own hunger, then worried that Tamsin's hunger might have consequences. Prime scored highly not only on empathy, but also flexibility and tolerance. Maybe that's at work here, a pathological generosity of spirit, willing to forgive and forget so easily. What that says about the door, and about the reason for Prime's existence, Tamsin can't say yet. It feels slippery and uncomfortable. But she also wants to trust that generosity, wants to trust that this is just what it looks like, a house guest making breakfast because it's morning and it's time to eat. The problem is that trusting Prime means trusting something that walked through an impossible door in her basement. It also means trusting something that looks like her, and Tamsin knows better than that. It doesn't stop her stomach from rumbling. "Was I supposed to stay in my room?" Prime asks. It's turned away from the stove now. The door was unlocked. "I wanted to see what you would do," Tamsin says, both a reassurance and a reminder that Tamsin had only promised that the experiments were over for the day before. Prime understands, if its briefly blank expression is anything to go by.
Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. She waits for it to ask about last night, to apologize or demand an apology of its own. It does neither, turning back to the stove. There's discarded meal kit packaging on the breakfast bar, and Tamsin goes to it. She picks up the cardboard. Spanish shrimp soup with potatoes, peas, and paprika. Emphatically not breakfast food, and the seafood smell and the tang of tomatoes is just this side of nauseating. She'd picked it for the tidy list of tags printed helpfully along the side: paleo, carb-conscious, dairy-free, soy-free. But the chances of getting to it in a timely manner had been low, and she flips the packaging over and sags with relief when she sees it was part of the delivery 2 days ago. Should be more than fine, just not breakfast. "How did you select this one?" she asks Prime, who is frowning at the pot of soup, the burner finally off. "It's food," Prime says, casting her a confused glance. "We eat food when we're hungry, and the stuff that comes in the bottle is not food." Strong opinion, Tamsin thinks. That's new. Prime tries a few drawers. "I need a—" Its hand works in the air beside its hip as it thinks. "A large spoon for serving the soup. A ladle." Its frown is replaced by another broad grin, too chipper, too earnest. Entirely wrong on its face. Tamsin's face. Tamsin wants to wipe it away. "A ladle! Yes, thank you. Where is it?" Tamsin isn't even sure she has one, but she indicates the drawer it would live in if she did. It does, in fact, exist, and Prime returns to the stove, filling 2 bowls with the soup as if it has done this 100 times. It's fascinating, in its way. Just like, underneath the horror, it was fascinating to watch her complete mathematics problems. A new data point, one that confirms that letting Prime occasionally have the freedom to interact with the house is only going to illuminate its nature more. She'll just have to be thoughtful about when and how she allows it. "Do you know what breakfast means?" Tamsin asks. "A morning meal," Prime replies, now sliding shrimp from the plate where they've been resting onto the pop of the soup. "How do you know that?" "I just do, like I know everything else." Except what's through the door, Tamsin thinks, frustration from the night before poking its head out for just a moment. But that's not where to push, not now anyway. "Like you know how to cook." "There were instructions on the packaging," Prime replies, garnishing the soup with finely chopped chives, which Tamsin is fairly certain were not included in the kit. Prime brings both bowls over to the breakfast bar, then goes back to get spoons. "We've already established that I can read."
But the instructions don't cover how to work a stove, Tamsin says, or the best way to hold a knife. You have a level of procedural knowledge that exceeds your ability to understand instructions, just like with mathematics. Prime tastes the soup and hums in satisfaction, or maybe answer. It eats another spoonful. Could you have done this yesterday? I don't know, Prime says. I didn't have the chance to test it until now. It's a very clinical answer. Tamsin isn't sure if Prime is mocking her or not. The specter of the night before hangs heavily over them both. The fact that Prime could even conceive of sarcasm is unsettling. Very human, very pointed. Tamsin swirls her spoon through the soup, ravenously hungry, and yet unsure if she can stomach it. This is a terrible choice for breakfast, she says. Prime tilts her head to one side. I don't understand. It tastes good. You don't make something like this for breakfast. I barely even eat breakfast, but breakfast is... She pushes a shrimp into the tomato broth, frowning. Eggs, toast, oatmeal, maybe. Breakfast is culturally determined, Prime says, and Tamsin is unsure if she's being corrected or agreed with. And this is what you had. What would you have made instead? Probably another shake. Prime scowls. That isn't food, it repeats. It's nutritionally complete. It's convenient. It's disgusting. Tamsin can't entirely argue with Prime and doesn't volunteer the fact that an exclusive diet of shakes tends to screw with her digestive system. Still, Prime's opinion raises its own questions. So, you care about how things taste? Of course, don't you? Tamsin opens her mouth, then shuts it again. She looks down at her soup, stirs it once more, then finally takes a bite. It's very good. The potato she got in her spoonful is just soft enough. And when she fishes out a shrimp, the flesh snaps between her teeth, not overcooked in the slightest. Prime is a better cook than she is. The thought is destabilizing. Out of their short list of differences, this is the first one that suggests Prime has the potential to exceed the original. And as for the others, they don't seem as prominent this morning as they did even 12 hours ago. Prime argued in favor of cooking over drinking a meal shake, yes, but it is still patient and seemingly focused on Tamsin's comfort, inventing a task Tamsin didn't request, but Prime intuited the need for. That very intuiting, though, makes it appear more a person and less an uncomfortable echo of Tamsin herself. It has its own preferences, has drawn its own conclusions. It's getting very hard to still think of Prime as an it. Last night, Prime says, and Tamsin's head jerks up. Your guest, who was she? Tamsin considers lying. There's no reason for Prime to know details about her life, and every reason to keep it in the dark. But then Tamsin looks at the logistics, at having a prisoner in her bedroom, and a sinking basement, and Lachlan breathing down her neck. It's unsustainable. She needs to reevaluate which risk is the greatest, and right now, at this exact moment, it's not Prime. My minder, she says, and feels like she's lost something. Like, you're mine? Tamsin's smile is thin. Something like that. She's been keeping an eye on me for years, making sure I perform up to expectations, making sure I remember what stakes I'm playing for. And what are those stakes? Prestige, money, comfort. Tamsin shakes herself, returning to her soup. Right now, I'm supposed to be figuring out why the city is sinking. Like the basement? That's a potentially unrelated phenomenon. Her gaze flicks over Prime. As are you. The door? The Penroses. All of it. Probably not. Potentially not. Potentially related, Prime echoes. Tamsin finds herself nodding, then twitches as if she's bitten down on tinfoil. Just then, Prime had sounded almost exactly like Tamsin, not just in voice, but in tone, in attitude. She tries not to think about how it had sounded as it begged for mercy. Tamsin shifts in her seat, taking another bite of soup to allow herself a moment to recover. "She was here because I've been too distracted," she says once she's swallowed. "She doesn't know about your potentially unrelated phenomena." "No, and I intend to keep it that way until it becomes directly relevant." Prime sets down its spoon. Its bowl is empty. "Can I help?" Tamsin wants to say yes. The urge takes her by surprise, and she sets her spoon down, though she's only managed half her bowl. She looks at Prime, at the clever light in its eyes, at the way it's leaning forward in its seat, intrigued and eager. "No," Tamsin makes herself say, "not when you're potentially connected. It would muddy the waters, and not after last night." Prime's shoulders droop. Tamsin has the absurd impulse to cover Prime's hand with hers. After breakfast, Tamsin locks Prime back in its room. It's a temporary measure. This first experiment was a success. Prime is self-managing, and the opportunity to interact with a less restricted environment is producing faster results than Tamsin's own experimental design is. But Tamsin doesn't want to worry about it while working today. Prime, for its part, goes without protest. It does ask for a change of clothing, though, and some bedding, and Tamsin provides both, along with toiletries and a few books. From beyond the locked bedroom door, Tamsin can hear the shower turn on.
No more waiting for instruction and permission. Was it just time passing that allowed Prime to change like this? Or was it something Tamsin did? Some fallout from the night before, maybe, or even a response to being given a modicum of freedom. It's impossible to tell. Maybe just proximity prompted the change. The longer Prime has to observe Tamsin, the more it seems to become like her. Tamsin tries not to think about that as she settles in to work, pointedly doesn't check the camera feeds. The more she looks, the more questions Prime raises, the more uneasy Tamsin grows with her observant little mirror. Her inbox is swamped, and she buries herself in the muck of it, wading through pointless CCs and invitations to meetings she's already missed, flagging actual inquiries to handle next. She makes it about half an hour before she finds herself wondering if Prime could handle admin work like this. If it could be trusted with an unlimited portal to the outside world? No. The answer is no. It's another hour from there before she's gotten the rest of her emails sorted. The equipment she asked for is waiting for pickup. She's told Kara to set up calls with the deputy mayor and a few other attendees from last week's meeting, and she's accepted a blessedly virtual meeting invite from the University of San Syracuse Geology Department for the afternoon. Next up is parsing through the updated data, but Tamsin sets her laptop aside and gets up to stretch. She's washing out the cocktail glasses from the night before when Penrose, the sweeter one, probably the new one if Prime's temperament is any clue, hops up on the counter beside her and flops onto his side, gazing at her and purring loudly. "All forgiven, then?" she asks. The cats have been avoiding her all morning, no doubt in retaliation for penning them up so abruptly. She thinks of Prime, so ready to move on from the night before, as she dries one hand and strokes Penrose's fur. "Shall I call you Penrose Prime?" she asks him. He rolls onto his back. "You're not supposed to be on the counter," she adds. He shimmies into a brighter patch of sunlight. Lunch is handed off through the bedroom door, but that night they sit down to dinner together. Delivery this time. Thai food, 2 items, and Tamsin lets Prime pick which one it wants. It agonizes for several minutes, then takes the green curry. "Why did you pick that one?" she asks, taking the box of noodles. It eats the way Tamsin would, scooping out a spoonful of rice and then dipping it into the curry. "I wanted it less," Prime says after a few bites. "Which means the pad ki mao is your favorite, right?" Tamsin looks down at her dinner, appetite souring. "Correct," she says. "Did I do something wrong?" Prime has paused, spoon halfway to its mouth.
Prime having the capacity to anticipate her desires based on their similarities and to adjust its own behavior to utilize that knowledge is both predictable and horrible. She'd only wanted to test if they had the same preferences for food between two menu items she's happy to eat, and instead, Prime has generously put Tamsin in front of itself, while making it very clear that it knows Tamsin. No, Tamsin says, but Prime must be able to tell that's a lie. They finish dinner in silence. Prime puts itself away for the night. Tamsin only has to double-check the lock. She sits up past midnight, drinking vodka slowly, watching Prime sleep on the camera feed, and wondering what on earth she's going to do. The next day, Tamsin works from home again. She considers going into the lab, but now more than ever she can't stand the thought of Prime being left alone. Most of her instinctive rejection of the idea comes down to a lack of control, but some, enough to be upsetting, is fear that something could happen to Prime, that Prime could get hurt or fall ill or simply be gone when Tamsin comes home. Not that Prime could be discovered, that it could expose Tamsin. The absurdity of that fear is almost enough to drive her out of the house to prove it's not an issue, but she stays set up in the dining room, unable to take the risk. She checks in with the various lab groups, talks to legal for half an hour, and generally hates every second of it. She hasn't been down to the basement since she forced Prime to try the door. When she thinks about the altercation, her shame overrides the constant background hum of curiosity, of anxiety. Even as her mind is tugged downward, it's also pulled up, wondering what Prime is doing, wondering if it's changed overnight again. Her phone pings. She glances over. The baby monitor app is reporting more noise than usual. She taps the screen, and Prime's voice filters in. "Tamsin, would you like me to make lunch?" Tamsin frowns. This is the first time the monitor has picked up speech or anything above the rustling of Prime moving around. She hasn't told Prime about the microphone, but Prime is speaking at a reasonable volume. It isn't shouting through the door. Ignore it. This may be Prime testing a theory. No need to confirm or deny. But really, what does it matter? Lunch is lunch. Prime can cook. Tamsin is tired and frustrated and could stand to talk to somebody whom she doesn't have to lie to quite as extensively. She taps the screen again to swap to two-way mode. "I'll let you out in a bit," she says. The microphone captures some rustling, and when Prime speaks again, its voice is clearer. "So that's where it is," it says, and it sounds pleased. Tamsin turns off two-way mode and gets back to work. Prime makes another meal kit for them, this time turkey and apple patties with a beet salad and cucumber salsa. It asks for Tamsin's approval of its choice and then works quietly, humming to itself. Tamsin makes an idle note. It's no song she recognizes, but it is a song. It has rhythm and structure and an endpoint. It is achingly human. Prime has chosen a new outfit today. It's still made of old discards, but this time it has picked something less soft loungewear and more clothing for going out. A high-necked sweater and wide-legged slacks. Its hair is still damp from a shower and hangs unrestrained down its back, curls finger-twisted into loose definition. Somehow, the scarlet mass of it doesn't get in the way as Prime grates the apple. Its hands move confidently. Tamsin watches, chin propped on one fist. The meal kit is one of the last in the fridge. The next week's shipment will come in another few days, which means they need groceries. She could, of course, just order what she needs and have it delivered by mid-afternoon. It's what she usually does. Grocery shopping in person is time-consuming without any real benefit. But as she watches Prime cook, she thinks of how Prime's demeanor has become so unremarkably normal. If a stranger were to meet it, Tamsin doubts they'd notice anything amiss. Not at first, at any rate. It's a terrible idea. It puts Prime at risk of getting lost, of getting hurt, of not coming home, and isn't necessary in the slightest. But it has a certain appeal.
Tamsin doesn't have the time and inclination to go out herself, and Prime has proven its obedience over and over again. A trip out and back will tell Tamsin a great deal about exactly how independently Prime is capable of functioning. And there's a chance, however small, that Prime won't be able to leave at all. If the accelerated stretching is specific to her house, maybe Prime is too. Maybe it's a localized phenomenon. Which means there's only one question Tamsin needs to answer. Do you trust it? After last night's dinner and the glimpse into how complex Prime's mind clearly is, she would have said, no, she doesn't, she can't. But at the same time, Prime had acted in her interest. There's been no indication at any point that Prime has anything other than her well-being at heart, potentially even to the detriment of itself. After all, it had tried to open the door for her, despite the severe distress it had caused. So yes, Tamsin does trust it. Enough for this.
Perhaps she can't understand it, but she can put it to use, surely. Do you still want to help? She asks. Prime has its hands sunk into ground meat. It looks over its shoulder at Tamsin, hesitantly hopeful. Yes. How do you feel about going to the store? It doesn't feel like seeding ground this time. It feels like relief. One less thing to concern herself with, if Prime proves itself. There's still a chance it won't come back if she lets it leave the house, but she thinks the odds are low, and there are ways she can guard against that. Prime considers, turning to look out the window. Tamsin is sitting far enough back and to the side that nobody looking in would see the both of them at the same time. She watches Prime, the subtle flexing of its jaw, the way its hands flatten out in the bowl of meat. "You'd trust me to do that?" Prime asks at last. "Yes," Tamsin says without hesitating. Prime ducks its head, but Tamsin can still see it biting at its lip even as it smiles. It's a genuine smile, too. Tamsin relaxes a little more. "I can go to the store. Will anybody recognize me?" Tamsin snorts. "Unlikely. I mostly get things delivered." She sits back, propping herself against the wall, balancing on her stool. Another experiment is brewing in her skull, and she discards the list she was beginning to think up. "I want to see what you think we need." "A test? An encouragement," Tamsin says instead of yes. "You seem to pick up skills as needed. So, here's a need." Prime hums, slowly resuming work. It forms patties and lays them into a hot pan. Tamsin watches a moment longer, then gets up and retreats to the dining room, where her laptop waits. She fusses with the settings on a program she hasn't used in a few months now. Half an hour later, Prime brings out 2 plates. It doesn't formally set the table, though it does go back for cutlery and glasses of water. Tamsin puts her laptop aside. Lunch, just like yesterday's breakfast, tastes wonderful. Nothing is burned or undercooked. Prime keeps glancing at the laptop, but doesn't ask about Tamsin's research. A few bites in, Tamsin gets up and fetches her keys and a slim wallet. Taking her seat again, she pushes them across the table to Prime. "You'll need this to get back in the house," she says, tapping the key. "The ring it's on has an unobtrusive GPS tracker designed for finding lost objects. And this," her hand moves to the wallet, "is to pay for the food. Do you know how to use a credit card?" Prime purses its lips, but flips the wallet open, sliding the one card inside free. Tamsin's main wallet is still in her purse. This is a card she rarely uses, kept just for its credit history, with a low limit and an alert set up to tell her when it's used. Prime holds it carefully, rotating it this way and that. Its eyes flick back and forth, as if it's memorizing it. "I think so," it says finally, "or at least I can figure it out. But I do need to pay?" Tamsin huffs a laugh. "I guess you don't technically have to, but I would prefer you don't get arrested for shoplifting." Prime slides the card back into the wallet.
Food is not free. No, welcome to capitalism. It's fascinating what Prime knows and what it doesn't. The distinction seems to fall out along procedural versus cultural lines. Prime can perform tasks, but the why, the nuance, doesn't always accompany them. But it's a quick study, as always, and it tucks the wallet and keys into a pocket. Where is the store? About a 15-minute walk away. Tamsin pulls up the address on her phone, then holds the screen up for Prime to see the directions. Prime stares for maybe 30 seconds, then nods. Tamsin taps again, and a picture of the storefront comes up. Think you can find it, and then come back? It doesn't look too hard. You'll have to cross a few streets, use crosswalks, pay attention to the traffic lights. Tamsin quirks a brow. If it's too much, come back. I don't want you getting hurt. She doesn't want Prime ending up in a hospital somewhere. Prime absently rubs at its wrist. There's no mark there that Tamsin can see, not anymore, but its fingertips are still a little pink. The moment Prime is out the door, Tamsin returns to her laptop. On it, a blinking green indicator shows Prime's path down the block. With every step farther away, Tamsin half expects the indicator to stop moving, for Prime to evaporate. Instead, Tamsin watches it follow unerringly the map Tamsin had shown Prime over lunch. Prime's memory appears impeccable, like Tamsin's own, and Prime is real, even outside the confines of this house. It was a wild theory, but having it disproven still leaves Tamsin adrift. The implications are staggering. Prime is not a figment of her imagination and can interact with the world at large. Prime is alive in every way that matters. She watches the GPS tracker a moment longer, then forces herself to minimize the window and return to scanning through reams of data. A few new types of information have been added this morning. Strain monitors on roads and important utilities at the city border, where the distortion effect stops abruptly, where that first water main broke a week ago. No more disasters yet, but they're coming. Asphalt cracks under differential tension, and the topsoil's slow shifting will impact storm runoff the next time there's a substantial rain. The moment either of those things becomes obvious is the moment Klein's office is on the phone with the deputy mayor directly to coordinate messaging rollout. But so far, all signs point to that still being several weeks, if not a month or more away. Everything else shows the exact same inexorable progress. It's irritating, infuriating. At least her basement has evolved. At least her basement keeps giving her new things to deal with, even if the answers are just as slow in coming. An alert buzzes her phone. Prime's used the credit card, and at the correct shop. Tamsin manages a small smile, then flips the phone face down and looks back at her screen. And that's when she spots it. There is a slight discrepancy between the syncing measured at the 3 original sites and at an additional point recently added out of an abundance of caution. Nobody but her and a few other individuals have access to the real-time sub-meter GPS information broadcasting from the basement of the main Myrica office building. It has dropped 2 millimeters less than any other site, the opposite of her own basement in miniature. Tamsin stares at the reading, then leans back in her seat. She thinks about the stretching of her basement and how she doesn't know what happens where her basement ends and the surrounding soil begins. Does it mesh evenly, somehow distributing the strain? Is there some kind of supernatural easing that goes on? Her water still works, her electricity, and that all routes through the ground. But on a broader scale, if there are more locations like her basement, localized spots that stretch faster or slower than those around them, then the effect would potentially be chaos. Broken water mains within the city proper, snapped fiber optic lines, roads splitting, sinkholes opening. Every worst-case scenario she had originally promised the city government and their competitors was not a present and immediate risk, is all back on the table and could potentially happen anywhere, not just at the city limits.
The city center is a dense network of interacting utilities and architectural interventions. Changes there will have far graver consequences than any in the suburbs. She's in the middle of drafting a memo to her immediate team concerning newly observed behavior in the subsidence phenomenon, carefully assembled to communicate urgency without indicating the need to panic and without revealing the actual data she has just yet. When Prime returns, Tamsin almost doesn't notice the door opening. She only looks up when Prime sets the keys and wallet down by her hand along with a to-go cup of coffee. Tamsin missed that purchase.
Chastisement rises to Tamsin's lips, buoyed up by shock. Since when has Prime known about coffee shops? Or was it just a lucky guess? Find something? Prime asks, nodding at the laptop and the haphazard, still disorganized notes glowing on the screen alongside the draft memo. Embarrassment overtakes the shock, obliterates worries about coffee shops. Yes, Tamsin says, lowering the laptop lid, even though it's too late. She's not annoyed with Prime now, but herself. She should have better information control after all this time. This isn't the first confidential project she's worked on. She takes the coffee, sips it. It's perfect, exactly to her taste. Can you handle putting the groceries away? Of course. Prime puts the receipt down next to her cup. Here, so you can see how I did. Tamsin slides her phone over the folded paper. She nods, and Prime disappears into the kitchen. The memo comes together, and she fires it off into the ether to the people who need to see it. She calls a meeting for the next day. Kara will handle scheduling as replies come in. In the meantime, she needs to arrange for a few more tests. She considers leaving the house herself, heading to the Marika campus. If there's distortion of any kind, it might be within the building, just like her basement. She should be the first to see it. But this isn't something she intends to keep secret, and she'd be of limited use. What she needs is somebody who can set up the required equipment, get folks working on the necessary experiments. What she needs is Isaac Torrance. That's not happening, of course, thanks to her ill-advised outburst. Whom to send instead? Her first thought is of Yvette. She's good with people and could pull together a team easily. But even with Phase 3 of the experiments paused, the deep labs can't be left short-staffed, not now. Octavian Valdez. Poor comedic timing, but he'd pulled himself together admirably in the wake of her mess-up. She pulls up his CV. He's been on the team half as long as Torrance, but he has the skills. He also has the benefit of being on site. She pulls out her phone, dials the central lab number. "Valdez," she says when he picks up, "I've got a new job for you." Prime cooks dinner without being asked. It has the run of the house again. Tamsin was too distracted to shut it away in the bedroom after the groceries were unpacked, and by the time she realized the lapse, it seemed pointless to pursue. She's still working at the dining room table when Prime enters with steaming plates of pancakes. Breakfast for dinner, to balance out dinner for breakfast, Prime says. Tamsin almost asks how Prime figured out pancakes are breakfast, before remembering that breakfast food has a whole labeled aisle at the store. She shuts the laptop and pulls her plate closer. Prime sits down across from her and watches, with unnerving focus, as Tamsin takes her first bite. "It's good," she says after she swallows. "Did you use the instructions on the box?" "With a few alterations." Prime smiles, then begins to eat as well. Its eyes slide over to the laptop periodically, the way they had over lunch. Tamsin tries to imagine being in its shoes, having all the same drive and curiosity, and being denied access not only to the mystery of her own existence, but also to the quandary that's occupying all of her caretaker's time. It would be infuriating, of course, no matter if she agreed that her involvement might skew the data. She could tell Prime. She doesn't have to go into detail. She can just say she's found another place that might be behaving the same way as the basement.
Or she can ask theoretical questions. What do you think would happen if? Prime already knows about the stretching, has already shown curiosity about what it might mean. Surely that wouldn't cause any problems. She cuts her pancakes into smaller and smaller bits. She's not sure if she's working up courage or wearing her objections down. But Prime is quite capable, and is the only person whom Tamsin can actually talk to about everything. No filters, no editing. "We found another site of anomalous stretching," she says finally. Prime leans in, intrigued. From there, it's surprisingly easy. They swap theories, they debate. Tamsin comes alive in a way she hasn't in years, engaged and eager and luxuriating in having a conversational partner who can keep up. But the extra matter has to be coming from somewhere, Tamsin says, leaning forward. "Why do you assume there's extra matter?" Prime replies, mirroring her, fingers tapping lightly on the table. "Because I haven't found a structural limit to the stretching. There are no fracture points, not here and not at any other site. And then there's the door. When damaged, it repairs itself. It conserves itself, somehow, adds to itself, really. I can remove material, but when unobserved, the material exists again. When unobserved." Tamsin grins, exhilarated, because for the first time she doesn't have to tell herself that she's losing her mind. "Whenever I look away or blink." Prime twists in its seat, looking toward the basement door with fascination. They sit at the table for hours, conversation taking them from the basement out into the city and back. It feels like her own thoughts written into reality. But Prime responds, occasionally, in ways Tamsin could not have predicted. She's more than the externalization of Tamsin's thought processes. At some point, Prime transforms from a thing to a person in Tamsin's mind. She barely notices when it happens. It's only obvious in hindsight when the pancakes are gone and they're cradling mugs of tea Prime has made for them. She feels momentary regret over it, then moves forward. It was a fiction of dubious utility anyway. "What if," Prime says, after a moment's lull, "whatever allows the stretching is a form of self-replication, like cellular reproduction? But everything tests as just wood and drywall," Tamsin counters, "and there's no input, no raw materials." "Then maybe it comes from whatever's beyond the door," Prime suggests, "something that pushes to the surface. Have you taken core samples of the walls?" "Not yet, but the idea is brilliant. With the microscope Kara is getting for her, she'll be in a perfect place to analyze them." Tamsin reaches for her phone to make a note, and it buzzes with a new email just as she grabs it. She takes a peek, then drags her laptop back over. "First report is in," she says, and Prime nods, getting up and going into the kitchen without having to be asked. Tamsin almost regrets it. Valdez's report doesn't mention any distorted rooms. It's possible he's obfuscating, but Tamsin doubts it. It's a relief and supports her decision not to go in person. The report does confirm what that single data point suggested. Marika is sinking a little bit slower than the rest of the city is. The why is still unclear, but Valdez has gotten permission from Mr. Thomas, via Lachlan, to run sonic tests in the basement of the building overnight to try to ascertain the geology beneath the building and to set up surface trackers to see if it's having any impact on the surrounding area above ground. By morning, Tamsin hopes they'll have something interesting. After a moment's consideration, Tamsin sends an email to Yvette and asks her to look into doing the same at the node labs, just in case. They have initial data from the construction phase of both the subway tunnels and the labs to compare to. The tunnels have been checked again since the subsidence began, but they haven't started in on the labs yet, due to confidentiality considerations and concerns about the geological tests influencing their experiments. But with Phase 2 wrapping up, there won't be any data left to skew. While Tamsin works, Prime handles the dishes, And Tamsin wonders, idly, if this is what it's like to be married. It has its advantages, to be sure, even if she's never felt the impulse to be so vulnerable to another person, so yoked to their needs and desires.
The few brief relationships Shed had in her school days had never been this domestic. Shed kept things casual, carefully scheduled dates, and no blurring into indulgent weekends. Shed had too much work to do and too little interest in really getting to know the other person. The sync shuts off. Tamsin tabs over to check for new data sources. She's expanded the range of what she's willing to sort through manually. Footsteps approach, and then Prime's hand settles lightly on her shoulder. Tamsin nearly jumps out of her skin. They haven't touched since the basement. Prime hasn't initiated since the moment they met. It's not as upsetting this time, though, past the initial surprise. More comforting, self-soothing almost. "It's late," Prime says. "You're going to have a long day tomorrow. You should sleep." Tamsin gets her startle reflex back under control and shrugs her off. "I still have work to do." She shuts the laptop anyway. It will be there in the morning. There will be more of it in the morning. Irritated, she gets up and goes into the hallway, but not toward the bedrooms. Instead, she goes to the basement door and lays a hand on the wood. "I haven't been down there in almost 2 days. I need to see if anything's changed," she says, and glances over her shoulder. Something flickers in Prime's expression. The memory of their last trip down, falling apart on the basement floor. "I can look," Prime says. Tamsin's brows go up. "No," she says, "you can't." Talking over the city's subsidence is different from letting Prime down in the basement unsupervised. And beyond that, Tamsin isn't convinced Prime will be emotionally capable of managing herself down there. What will happen the next time she's confronted with the door? It doesn't matter. Tamsin doesn't just need to take measurements, she wants to go back into the basement. Not looking at it feels like giving it an opportunity to change again. Not looking at it feels like an abandonment of her own safety. Prime looks as if she wants to argue, but she doesn't. Instead, she nods and retreats a step. "I'll go upstairs then. Don't stay up too late." Tamsin waits until she can hear Prime's footsteps above her in the upstairs hall before she keys in the code. Really, she should have escorted Prime up, locked the bedroom door behind her, but she can do that on her way to bed. Bright light spills through the door. The stairs tower below her. She takes each step with care. It's the longest she's gone without looking at the basement since she first discovered the distortion. But recording her measurements takes the same time as always. She's done before the hour is up. There's no reason for her to remain, and Prime is right, she needs to sleep. And yet there's a sort of peace that settles over her down here that makes her want to stay just a minute longer. The world is quiet. There is a cathedral-like quality to the air. Maybe it's just the height of the ceiling, but it's similar to how she feels in the node chamber. Kara scheduled a virtual meeting for 10 in the morning. Just the core team. It will reignite their research, take the project up to a fever pitch. It will, no doubt, satisfy Lachlan that she's as engaged with the subsidence issue as she needs to be. And a part of her hungers for it, for every new scrap of data she'll be given, every new phenomenon that has been confirmed externally that she can write up and display to the world one day. But when she thinks of the fallout, the new plans, the PR wrangling, the pressure to save a city she barely cares about, not on a personal level, all she wants is to stay right where she is. She approaches the impossible door after too long spent delaying and fiddling with the cameras. Its surface is smooth and cool,
And just like before, just like with her and with Prime, the knob turns but does nothing. She leans against it, forehead pressed to the wood. She has none of Prime's fear or revulsion. Instead, all she feels is a curious longing, like the door itself is calling to her. She listens and hears nothing. No susurration of water, no shifting of soil. Not even the creak and groan of her house adjusting to the descent of the ground, the supportive strut of her distorted basement. Everything is silent, that all-encompassing nothingness that she's only ever heard in the node chambers before. If she could open the door, she's certain that's what she would find. An expanse of absence. No guideline before her. Nothing to keep her from being swallowed but her own sense of self. The knowledge of where she begins, where she ends. Did Prime come from somewhere like that? Somewhere that obliterated where she started and stopped, lost in the abyss? Or is she made of that nothingness and only putting on what she sees in Tamsin every time their eyes meet, their bodies touch? If Tamsin ever opens the door, if she steps out into that vast black, will there be a light that blinks on 20 minutes later to call her home? Would it bring her back here? Her thoughts drift far from her, ranging across the brilliant emptiness. When she registers how vague and drowsy she's become, she pulls away, turns back to the basement at large. The lights are so bright, and she squints her eyes, making her way to the steps. It's time for bed. The stairs are impossibly high. She has to drag herself up each one. They are white and flawless, so smooth she struggles to grip them. 1, 2, 3. She pauses, panting for breath, considering resting her head down for just a minute. Behind her, there's a soft click. She glances over her shoulder. The door is open, just a little, maybe 2 inches wide. Beyond it is the abyss, exactly as she pictured it, exactly as she remembers it. It spills from the doorway like a substance, not an absence. It washes over the basement floor, lapping at the table legs, covering her notes. The lights cannot pierce it and are swallowed in turn. The line of the dark rises. Tamsin jerks away from it as it encroaches on the step her feet rests on. She scrambles up, her hands aching. She doesn't remember clawing at the door to open it, only testing the knob, but her fingers are raw and bloody. The door is open, and the choice to step through it has been stolen from her. There is only nothing, nothing, nothing. The door above her opens. Prime stands there. Or no, it's not Prime. Prime is gentle and kind. Prime does not wear sharp, towering heels. Dr. Rivers stands at the top of the stairs, arms crossed, entirely unimpressed. And her, climbing up the stairs, who is she? She looks down at the tread she's clinging to. The step is so polished that she can see her reflection. Red hair, blue eyes with shadows beneath them. The reflection is only that, not a window, not the surface of the water. Below her, the nothingness has reached the top of her desk. She makes herself climb another step. When she looks forward, up, she can't see the black. It's the last few brilliant lights, still enough to illuminate the space, and herself, styled in clean lines, entirely in control. She wants it. God, she wants it so much, that control. She extends her hand, and Dr. Rivers takes it, hauls her up the last few steps and onto her feet. They regard each other, and she sways forward, helpless. You have to finish your work, Dr. Rivers tells her. Hands close around her shoulders, turn her to face the void below.
The abyss runs in rivulets up the stairs against gravity, as if seeking higher ground. You need to close the door. Are you ready? Dr. Rivers' voice curls in her ear, low and sinuous, and she nods. The hands slide to her back. They push. She falls. Tamsin wakes up in the living room, curled tight below the coffee table. Her lungs heave and seize, and she drags herself along the rug, gasping for air. From here, she can't see the door to the basement. She staggers up to her feet, half tumbles toward the hall. The lights are out, and through the windows there is only night and the orange sodium glow of street lamps. The basement door hangs open.
Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. There's only pitch black inside. Tamsin swears and comes to the threshold, staring down into the dark. The cameras, are they still running? They need to still be running. But in the dark, they'll see nothing at all. No matter what happens, all they might capture is sound. And there had been no sound in her dream, not until she'd spoken. She flinches and looks over her shoulder, heart in her throat, almost expecting to see herself standing there, ready to shove her down. But she's alone. Just a dream. Dreams are not reality. Probably the power is just out. She takes a deep breath, then shoves her hand past the basement entrance. Her fingers find the light switch. It's flipped down. When she turns it on, brilliant white light floods the room, spills up the stairs, illuminates the hall. Everything below is as she left it. The door at the bottom of the stairs is closed. Behind her, her shadow stretches to the ceiling. Tamsin locks the basement door. She makes her way up to the bedrooms. She stands in front of Prime's room, looking down at the keypad. It's not armed. She locks it and goes to bed. Tamsin sleeps until after 8, far later than she usually would. She's groggy as she pulls herself from the guest bed, and even once she's showered and dressed, she's still sluggish. Coffee will help, but the meeting is sooner than she would like. Her hair is dull and frizzing. She braids it back, counting on iffy webcam resolution to obscure the worst of it. Last night's dream still clings to her like a shroud, wound tight but gossamer thin around her throat. She stands in front of Prime's room for a long time, not exactly warring with herself, but unable to make herself reach out. It was only a dream, but the lingering emotional resonance of it feels real. The yawning abyss behind the door, the betrayal, the confusion between herself and Prime. Likely only some outgrowth of her own lingering guilt for forcing Prime to attempt opening the door to the point of tears. But maybe, should she check the cameras first? Confirm Prime is even in there? Her phone buzzes in her pocket. The meeting is in an hour. She needs breakfast, caffeine, to stop jumping at shadows. She keys in the code to disarm the door. Prime is awake and dressed, nose buried in a book on quantum entanglement. Tamsin doesn't remember lending it to her. She must have grabbed it on her way up to bed the night before. Tamsin stares at her, looking for some sign of whether her dream last night was a reflection of Prime's vulnerability or her own. "Good morning, Prime," says once she's finished reading whatever line she's on, oblivious or choosing not to mind Tamsin's staring. Her finger marks her spot in the book. "Were you up late?" "Later than I should have been," Tamsin says. Nothing in Prime's body language screams danger to Tamsin, and she scrubs a hand over her jaw. "Make some coffee?" Prime nods, setting the book aside and getting up. "Your meeting is soon, isn't it?" "In an hour." Prime smooths down her shirt but doesn't move toward the door. "Can I listen in?" she asks instead. Just like last night, offering to take the measurements in the basement.
Tamsin looks at Prime again, more closely this time. Her clothing is still several years old and leans more toward leisure wear than work appropriate, but she's styled it well. She's a recognizable echo of a competent researcher, of Tamsin, refusing to be shut out of something she is more than qualified to handle. It unsettles her, but it's just another step on the same trajectory Prime has been on, mirroring more and more of Tamsin's traits, her mannerisms, her interests. You're just going to tell her anyway, Tamsin thinks bleakly. She is not one to turn down resources, and Prime, regardless of whatever else she is, was perfectly helpful over dinner last night. She can't tell if she'd be more of a fool for utilizing or ignoring that. Yes, she says. A smile spreads over Prime's face, not as boundless and earnest as it might have been a day or two ago. Thank you, she says, and leads the way to the kitchen. Tamsin wonders if she's making a mistake the whole way down. By 10, they've both eaten breakfast, and Tamsin is nursing her second cup of coffee at one end of the dining room table. While Prime finished tidying the kitchen, she'd gone over the preliminary results from Valdez and Yvette one last time, and there's something there. Their information is patchy still and rushed, but both are teetering on the edge of a breakthrough. Different breakthroughs. Her skin buzzes with anticipation as she flips through the results. Prime re-enters the room and takes a seat at the far end of the table, enough distance between them that the laptop's microphone won't pick up the soft glide of her pen over her notepad. For a moment, their eyes meet, and Prime must mirror her body language, leaning forward, alert, hungry. The meeting invite blinks on Tamsin's screen. She clicks Join. Video squares come to life, showing the subset of her team she's invited for this meeting. Octavian Valdez, Yvette Olson, Aidan Davis, Satya Chaudhary, Jordan Cherry. Kara taking notes. In the corner is Lachlan's name, video and microphone off. When are you coming to get the equipment? Kara privately messages her as everybody settles in. Busy, Tamsin types back, gaze flicking up and over the screen to where Prime is sitting. It's tempting to send Prime in her place, but no. Kara knows her well enough to be able to spot the difference. Tamsin hesitates a moment, then sends, "Can you have a courier service bring it by? Charge it to my personal card." There's a slight flicker in Kara's expression that might be confusion, but she replies, "I'll have it there by this evening." "Good morning, everyone," Tamsin says, closing the chat window. "I'm sure you've all read my memo regarding the differential sinking at the Myrika campus." Nods all around. One or two faces look strained. "I had Mr. Valdez run some baseline tests on the ground below the campus last night. Based on his preliminary findings, I also asked Dr. Olson to expand the suite of testing being performed at Deep Node 3. Dr. Olson, please walk us through what you found last night." Yvette is one of the tense ones, but she nods and shares her screen. A three-dimensional mock-up of the lab and surrounding environment, including the nearby subway line and the tunnel connecting the lab to it, fills Tamsin's screen. An amorphous shape below the lab turns red. "There's no other way to say this," Yvette says. "We found a suggestion of a pocket of sponge-form soil below the node lab, perhaps 2/3 of a kilometer down." The team is too professional to start whispering, but Tamsin hears pencils working, keys tapping. Yvette plunges on ahead. She pulls up a side-by-side comparison of two readouts, annotated with arrows. It's hard to get a clear look at it given the distance. "We weren't sure we were even looking at anything until we compared it to scans taken during and immediately after construction. But it's new," Tamsin says. "It's new," Yvette confirms. "And we've had no indication of the change on our seismographs or other constant tracking instruments." "So this could be happening anywhere," Valdez says, pushing his glasses up with one hand to pinch at the bridge of his nose. "And we won't know where to look for it. The node lab isn't sinking any faster or slower than any other point of measurement," Yvette says. "No, but sponge form implies pockets of space," Tamsin says, tapping a finger on the case of her laptop. "And pockets of space are unstable under so much weight. Depending on what the supporting lattice is formed of, it could compress or outright collapse in on itself at any time, leading to an abrupt decrease in support below the lab. Yvette nods, chewing her lip. Of course, it could also work in the opposite way, Tamsin says, that whatever is forming the lattice is stronger than the existing soil.
Is there any indication that the formation of these bubbles might be what's causing the extra support below the Marika building, Valdez? If anything, he says, the ground below the building is becoming more dense, which, I know, doesn't make sense. But it does match what Tamsin has seen in her basement, which is both a relief and deeply intriguing. The walls are not becoming more porous. The drywall is standard hardness and density, just as it always has been. There's just more of it. Perhaps when she takes the core samples, she can see if the walls are getting thinner to compensate for their added height. Please walk us through your findings, Tamsin says, when she realizes Valdez hasn't continued. He chews at his lip, but does take over from Yvette, pulling up a more haphazard display of data. Unlike with Deep Node 3, we don't have previous scans to compare the tests we ran last night and this morning to, he says. And we also haven't found anything as obviously strange as the low-density pocket Dr. Olson's team has spotted. But we have confirmed Dr. Rivers' initial observation that the campus is sinking at a demonstrably slower rate than the surrounding city, using survey equipment to resample measurements taken during various construction projects in and around campus over the last 5 years. The lowest point on campus is still lower than it was when it was built, but not low enough. And, Tamsin prods, well, we got lucky. We found an inclusion of probably a metal of some kind that's visible on our scans, and it appears to be deep down enough that it's being affected by whatever is going on, Valdez says. But its behavior is confusing. He pulls up a series of screen captures annotated with depth. In them, the inclusion appears to rise, if only by a few millimeters. Above the inclusion, the lowest point of the Marika building shows no change in altitude. The distance in between looks normal, none of the gaps from Yvette's figures. Of course, this is only over a less than 12-hour period. We're absolutely within the range of sampling error. I'm hoping that's what this is, because otherwise it looks like the ground below the Marika campus, but above the metal, is, compressing, Tamsin says softly, pushing up toward the surface. If that's true, there's only 2 things that can happen as the pressure from below increases. Either the lower floors of the building start to collapse up into themselves, pipes narrowing to uselessness, walls potentially buckling, or the whole building eventually starts to rise. Yvette has gone entirely white. Jordan Cherry looks like they might throw up. That's not possible, Aidan Davis, their material specialist, says. Neither is the spontaneous loss of matter that would be necessary to create a spongiform area of soil, Tamsin says. She should be horrified, like the others. She should be terrified for what this means for the city and for their entire understanding of the world. Instead, that giddy fizzing along her skin crackles into something greater, something all-consuming. This is new, maybe integral to their understanding, and she has a whole host of ideas of novel things to test in her basement the moment she has the time. She'll make the time. We need to figure out what's going on, and quickly, she adds. Label it, test it, write it up, make their names on it. This, more than the gross subsidence, has the potential to cause chaos in the coming weeks. The surface isn't going to stay stable for much longer, and if Mr. Valdez's observations are right, compression's going to break pipes a lot faster than stretching is going to screw up the water pressure.
We need to figure out how bad things are likely to get and when, and how to predict where. She mimes the appropriate level of concern, pursing her lips as she tries not to look at Prime, whose eyes she can feel fixed on her face. But even as the plans are flowing out of her, her thoughts keep coming back to the house, not the city. Let's pull Nikia Kaling, get her on this. If she doesn't have the tools to model it, she'll know somebody who does. She's met with silence. Blank, confused stares from almost everybody on the call. Valdez is new. He likely doesn't know whom she's talking about, but everybody else should. Their lack of response derails her. She looks at each window in turn, including Lachlan's. No answers appear. Is something wrong? She asks, irritated enough that it comes out with an edge of patronizing drawl. Nikia Kaling? Cherry asks, brow furrowing. Yes, obviously, Tamsin bites out. She's the perfect fit. She hasn't worked with us for years. And she hates you, Cherry says, each word delivered carefully, as if to someone's senile aunt. Tamsin scowls. Why would she hate me? Is that a serious question, Doctor? She sees heads down, hears furious typing, but nothing pops up in the chat, except a private note from Kara asking, "Are you feeling all right, Dr. Rivers?" Lachlan's camera remains off, but suddenly she can feel the empty square trained on her, the predator lurking in the brush. Something is wrong. "Remind me," she says reluctantly. "It's been a long week." "Well, aside from her working for our main competitor now, you also took her spot as keynote speaker at the Wasatch Conference 2 years ago, after raising doubts about her co-authorship on the Titchmarsh paper. It's what made her cut ties with us." Cherry shifts uncomfortably in their chair. Tamsin can't remember the Wasatch Conference. That can't be right. Tamsin wouldn't have forgotten something like that. Not all of it. Not a speech and a conference and the assassination of a competitor's career. And yet there's no trace of Wasatch in her brain, no flicker of recognition. But she's been under a lot of stress lately. And really, how is she supposed to remember every foot she's ever stepped on to get where she is? It's a long list. The way they're all still staring at her is infuriating. After Torrance, everybody is walking on eggshells around her, singling her out for special treatment. But strain has a real impact on the human mind, and she's not the only one who's suffering. Yvette looks like she hasn't slept in a week. Maybe Cherry is the one misremembering, mixing up 2 different events. It's as least as likely as Tamsin forgetting. "Right," she says, swallowing around the anger tightening her throat. Arguing would be pointless and would only further convince the team that there's something to be worried about. Better to move on. Of course. But she remains a strong option. Perhaps if we pass the invitation on through a different channel. "I don't trust her with the data," Dr. Chaudhary says. "Sorry, but there's got to be some grad student at the university who can do the work just as well and won't fight an NDA. Until we know what this is, we should keep it under our control." Tamsin waves a hand, dismissive and sharp. "Fine, track our person down then. But I want this underway by tomorrow morning, including a sampling plan of where else we should be looking for these anomalies." Murmured assent fills the dining room. Conversations break off. Who will take care of what? Tamsin's heart begins to slow back to its usual rhythm, and she chances a glance up at Prime. Prime offers her a smile. When Tamsin looks back at her screen, Lachlan has dropped from the call. As promised, a courier service arrives just before dinner. Tamsin has Prime go up to the bedroom while she lets the 2 men carry the boxes into the house. After they've gone, she sits in the living room, looking at the equipment she's unpacked and shoved unceremoniously into the corner. Prime comes down the stairs quietly and takes up a perch on the couch arm beside her. "What do you plan on testing?" Prime asks. "You," Tamsin says. She expects a flinch or some other echo of Prime cowering in the basement. She has reassurances at the ready, but Prime remains calm.
Our similarities? Maybe, eventually. But first, I need to know what you are. That piques Prime's interest.
Aren't I just like you? Yes. Tamsin almost says, but no matter how much in sync they can be with one another, no matter how much Tamsin now appreciates Prime's presence much of the time, there's still a boundary she can't allow herself to ignore. You look human. You act human. But you walked out of an impossible door in my basement. A door you can no longer open. I don't know what you are beneath your skin. You know I bleed. Tamsin shrugs. Prime levers herself off the couch and goes over to the equipment. Do you know how to use any of this? She asks, running her hand along the molded plastic of the ultrasound cart. To some extent. You'll need to do some reading. Will you let me help, or will that muddy the waters too much? The echo of the other morning is pointed. Not mean, but not kind either. Very much like how Tamsin would have said it. She considers. Learning to operate the tools shouldn't conflict with what we'll be testing with them, she says slowly. I can handle the microscope, and I'll handle everything to do with the mechanical arm. But the ultrasound machine was both a risk and, possibly, overambitious. Prime has a point, even if she's not entirely aware of it. Tamsin gets up and retrieves her tablet. She unlocks its internet access. I'll find resources for you, Tamsin says. It will be a good test of your plasticity, Prime offers. Your ability to learn something I don't know, Tamsin rephrases. Prime smiles, and when Tamsin finishes loading the tablet and locks it back down, Prime takes it with poorly masked delight. The specialty medical supplies Tamsin ordered a few days back arrive Saturday morning. Tamsin sets up the robot arm in her disused office. The desk is barely strong enough to support it, but the tubs of water she adds help balance the load. To each tub, she adds a heater with a programmable thermostat, and she wires them together to a Raspberry Pi she has lying around from a project several years gone. Some simple programming and setting up the arm itself, and she has a rudimentary PCR machine. The microscope is entirely standard, though well-featured, given the brief requirements she'd outlined for Kara. Drawing blood has the steepest learning curve. She works through the day, ignoring the occasional buzz from her phone as emails come in from her team. They have enough work to keep them occupied for the weekend. Her curiosity over Valdez and Yvette's findings has soured in the wake of the meeting. This is just as important and far more satisfying than working for a team that second-guesses her. At any rate, Lachlan will no doubt call her if there's an actual issue. Lachlan doesn't call. That evening, they put what Tamsin has set up to use, running every test they can think of. By the next morning, they know Prime is human, indisputably. Her blood looks just like Tamsin's, no matter what they do to it. Electrophoresis tests run on their DNA shows identical banding. They are, as far as Tamsin can tell, the same biological entity. Prime is not so squeamish about the needles anymore. Sunday evening, Prime suggests they try the ultrasound machine. They make a workstation in the living room. Along with the machine itself, Tamsin sets up her laptop and pairs it with the wide expanse of television screen she rarely uses. She leaves it connected to the internet. Chances are good they'll need to look up references as they go, along with the resources Prime's been using to learn how to work the machine. Tamsin reflects, not for the first time, that if she'd been relying only on herself, she would likely never have gotten around to actually figuring any of this out. Kara would have been suspicious for nothing. But Prime has the time and the aptitude. She's confident as she rolls up her sleeve, squirts a dollop of conductive gel onto her inner arm, and presses the ultrasound wand to it. On the display, Tamsin can see a slice of gray. It's spongy, and it swings dizzily as Prime adjusts the wand and gets her bearings. The gray grows brighter and resolves into an oblong shape. Prime eyes it appraisingly.
"Can you hold this?" she asks. Tamsin reaches over and takes the wand from Prime, holding it as steady as she can while Prime taps at the machine, taking measurements and screenshots. When she's done, she gently eases the wand from Tamsin's hand, sets it aside, and wipes her arm clean. "Test run," Prime says, reaching past her for the laptop. She brings up an image and compares what she scanned to it. "Here, that's the median nerve," she says, pointing to the pale lozenge. "Have you been practicing?" Tamsin asks, stunned at how quickly Prime has oriented herself. But then again, Tamsin has always been a quick study too. "Just reading," Prime says, "and the extremities are easier, fewer things to look at." "You're intending to do the entire scan yourself, though?" "How else? You haven't had time to learn." "Show me how to key the measurements and capture images at least," Tamsin says. Prime, after a moment's hesitation, agrees. They do one more test run, now with Tamsin at the cart, clicking and capturing and trying futilely to catch up to Prime. The leg, this time, with Prime shucking her lounge pants and seeking out the femoral artery, the sciatic nerve. Prime gets disoriented once or twice, but she recovers quickly. Once they've fallen into a rhythm, Prime strips down to her underwear and stretches out on the couch. Carefully, methodically, she runs the probe over each of her limbs and then her abdomen. It takes her a fair amount of time to get her bearings over her liver, over half an hour of pushing and pulling at the wand, frowning at the screen, and batting Tamsin's hands away to adjust the contrast and color of what she's looking at. Tamsin lets her, taken by surprise at her assertiveness. In the end, everything is where they expect to find it. 2 kidneys, 1 liver, a uterus, a stomach. Prime goes down the list, capturing everything. Later, when Prime has wiped the goo from her skin and redressed, when they sit together at the dining table and go over the readouts, Prime proclaims that everything is within the normal range, and Tamsin, keeping up with perhaps 80% of what Prime is pointing out, can't find any errors in her logic. "Now you," Prime says. "What about me?" "We should repeat the scan on you, now that we know what we're looking at. It should go faster. And then we'll have confirmation that we're the same." Tamsin opens her mouth to protest, but what would she say? That they should just assume she's identical? That because Prime looks as expected, that means she must be patterned specifically off of Tamsin? She's never had surgery, so everything should be exactly where it is in Prime, but there's no way of knowing if they don't look. And if they don't look, the scan only serves to tell them that Prime is physiologically human, just like all the other tests have indicated. That's only half of the puzzle. Fine. Now? It's getting late, but Prime nods. "Dinner can wait," she says. "Shake?" Prime fixes Tamsin with a steady, unimpressed look. Tamsin snorts. "Right, not food. Let's get on with it then." Tamsin goes up to the bathroom to strip to her underwear. She fumbles with the closures on her top, embarrassment making her clumsy. Embarrassment? At what? Prime knows exactly what she looks like under her clothing, knows the location of every freckle, can see it whenever she wants just by looking in a mirror. And yet it's like removing armor that has been keeping her safe all this time. She shoves the feeling aside and pulls on her bathrobe. Back down in the living room, she only hesitates a moment before dropping that, too. Prime won't care. The blinds are down. Nobody else will know. She stretches out on the couch and offers up her arm. The gel is cold. Prime slides the wand over her skin with a constant, even pressure. Up one arm, down the other, along her legs, pressing into her thighs.
Maintain a baritone pitch with a warm, confident, and highly engaging tone. The style should prioritize deep emotional connection and psychological tension. Tamsin is reminded not of medical appointments, but of children's games, playing doctor. Lying stretched out on somebody's parents' couch, letting them poke and prod her, and then switching places. A little thrill going through her as she pushed her hands against another girl's skin, as she felt the warmth, the life. A larger thrill going through her when she pinched and pet and made the other girls squirm, half in irritation, half in adoration. She'd considered, briefly, going into medicine. She would have made an excellent surgeon. She thinks she might have specialized in neurosurgery. But she remembers, vaguely, reading some editorial where a neurosurgeon complained that these days most operations he had to perform had nothing to do with the brain. It was all spinal work. A downgrade, both in terms of payoff and satisfaction. Entirely out of the surgeon's control. "Anything strange?" she asks, realizing she's lost track of what Prime is doing. The wand is on her belly, and there's no gel farther up, so her mind couldn't have wandered that much. Prime is frowning at the screen. Is all she says. Tamsin moves to sit up, but Prime reaches back, pushes against her sternum. "Stay still," Prime says, not a frustrated demand, but a distracted expectation. Tamsin almost shoves her away, but it's a pointless thing to argue over. Prime sweeps the probe up and to the right. Over her liver, Tamsin thinks. The screen looks wrong. Maybe it's just the orientation. But Prime makes a considering sound, takes measurements. She's not acting like she's lost. She squeezes more cold gel onto Tamsin's abdomen, and Tamsin tries not to shiver. Every inch of her is sticky, the gel clumping the faint hair on her arms together, slicking her thighs. Her pulse thunders in her ears. "What is it?" Tamsin asks. "I need more data," Prime says. The probe dances across her skin again. Tamsin recognizes a few of the landmarks. Intestines, she thinks. Kidneys, one and then the other. More measurements are taken. She should have been the one to learn how to do this. Relying on Prime to interpret the results was a mistake. She must be missing something, and she has no idea what it could be. Bile rises at the back of her throat, and she stares a burning hole into the screen, willing it to make sense. On the monitor, the color-coded rush of blood and the chaos of opening and closing valves that is her heart appears. Its rhythm is fast, but looks like Prime's had. She stares at the screen, willing herself to calm down. But then Tamsin registers that the probe is over her right breast. "Prime," she says, and her voice is shaking. "Tell me what you're seeing." "Everything is healthy," Prime says, "or at least looks like mine. Except..." She pulls the probe down one last time, down the left side of her body. At last, what Tamsin thinks is the liver appears on the screen. It's supposed to be on the other side. Your organs are arranged in the mirror image of standard anatomy. Of my anatomy. Tamsin tears her gaze away from the screen to Prime, who sounds curious, not concerned. She looks down at Tamsin now with hunger in her eyes. Slowly, not looking away, Prime lifts the probe from Tamsin's belly. "Have they always been like that?" Prime asks. Tamsin doesn't know. With a snarl, Tamsin scrambles off the couch. She doesn't retrieve the bathrobe, too focused on getting away, getting upstairs. Getting the really gel off her skin. It's making her flesh feel as if it doesn't fit right, as if she's not built right. Her heart pounds on the wrong side of her chest with every step she climbs. Prime doesn't follow her. Autopilot takes her not to the guest bathroom, but to the ensuite. She turns on the water, strips out of her underwear, and freezes, staring at herself in the mirror. In the mirror, all her organs are exactly where they should be. But only in the mirror. She's wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
pieces fitted together haphazardly, stacked up out of order, pressing on each other with slick, insistent error. All her blood vessels running opposite to how they're supposed to, the beat of her heart proving out the path over and over. She can feel her pulse pounding in her skull, and it makes her stomach lurch. Her stomach twisted to the wrong side. She forces herself into the shower, hair still braided. It will be a nightmare to untangle later. She doesn't care. All she cares about is scrubbing the gel off her skin and mapping out the planes of her body. They're familiar. She's lived inside of them for almost 40 years. But when she tries to think back to if she always looked like this, if her freckles and moles were always in the same arrangement, she isn't sure. What if it's like Keeling? What if Cherry was right and she did forget an entire keynote address, an entire falling out, an entire sabotage? What if there are other things she's forgetting about herself? How long? How long has she been like this? It feels impossible that she could have known but forgotten, but then again, it feels impossible that she'd forget an entire conference. It's different. There have been so many conferences, so many papers, so many strategic moves to get herself where she needed to be. She was bound to forget some of them. Her hand settles over where her heart should be. She lets out a shuddering breath, steaming water cascading from her nose, her breasts. She would have known if something so fundamental was wrong with her, wouldn't she? Wouldn't it have been caught on some routine physical? There are only two options. One, that it has always been like this and she's forgotten. Two, that something in her has changed. How? How could she have changed? The thought makes her want to peel her skin off, dig into the meat of herself, and reset the error. Did it start with that dream the night after the PR meeting? She'd stared at herself in a darkened mirror, but it hadn't felt like a mirror. It had felt like a window. And in the basement, in front of the door, she'd dreamed of being Prime. But they were just dreams. Dreams didn't change biology. Dreams didn't change reality. But in reality, walls don't stretch, and bedrock doesn't cavitate either. Tamsin shuts off the water, leaning heavily against the tiled wall. She's crying. She must have started once the water hit her face. She swipes at her tears, then steps forward, presses her flesh against the tile. It leaches heat from her, pulls emotions with it. Her body drips dry while she stands there, her mat of hair the only thing still damp by the time she steps out of the shower. The towel is only for modesty. Prime is waiting for her in the bedroom, sitting primly on the edge of the mattress. It's called situs inversus, Prime says. It's a rare but well-documented condition. It causes no complications when, like in your case, it's complete. It's usually only discovered during surgery. I've never had surgery, Tamsin says. Then it's probably been there since birth, Prime replies. Perfect. That's the answer Tamsin wanted. Sleepless lights are getting too familiar. Tamsin sits in the living room. Prime is asleep, her door left unlocked. They'd sat up together after Tamsin's shower. After Tamsin had donned a set of soft sleep clothes Prime had handed to her. As the last of the adrenaline had faded from Tamsin's system, leaving her drowsy and numb, they talked. About Myrica, about Tamsin's career, about the coming week. At some point, Prime had coaxed her into lying down, and had settled in beside her. But where Prime had gone to sleep, Tamsin had stayed resolutely awake. In the dark, she'd catalogued Primus's every feature again. She'd rested a hand gently over Primus's chest and felt her heartbeat in the right place. And then she'd slept out of the room and come down here. She's moved one of the chairs so that she can see the door to the basement as she nurses a glass of vodka. It's locked. She checked. Whatever is down there can't get out. But whatever is down there, she can't see.
There's a chance that nothing is wrong beyond what she already knows. A sinking city, a distorting basement, a strange door, all undeniable. But the rest? Perhaps the memory lapse was normal. Perhaps her body has always held within it a unique configuration of parts. But she'd be a fool to keep ignoring the basement the way she has been. There's a reason this is all happening to her, and she needs to find it before it can get any worse. In the morning, Tamsin hands Prime the tablet loaded down with the most relevant reports and data sets. Prime's eyes skim over the file listing. The subsidence question. Yes. Think of it as a startup guide. Everything you need to know to be able to work on it. Prime looks up at Tamsin sharply. They're sitting at the dining room table, with breakfast, a frittata meal kit accompanied with fresh fruit, and steaming cups of coffee in front of them. I can have this? Tamsin nods. I want you to help. I need you to help. Last night, by the time she'd finally returned to the guest room and tried to steal a few hours of sleep, she'd already decided. Things can't continue as they have. Lockland needs answers. The city needs answers. The basement might have those answers, but she can't keep dashing between it and the world outside. She got lucky last week, but it's more likely that she's going to miss things than discover them if she keeps this up. There are two fronts to this war. There are two of her. She sets the baby monitor, retrieved from Prime's room while she made breakfast, on the table between them. It had been right where Tamsin had left it, in the vent, which was all the more surprising because she knows Prime knew exactly where it was. I'm going to be spending more time in the basement, Tamsin says. If you need anything, this pushes to my phone. It might have been simpler to just leave the basement door unlocked while she works, but she wants as few interruptions as possible. No Prime bringing her coffee, no visits because she's grown bored. And if Prime is like her, she'll appreciate it too. You're sure about this? Prime asks, even as she takes the monitor. You won't have access to my laptop, Tamsin says. I'll still need to handle emails and meetings, but this will be a better use of my time. You're more than capable of parsing through what's coming in, and I'll be more likely to learn something that can help if I'm studying an active distortion site. We can reconvene at meals. She tilts her head to one side. Unless you don't think you're capable? Prime's mouth firms into a hard line. I am. Tamsin manages not to smile, pleased that Prime responds to manipulation just like anybody else. Then get to work. I'll see you in a few hours. It's easy to unlock the basement. She experiences no hesitation, no uncertainty, not even an echo of the feeling of somebody just behind her, ready to push. Instead, it feels like coming into the lab after a long weekend away, and really, isn't that exactly the case? She slips inside, into the cool, calm embrace of the room, and picks her way down the dangerously steep steps. The lights are still on. The first thing she does when she reaches the bottom is finally put in the order for the safety railing that she's been holding off on. That done, she does her circuit of measurements and data entry. The rhythm of it is soothing. The basement keeps getting larger, but it is a self-contained world. She finds work to do, the way she knew she would. She drills holes in the drywall until she hits the cement behind it. The holes close back over themselves, but the bit of the drill produces slender cores that she can measure. She sets them aside to look at under the microscope and run further tests on, then turns to the door. She takes samples there too, though only from the surface, curling gouges of wood and paint. She checks the camera logs next, running through at full speed in reverse. An entire weekend of nothingness, save for a barely perceptible creep as the markings on the wall spread to keep up with the distortion. She'll need to double back to analyze the exact movement of the walls around the door. She adds it to the list.
And then the cameras are dark as she hits the timestamp of when she woke up beneath the living room table, her flipping of the light switch reversed. She slows the replay. The simpler camera shows nothing, but on the newer camera, there's something. It's completely unidentifiable, no matter how much she slows it down or fusses with contrast and brightness settings. There's just not enough light. There's no light, and yet she could swear there's a flicker of a darker black, just for a moment, a perfectly vertical line right where the door must be. It doesn't come through on any screenshots, but it's there. It's probably just an artifact, and yet she stares at it, worrying at her lower lip, stopping just short of petting the screen, seeking to feel what she can't truly see. Her phone pings with an alert from the baby monitor. Tamsin sits back and checks the time. Lunch. She nearly opens up the two-way function to tell Prime she's going to be a bit longer, but she should check emails, confirm nobody's trying to get a hold of her. And has it really been 5 hours already? She goes upstairs. Prime summarizes everything she understands so far over a quick meal of pasta and what Tamsin realizes, belatedly, is jarred sauce. Much simpler than Prime usually goes in for. They both must be getting caught up in the work. Tamsin tells her nothing about the camera footage. Once her bowl is empty, and she's confident Prime has a grasp on the existing research, she makes a quick review of her emails, sends off a few replies, and then returns to her makeshift lab. She'll put in a few more hours tonight, after dinner, to keep her bearings on the day-to-day. It's clearly too easy to lose track of time in the basement, even more so as she fusses with the camera footage, so she sets up alerts on her phone. By the time she allows herself to go back further than the maybe movement in the darkness, the half-hour timer has gone off twice. It goes off again as she watches herself appear on the screen, moving in reverse toward the door. It's hard to say if it's more unsettling because of watching time flow backward, or because she knows she's sleepwalking. Then she settles against the door. This part Tamsin remembers. She watches herself stand there for what the timestamps say is hours. Hours. There's no obvious moment where she shifts from sleeping to awake. There's only the moment where she comes to the door in the first place, and before that, her coming in and out of shot as she takes her measurements. She stops the film, then lets it play again, straight through. It's a little after her 4:30 alarm when her phone pings, and she reaches over for it without looking, tapping the button to hear whatever the baby monitor is picking up. The last 2 times, it was Prime washing their lunch dishes, and then an inquiry as to what she'd like for dinner. This time, she can still hear Prime's voice, but it's softer, and, "Can I come in?" Lachlan Woodfield. She doesn't, thankfully, sound angry. Polite, perhaps. Tamsin fumbles with her computer and finally manages to hit pause on the replay, then snatches up her phone. There's no video functionality, but she can picture this all too well. Lachlan at the door, and Prime, dressed down from what Lachlan is used to seeing, standing uncertainly before her. Why didn't she ever move the nanny cams downstairs after Prime was no longer confined to the bedroom? But no, she could never have anticipated something like this, could she? "Why did you answer the door?" she begs the silent air around her. She checks frantically for some earlier alert that she missed, Prime trying to get her attention, but there's nothing. "This is an unexpected visit," Prime is saying. She almost sounds like Tamsin, but not quite. There's hesitancy there. Tamsin would just be angry. Is angry.
Is terrified. We need to talk, Lachlan says. "Can I come in?" Her tone has shifted. It's not a request anymore. Prime, luckily, seems to understand. Of course. Shuffling, and the sound of the front door closing. Tamsin eyes the stairs. She has no idea where the baby monitor is sitting right now, or if Prime has any chance of concealing it. If they move to another room, Tamsin will lose track of them. The basement door muffles sound completely, so there's no chance of eavesdropping that way.
But if they go to the living room, maybe she can. The living room still has the ultrasound machine in it. Tamsin's knuckles go white from clutching the phone. Footsteps keep coming from its speakers. Prime has the monitor. Tamsin stays where she is and sags with relief when she hears the sound of the dining room chairs scraping over the floor. "Would you like something to drink?" "No," Lachlan says. "Please sit down, Dr. Rivers." Prime doesn't reply, not audibly at least. There's no telling if she's sitting or not. Tamsin can barely see the brilliant room around her. She's so focused on trying to picture the two of them, trying to predict everything that could go wrong. "Sit down," Lachlan repeats. Her patience is wearing thin. "I wasn't expecting you today," Prime says. Her voice is too hesitant, unsure. Lachlan will pounce on that weakness. "I should have come Friday, but I was detained." A pause, then. "I'm not going to ask again. Sit." Tamsin flinches. Prime is more confident, more assertive than she once was. But she is not Tamsin. She's a terrible mimic. Lachlan clearly can already tell something is not right. And once Prime sits down and the exchange begins in full. "Give me a moment to go change," Prime asks. "I feel underdressed." Lachlan's reply is lost, but Tamsin can imagine the monosyllabic grunt of acceptance. It must be, because she can hear Prime moving now. The closing of a door. Thank goodness. "Tamsin?" She jabs the two-way button. "What in the world were you thinking, letting her in?" A pause. Then, "I was thinking about how dangerous you made her sound. I didn't want to keep her waiting when she knocked. I'm upstairs. If you can leave the basement quietly, I can come down the steps just enough to make it sound right." It's a clever ruse, and Tamsin tries not to get distracted by how quickly Prime came up with it, and how reflexively Prime thought to lead Lachlan away from the living room. It's clever, and clever is what she needs right now. I can do that. There's the sound of dresser drawers moving. Prime must be in the guest room. Lachlan won't be able to hear that from the dining room, but the attempt at verisimilitude makes her calm down a little more. "Are you ready?" Prime asks after a minute of soft rustling. Tamsin looks down at her clothing, straightens a hem. She tries to remember how Prime is wearing her hair today. A braid, Tamsin thinks, like hers. "Yes," Tamsin says. "I won't be able to give you a signal. I'll listen for you on the stairs," Tamsin assures her, and then toggles off the two-way in the app, puts her phone on mute, and slides it into her pocket. She creeps to the top of the basement steps, undoes the locks from the inside as quietly as she can, and eases the door open. Prime's footsteps are barely audible at first. Tamsin slips through the door as they grow a little louder. She eases it closed behind her. Prime's footsteps fade off, and Tamsin strides toward the dining room, grateful that she doesn't wear heels in the house. There's no telltale click suddenly ringing through the hall. But the dining room is empty. For a moment, Tamsin stares at the table. 2 chairs are still pulled out, evidence that Lachlan was here. She looks back the way she came, out to the hall. Did Lachlan follow Prime? But no, those footsteps on the stairs had been coming down, and Lachlan wasn't waiting near the basement door. That leaves the kitchen and the living room. Her heart lodges in her throat. She moves to the living room, and there's Lachlan, standing there with her hands in her pockets, frowning at the ultrasound machine. "Mrs. Woodfield," Tamsin says, and hopes she sounds more chastising than upset. Lachlan glances back over her shoulder. "Playing doctor?" she asks, lifting her chin at the cart. "Not a cheap piece of equipment. It had better not be Marika property." Tamsin doesn't flinch, but it's a near thing. "It is," she says. "Borrowed, but not what I was after. Kara misunderstood my request. I wanted an industrial ultrasound, but I suppose it's an understandable mistake. I'm sending it back tomorrow." Prime, thankfully, took the time to wipe the machine down at some point, unplug it, and return it, more or less, to its out-of-the-box condition. It looks unused. Tamsin hopes it's enough. "You didn't requisition it through normal channels. I would have known," goes unspoken. Which means Lachlan must know about the camera, the scanning electron microscope. She said nothing, though, which must be a good thing, right? "It was ahead of the discovery of the spongiform zone below the node lab," Tamsin says, barely restraining the way her voice wants to shake. "I had a hunch. Intended to test things on my own to see if it was a useful hunch. I didn't want to take it out of one of my own labs, so I had Kara find another one." Lachlan doesn't sound convinced, but she does, at last, turn away from the machine and toward Tamsin. "Obviously," Tamsin continues, "I won't have need of the industrial model now either. All normal channels from here on out." She's protesting too much. Lachlan approaches at something like a casual stroll, and Tamsin breaks. She takes a step back. Lachlan doesn't falter, doesn't slow, until there's only a foot between them, at most. She's several inches taller than Tamsin, broader, and better practiced in using her bulk to intimidate rather than her mind. She's using it now. "You weren't in the lab today." "No, I was working remotely," she says, too fast, "as we discussed." Working implies being active. She sets her jaw. "I was working offline with the data, reviewing reports. Not everything comes with mouse clicks and emails." She straightens a little more. "You were at Friday's meeting. You know we're making progress." "Yes, I was at that meeting." Lachlan's upper lip peels back from her teeth for just a moment, and it's the only warning Tamsin gets before Lachlan's gloved hand is below her jaw, tilting her chin up. Tamsin's breath hitches. Lachlan never. "I got to see your memory lapse over Keeling, and I gave you the weekend to get yourself back together. But I have to admit I am now officially concerned, Dr. Rivers." "Don't touch me," Tamsin says, jerking away and turning toward the dining room. Before she can make it more than a few steps, though, Lachlan grabs her wrist and tugs sharply. Tamsin stumbles, and Lachlan closes across her abdomen, crushingly hard and unyielding, Tamsin's back pressed flush against her chest. "I think," Lachlan murmurs in her ear, "you've been forgetting for a long time. Forgetting how precarious your position is. Forgetting what the nature of our relationship is." Lachlan, her given name slips out, unbidden in Tamsin's rising panic, to no effect. "You aren't going to talk your way out of this, Dr. Rivers. You are going to listen to me, and you are going to follow directions." Lachlan's other hand tangles in her hair, the leather catching roughly against her scalp. She tugs, and Tamsin's head falls to the side. She's shaking, her knees barely holding her weight. Behind her, Lachlan is steady. "Something," Lachlan says, "is wrong. I don't know what it is yet, and maybe you don't know what it is either, but you are not acting like yourself. So here's what's going to happen. You are going to inform your team that the deep node labs are closed until I tell you otherwise. Not just no phase 3, but no work at all. I want them empty. They are all going to move into the central office and shift their focus entirely to the subsidence problem."
But you are going to make an appointment with your physician as well as a psychiatrist. I will send you a list of practitioners who are Myrica approved, given the unique nature of the circumstances. You will see them as soon as they have availability. If you do not make those appointments yourself, I will make them for you. If you do not go to those appointments, I will take you to them myself. Do you understand?" "Yes," Tamsin bites out. "It's fine. She can do all of those things. Especially with Prime at home to work the data, she can balance all of this. The loss of the deep nodes is going to result in a pointless loss of data, and it stings, but it's only temporary. She's going to make sure it's only temporary. And then she'll get the all clear. The doctors will say she's fine. Lachlan will back off again. Or they won't. She won't. Until that time, I'll allow you to continue working from home. You're clearly not fit for travel or long hours in the lab. But this is under the condition that you do work, Dr. Rivers, when you are able. We are also going to speak on the phone each night, and if I ask you to meet me elsewhere, you will do so without complaint. You will continue to include me on all meetings that you take, and you will copy me on all written communications. If I see any indication that your memory is continuing to degrade, or that your behavior is becoming more erratic, I will step in. Do you understand?" "It's not going to get worse," Tamsin says. "It was a one-time thing. Stress from the project." Lachlan's hand shifts in her hair in answer, tugs at the roots. Tamsin bares her teeth at the far wall. "I understand," she says. "Good." Her hand gentles. It strokes against her scalp, then retreats entirely. The arm around her waist loosens. In its absence, her own flesh feels too hot. "I am here to help you achieve your goals, Dr. Rivers. Marika Dynamics goals. Trust me, and everything will be fine." Tamsin bites down a laugh, pulling away and straightening her dress. She does not turn to look at Lachlan. "You can go now," she says. Her voice trembles too much for it to be a command. Lachlan takes it as she intends, though, in one brief show of consideration. But when she reaches the hallway, she pauses, looking in the direction of the basement door. "Don't," Tamsin thinks desperately. And, as if she hears, Lachlan keeps walking, to the front door, out of the house. Tamsin doesn't move from the living room, even after she's long gone. Tamsin stands very still in the center of her living room and feels the ground sinking below her feet. Her scalp gives phantom aches where Lachlan's fingers pulled. Her waist burns like it's been branded. The house around her is silent. A week ago, she'd have dragged her outrage around her like a mantle, spitting fury at Lachlan daring to treat her like that, to touch her, to threaten her. But then she looks at the ultrasound machine and thinks of the locks on the basement door, the sleepwalking and the mistake of firing torrents, and the memory lapse, and wonders if Lachlan has her point. Maybe she can't solve this on her own. Maybe whatever's wrong is already so far out of her control that she's delusional to even try. She paces, and Prime does not appear. She could call out. She could get her phone out of her pocket and activate the two-way mic. She could just go upstairs. But every single option feels like giving in some way, and so she just waits, and waits, and wonders what Prime is doing right now, what Prime is thinking, what Prime wants. Because while Prime's explanation makes sense, that she answered the door because she was taken by surprise and worried by the repercussions of delaying, it doesn't feel right. And Prime is capable, to some extent, of deception. She knew not to take Lachlan to the living room. She knew to go upstairs and allow Tamsin to swap places with her. She even had a plan to do it. She's clever. Clever like Tamsin is.
Did Prime let Lotlin on purpose? To what end? Again and again she finds herself stopped in front of the basement door. She doesn't mean to keep coming back. Half the time she intends to go upstairs. But then her mind wanders, or her feet wander, and then she's back, staring at the latch, thinking of how she'd looked in the camera footage, dreaming against the door. She hasn't locked it yet, she realizes on the 5th return. Just a normal mistake. Equivalent to walking into a room and forgetting why she'd come. It happens constantly, to everybody, and it means nothing. But her hand is shaking as she rearms the door. Her throat is tight. There is something wrong with her, and if Lachlan can tell, then it's not subtle, not anymore. If a doctor looks at her, what will they find? She can't really believe that they'll just send her on her merry way, can she? She flattens a hand over her abdomen. What else inside of her is jumbled out of place? She hasn't been cautious enough. Letting Prime move freely about the house was a mistake. Giving her access to the subsidence data this morning is proof that Tamsin is losing touch with reality. She's been getting worse ever since Prime arrived, and just because Prime scores a particular way on a personality inventory, just because she soothed Tamsin the night before when she was desperate, doesn't mean she can be trusted. It doesn't matter that Prime is human by every metric Tamsin can measure, that Prime is as smart as she is, that Prime clearly dislikes pain and has preferences and opinions and is in every way a person. Prime also came through a door in her basement that doesn't obey the laws of reality. And what was Tamsin thinking, allowing Prime to touch her, to take over the heavy lifting of her job, to be in a position where she could ever speak to Lachlan? What if she'd crept down here while Tamsin paced and slipped into the basement? Tamsin is sure she would have noticed, but what if? What if? What if? What if Prime turned the lights out on Friday? The cameras can't see the stairs. Something changed in the dark. Tamsin is in the kitchen now. She doesn't remember entering. She stares at the knife block and wonders, for the first time in days, what she really gains by keeping Prime alive. She pulls out a chef's knife, heavy and sharp and rarely used. It fits poorly in her hand, and she has to bite down a hysterical laugh. Her with a knife? Does she really think she can do this? The pin was one thing, the door, but a sharp edge, the parting of flesh, a body left behind. And what is all of that against her own safety, her own sanity? In the hall, both Penroses are watching her, curled tight together by the front door. Their eyes gleam as she approaches the staircase, as she takes the first step, then the second. The pitch feels wrong beneath her feet, too tall, like the stairs in the basement at the beginning of the distortion. She staggers, merely trips, and catches herself on the railing, chest heaving. She stares down at the steps below her. The risers look taller. Are they taller? Her vision is so narrow now, her heart pounding so fast. There have been no distortions above the surface of the earth. She repeats that to herself over and over again, until she believes it. Until, when she tests the next step, it's exactly where she expects to find it. She can do this. One step, and then another. She forces herself up them, arms shaking, knees unsteady, knife held carefully in case of another stumble. Up and up, there seem like so many more of them now, until she's at the top, breathing heavily, looking right to where the bedroom door should be, where Prime should be. The hall curves off to the left instead. Tamsin presses the heels of her hands to her eyes, biting down a frustrated, terrified growl, an animal sound for an animal panic. She backs up until she hits the nearest wall, entirely solid, cool and familiar, real.
The world fights her, Or maybe her brain does, overstimulated and overstressed. Or maybe she's asleep right now. Maybe this whole afternoon has been a nightmare. Maybe Lachlan didn't stop by the house, didn't threaten her so sweetly, voice pouring into her ear like caustic honey. Her dreams have been unwieldy and wild ever since the door appeared. But when she fumbles her phone from her pocket, she can read the time. 5:17 in the afternoon. It unlocks, and all the apps are what she remembers, all the words sensible and legible. She's not dreaming. She's standing in her upstairs hallway, yards away from her bedroom, hyperventilating and clutching her phone and a knife, and something is very, very wrong with her. Something is very, very wrong with Prime. Lachlan. She needs Lachlan. She can't be trusted to do this on her own. But she can no longer call Lachlan. The lingering ache of her arm across Tamsin's belly is testament to that. Nobody can fix this but herself. She knows what she has to do, because in the end, it all comes down to one question. Would Tamsin trust herself if the scenario was reversed? No, she wouldn't. Tamsin would be looking for a way to take advantage of the situation. She'd be eager to get the upper hand, to flip the power dynamic between them, if she found herself the half-imprisoned one. It's so clear then, for one terrible, nauseating moment. Prime could have faked the personality test results. Prime could have steered Tamsin to the decisions she needs her to make. Prime could have been acting this whole time. Tamsin is a good liar. Prime might be even better. She clutches the knife more tightly. This can't be allowed to continue. When she opens her eyes again, the hallway is more or less exactly as she expects it. The walls seem to shudder, yes, and the ground feels uneven, but she can orient herself again. Her feet move without conscious intent until, at last, she's standing in front of the bedroom with its keypad lock. Prime must be inside. She'll unlock the door, and she'll do what, exactly? Creep into Prime's room? Lunge forward like a horror movie slasher? She's never tried to kill anybody before. Could she even do it? Maybe if Prime was asleep, but it's the middle of the day. And when she tries to picture it, the knife sliding between familiar ribs, blue eyes flying open, wild and startled and betrayed, so much like her own, she falters. Tears overtake her then, useless tears, and she can't stop them. No matter how much she tries to ground herself, to manage her breathing, nothing works, and she drops her phone and the knife and clutches at her face, her shoulders, trying desperately to hang on. "Pull yourself together," she demands. It evaporates into nothing. "Tamsin?" Prime's voice. Her voice, from behind her. Prime wasn't ever in the bedroom. She shudders, bending double. "No," she says to herself, to the world. "No." Footsteps, and then Prime's beside her, on the floor with her, cradling her in her arms. Tamsin can smell her shampoo, their shampoo. "Don't touch me," Tamsin snaps. It's louder now than when she begged the same of Lachlan. Because it was begging, wasn't it? And it still is. Prime lets her go. Tamsin almost reaches for her anyway. "Did Lachlan hurt you?" Prime asks, low and fervent, and that only summons up another wave of frustrated tears, because it's exactly the sort of thing a rational, caring person would say. "No. Yes. It doesn't matter. I need you to go back into your room." Needs Prime to be where she thought she was. Then maybe she can have a second chance, but God, she's failed already, hasn't she? "I don't want to leave you like this," Prime says. "You seem ill. Something is very, very wrong.
You're not acting like yourself. Memory lapses and emotional outbursts. Go back into your room, she repeats. Please. Prime gets to her feet. Tamsin fixates on the thin, fine fabric of her socks as Prime steps around her to the bedroom door, opening it. It's not locked, of course. Come in with me? She asks on the threshold. I really don't think you should be alone. Tamsin shakes her head. I'll be fine, she whispers. It sounds pathetic, devastated. The worst lie Tamsin has ever told. She stops looking at Prime, back down at her phone, and nothing. It's just her phone on the floor. Her gasping breaths falter, then catch entirely as she realizes Prime hasn't mentioned the knife. Did Tamsin actually take it from the kitchen? If she went back downstairs, would it still be in the block? It must be. It must be. Prime would have said something otherwise, or been afraid, or... She never had the knife. The realization spills over her, cool water against a fever. Of course she never had the knife. What would she have done with it? What happened down there? Prime asks when Tamsin doesn't move. Her scalp aches where Lachlan had fisted her hair. This is all Lachlan's fault. Lachlan's visit has put her in this spiral, desperate to fix this, and she'd seen the knife, and it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that she'd been so out of her head with fear that she'd forgotten the layout of her own house. What matters is Prime didn't do this to her. Prime hasn't done anything. Lachlan has instituted a rigorous oversight program, Tamsin says finally. Prime's eyes widen. She'll be coming by more often. Not unless I give her cause, Tamsin says, desperate to reassure her. They both need that reassurance. Lachlan is dangerous. But I need to call her every night, need to come when called. She thinks she can't trust you? She thinks I'm sick. Tamsin feels sick. Prime says she looks sick. Maybe they're right. Maybe she needs rest and care and nothing else. She threatened me. A strange approach to caring about somebody. Is it? Prime asks. Tamsin flushes. She can remember the feeling of the pin pushing below Prime's skin, the color of the blood that welled up after. Prime forced against the basement door, then crying on the ground. She'd done that, and yet Prime still believes Tamsin cares. She stares at where she thought she'd put the knife. And after she left? Prime pushes. What? She lifts her head. What happened after she left? I temporarily lost my mind. It already feels distant, foggy, and unreal. Impossible. It slips through her fingers as she tries to grasp it. I came up here, Tamsin says slowly, and it was just too much. It's too much. What is? All of it. A laugh cracks out of her. Balancing it all, trying to figure out what it all means. Hiding it from everybody, hiding you, she says, then adds in a rush, I've been sleepwalking. Sometimes I don't know when I'm asleep. You're awake right now, Prime says. Maybe I shouldn't be. Prime comes to her then, holds out a hand. You should lie down, Prime says. Let me go make dinner. I'll wake you up when it's ready, okay? Tamsin nods and lets herself be helped to her feet and into the bedroom. It's shadowed and cool, and the bed is inviting. She could rest for just a few minutes. That would be okay. She hasn't been sleeping well, and it's making everything that much harder to manage. Prime walks her to the bed and stays until Tamsin is curled up on her side. Prime did change her clothing, she notices, while Lachlan was waiting. She's wearing newer clothes of Tamsin's, plaid slacks and a wine-colored sweater. It looks good on her. Dinner is pork with a glossy, red sauce that tastes like wine and mustard, served alongside a potato gratin. It's richer than anything Tamsin has had in weeks, and as it settles in her gut, It feeds the heavy languor in her limbs. Across from her, Prime smiles and pushes a glass of Chablis her way. Her nap had been free of dreams. She'd woken not to Prime fetching her, but to the buzz of her phone, which Prime must have put on the nightstand while she slept. From Lachlan. No need to call tonight. How are you feeling? She'd stared at the text for a long time. No answer felt appropriate.
She didn't want Lachlan to know what had happened after she'd left, and more than that, she couldn't have articulated the blurred, muted blend still souring her gut. All she'd wanted was to close her eyes again, put her head down, leave herself behind for a little bit longer. But she had to say something, and as long as she got it mostly right, she'd get the help she needed. Lachlan's interest would wane, and the danger would pass. And whatever convolutions of her overworked mind had left her overwhelmed in the hallway, it would all be better soon. From Tamsin took the rest of the day off, catching up on sleep. From Lachlan. Good. The next morning, Tamsin sends the emails to shut down the node labs and redistribute duties. She feels no pain, only numbness. She expects it will hurt later, but for now, it's like paring the bruise out of an apple. It's just one less thing to worry about. Her world contracts a little more. Maybe that should concern her, but simpler is better. Simpler lets her focus on what's important. "Are you going downstairs?" Prime asks, sitting down next to her with fresh coffee. They had shakes for breakfast today, and Tamsin sips at her mug, washing the pseudo-chocolate flavor away. "No," she says, "I have to handle emails, put in FaceTime." She can sense Lachlan's presence, like a living thing, just behind them both, and can almost hear the creaking of her gloves. Feel a hand on her shoulder, keeping her in her chair. And getting back to work has always helped before. It centered her, refocused her. That it keeps Lachlan at arm's length is just a very important bonus. After all, if Lachlan runs out of patience, if she is no longer willing to manage Tamsin for Tamsin's benefit as well as the company's, then what happens to Prime? On the off chance Lachlan doesn't find her, she'd be trapped by their shared face, nowhere to go. If Tamsin goes missing, Prime has to go missing too. If she goes down, they go down together. It's clarifying, that realization. "I can do some of that for you," Prime says, pulling her away from her darker thoughts, "at least on the admin side, if you want." Tamsin looks over at her, startled. "No," she says, "you can't. You don't have the history with everybody. I'd need to supervise." It's a noble impulse, offering, but surely Prime can see the problem? If the team was distressed over the Kelling slip, and Lachlan's visit confirms it was a slip, how much worse would Prime's lack of familiarity be? There's a limit to how much she can do. Should do. Tamsin has a responsibility. Prime takes it in stride, at least. She cups her own mug in her hands, the same way Tamsin holds hers. "At the very least, block out some time for the basement," she says. "If Lachlan is looking for progress, that's where you're going to make it, right?" "Yes, that's right," Tamsin nods. "An hour can't hurt," she concedes. "Here and there." She opens up her calendar, looking for spots she can mark as dedicated work time. It's not unusual for her to do that. She's never liked being interrupted. Each block she drops into her schedule feels like a band loosening around her chest. This is not unsalvageable. The doorbell rings, and the band ratchets back down, so hard she's not sure she can breathe. Lachlan. "Do you want me to get that?" Prime asks. "Absolutely not. Stay here," Tamsin says, getting to her feet. She can feel herself trembling, but she doesn't want Prime anywhere in the potential line of fire. The urge to pretend nobody is home is high, but she keeps walking.
She tries not to cringe as she unlocks the front door, as she pulls it open, as she faces. And there's no visitor waiting for her, just a long, heavy package. Relief makes her lightheaded for a moment, or maybe that's just how bright the sun is. It's the safety railing she ordered for the basement. Her first work block isn't for another 15 minutes, but that's close enough. "Shut down my computer, please," Tamsin calls into the house, locking the front door. Her muscles strain as she pulls the box down the hall to the basement entrance. Prime peeks out from the dining room. She's helped herself to Tamsin's closet again, and by comparison, Tamsin feels underdressed. She's in loungewear, her day not fully started yet, but Prime wears a tailored dress with no wrinkles or creases in it. Her hair is neatly combed and bundled into a chignon, while Tamsin's hangs in a matted, organized ponytail down her back. The contrast is striking. Prime looks more like Tamsin than Tamsin has in days. All closed down. "Do you need help with that?" Tamsin looks at Prime, then toward the basement. It's a risk. She still doesn't want Prime down there, near the door, or interacting with the experiments. That needs to remain solely Tamsin's purview, for the sake of any results. But the railing is a two-person job. Yes, come here," Tamsin says, and together they maneuver the rail into the basement, unpack it, lay it out. Tamsin fetches tools. They add brackets and a few support struts to the outside of the steps, then bolt the metal into place. It barely reaches the full length of the stairs. "Will it stretch as the stairs grow?" Prime asks as she repacks the toolbox. "Unclear," Tamsin replies, gazing at the length of metal with a warm glow of pleasure in her belly. It's good to be back in the basement. Prime was right to suggest it. It gives